Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics, Wednesday edition. It's our early day today, so hope you all are ready to cover some news. We got some Todd Blanche stuff to cover. This guy is, you know what? It wasn't a surefire thing to begin with. Definitely, like as far as all the appointments go, I think that this is kind of where they definitely hit that brick in the road. Is that a phrase? I don't know. It should be. I mean, you hit a brick in the road, then you trip, and then you fall, and then you fall flat on your face, and it hurts. So, yeah, we're going to be covering that. We're also going to be covering some of the ICE updates. We also have some updates on the war, and then just some stuff, some pep stuff. So, alternative title: The Empire Strikes Back. I was thinking about it. That's crazy that you said that, Anna, because I was thinking about saying The Empire Strikes Back, but yeah, figured why not be kind of on the nose with it. You know, got to make these titles kind of catch people's eyes, and it's the whole game, right? It's the whole game. But as you guys file in here, please do me the solid, hit the like button, double tap the screen, and also go over to Twitch. Please check out my Twitch. I'm going to be doing another Twitch exclusive coming up here in the next few days. So definitely remember to go over and follow me over there if you have not already. I know copyright. Wait, what's going on with copyright? I see copyright. Oh, you think that's copywritten for start? Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that angle of it, but hey, good catch. Alrighty, let's welcome you guys in. Etch, how you doing? Mitch, how you doing? Anna, how you doing? Ravy, got a gifted? Hell yeah, you did. Thank you to the people who have been gifting subs through or memberships throughout YouTube. I really appreciate that. Full disclosure, that helps a lot, like a lot. If you guys get yourself a membership, it helps out the channel to the point where, yeah, it's like that little, it's like a little rocket boost, you know when like the space shuttle, like they get like into orbit, consider it like one of those things where it's just like, it's not like a little tss, tss, it's like one of those like you like blow thrusters or whatever to actually like so yeah, there we go. Hey, thank you for the follow, Ray V, dropping in for the follow. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, welcome over to Twitch. You are the 625th follower. That's pretty freaking awesome. Man, Twitch is picking up a little bit. It's kind of cool. Dark Peps today? Yes, yeah. Dark Peps today. Today's laundry, it's laundry day. Most of my, my colorful clothing is all in a pile of laundry right now. So, yeah, I gotta do that. God, I hate laundry. I know some people love it. I hate it. I absolutely hate laundry. Laundry is like the #1 hated chore that I have for myself. I can't. I would rather do dishes and mow the lawn and just take out the trash, all that shit all day over doing laundry. I need a gold chain. What do you mean I need gold chain? Hey, I came here from buying my sports car. Hey, come on! I was just at the pool hall with my cousin. Hey, we were getting some Daenerys sauce for later. Hey, and someone's gonna be mad at me. They're just like, we do not all sound like that. I mean, dude, Family Guy nailed it with that one. Hey, you want to get the sports car? Come on, I got no tracksuit. Get the sports car. Oh man, isn't that bad? The stripes that like really the I thought that I thought that this was a pretty tight fit. Like, really? This is the most shit that I've actually taken for like an outfit in a long time. So now I'm second guessing everything. Thanks, guys. Ugh, my confidence is shot. My cat is now meowing, being a pain in the ass. I don't even know what to do anymore. Michael Brooks wore it too. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He wore the. That's right. I remember. He did. He rocked those Adidas. You know what? I don't know. It's the 90s thing, I guess. It's the one thing that I've kind of noticed that like the trend, like as far as like Adidas, didn't really pick back up. Adidas kind of like, I don't know. They really are like the redheaded stepchild of like shoes. I've seen Reebok actually like pick back up. They got some exclusives. I actually got my first pair of Reeboks from a few years ago. I got the Young Bucks ones that actually have the pump. Yeah, the pumps. God. Yeah, that's where the nostalgia gets me, is when it was like, oh, it was actually something good. Because, like, dude, those pumps, I don't know if you guys, like, value ankle support on shoes. I do. Ironically, like, my Reebok pumps used to be, like, my favorite skating shoe. You remember Heelys? Oh, yeah, I had a pair of Heelys. Come on now. I had soaps. I had 2 pairs of soaps while those were pretty hot. You can catch Pep grinding on everything. And for anybody that doesn't know skateboard terminology, I'll let it stick. I'll let you just have that mental image of me just fucking going up to a bunch of curbs and poles and just doing like, yeah. Ooh, dude, soaps are the shit. I loved soaps. We used to have a mall that had like a lower bar. It was like a ramp it was like a wheelchair ramp that actually had a bar that wrapped all the way around it. That was my favorite thing to do, was go and just fucking grind that thing. I grinded it all day. I grinded it until I wanted to go home and I was tired. Oh, man. Oh, skateboarding. Fun times. I miss it. I miss that. I miss hockey. I miss all the dangerous stuff that now I'm like, I'm hitting 40 and now I'm too scared to do. Skating wasn't popular in Florida? What? Really? Soaps were nerd shoes in my high school? What? What? That's whack. I'm not okay with that. That's insane. Yeah, you want your Airwalks. Yeah, no, that's when I met Uni, her style was baggy corduroy pants, tight like tank tops, and yeah, Airwalks. I mean, we really did kind of dress like your average Midwestern skater stoner couple, and we still do. Dude, we really have not changed our style. She still wears baggy pants, graphic tees. I get made fun of for my graphic tees a lot, but whatever. I'm a sucker for that look. Me too. I'm telling you right now. Oh man, yeah. I'm quite taken with it, and quite taken with my wife as well. So, shout out Uni. Baggy pants are back, bro. I'm pretty happy about that. Although the two baggy pants came back. Like, that was the thing. They could have stopped at just making the wide legs come back, because oh my god, if Diesel re-releases the wide leg pants that they had in 2016, holy crap, I'm there. Best pants I've ever bought. I've talked about them here. I'm literally wearing them to death. Like, dude, I'm gonna send you a link for my favorite pair of jeans. Hey, please do. I'm a sucker for some good denim. I really am. Like, the thing is, I've had my same pairs of jeans for over 10 years. One pair of my Diesels I've literally had for, like, since I was a teenager. It's just weird how I can actually fit in them now. That's the weirdest. Like, I was a bigger kid that lost a lot of weight. So I ironically had, like, that opposite thing that happened with my high school clothes, where I started gaining weight, and I was like, oh, I fit in my high school jeans now. Oh shit, I fit in my my high school freaking sweatshirts. Cool. Yeah, I have a problem with getting rid of shit, but I also have a problem with buying new shit. So it's not like I don't have, like, believe it or not, like, despite all of this busyness, I don't really have, like, too much. Well, that's kind of a lie. I mean, I don't have, like, hoarder levels of shit, but I do have a lot of shit. But I don't get rid of it. Like, that's the thing. And I try not to buy new if I don't need to. They're like $200 now, Mitch. What happened? Yeah. Those are $200 for a pair of fucking jeans. I remember buying bullheads when those were expensive. Those were $75. I remember my dad almost having a heart attack when I got those. He was just like, do you really need these? I'm like, Dad, I can't keep wearing Levi's. You're going to make fun of me this year. I have to have bullheads. Because that was the thing. And yeah. I had to go, I had to quit skating, though. I was really going to fuck myself. Yeah, no, that's the thing that happened to me. I took a pretty bad sprain on my ankle. And I just kind of, it hit me where I was like, ooh, I should probably just give it up. You know? Because I still wanted to skate. Like, I still wanted to play hockey. So I was like, I'm going to make a choice here. It's either skateboarding or hockey. I chose hockey. Like, come on, they're just still pants. Yeah, they're just pants. Exactly. Yeah, after the third motorbike stack, I thought maybe I should give it a rest now. Yeah, once you get into enough accidents or you, like, start getting that, like, hockey, I had the warning sign. Once I took that head injury, it was enough where it was a good time to call it. Because I saw a neurologist. I asked him, you know, what his advice would be. His advice was what most doctors would probably tell you when asking if you should play hockey, is that you should have never played hockey in the first place. He even says, he's like, I love hockey. I love the Blackhawks. It's just, as a neurologist, watching contact sports and knowing what's happening every time that somebody takes those hits, he's like, it's very hard for me. It's difficult for me to actually watch and enjoy. I was like, that kind of makes sense. And he told me, he was just like, you know, my advice is you are going, like, because I was in my 30s. I think I was like just about to hit my mid 30s. I was like 34 or something. And he was just like, you're in your 30s now. You kind of have this, like, you have this choice. You can either stop now and just take the win that you didn't get hurt playing hockey, or you can risk a major injury every time you go out there. And, like, obviously that's kind of how it is. I mean, you do that with driving. It's literally living, but I guess, you know, he was right. I'm glad I did it. I also just, I miss it. I miss it a lot. Like, if you accidentally get hurt, not even doing anything wrong, maybe it's worth a second look. Well, that's the thing. Like, ironically, when I quit playing hockey, that's when I started getting hurt. I'll make Pep show me. Oh, yeah. It's in the Discord. Yeah, Uni. You figured out how to use the Discord. You could just go check out the Discord, right? Oh, no, she sent it to me. Ooh. Those look nice. Athena wide legs? Oh, God. Am I doing a Vosh segment here? Ooh. Ooh, I like them. But they're sold out of my size. Ah, ball sack. 34-year US... oh, no, 32. Well, wait, is it... Okay, so it's not long and waist. Yeah, I'm a 32 waist. I'm like 32, 34. I like to hem, like, let's put it this way. If I buy a pair of pants, I like to have them hemmed. So I like to buy them a little big so I can have, yeah, either that cuff or just in general. I hate the fact that I got that thing. Like, I got that thing where one of my legs is longer than the other. One of my feet is bigger than the other. I hate it. So, yeah. No, they're frayed at the bottom. Ooh. Well, see, that's the thing. Frayed at the bottom and, like, just trashed pants apparently is back in style, which, ironically, my diesels fit that mold. because I have literally worn those so hard that they don't have bottoms on them anymore. They're just shredded, which I guess is the look, but I'm uncomfortable with it knowing that I have loved those pants to the point where they are shredded, and oh, they're my favorite pants. They're so cool. Mine always end up frayed anyway. Yeah. Well, yeah, because you're skinny and yours keep, like, they fall down when you walk a little bit. So, like, you're constantly just, like, mopping whatever floor you're on. Uni's actually pretty tall, you know? Like, that's the thing. I think that you've always had the problem where it's just, like, you can't buy clothes that would, you know, are your size because they've always been too short. So she has to, like, actually... You just found that place that's like for big and tall, girls, where you finally found a pair of like leggings and sweatpants where it was just like they actually fit. I like mine super long when I can find the 34 inseam. That's what I thought. Yeah. Because like I remember that you also did the thing where like you would buy like sweatpants and you would fold the top, which I always like that. I paid attention. It's called American Tall. Oh, that's how I learned to sew. It got too hard to find plus size petite range that didn't cost a fortune. You're just like, come on, dude. Why can nothing just be made for me? They have a whole denim section. I'm gonna check it out. No, thank you for the website here. Can I just send this to her? Oh yeah, here. Give me a sec. Okay, never mind. I'll figure that out later. It's not my fault. I'm dummy thick. Okay. Yeah, I'm not thick. I'm tall. Like I got that weird tall, lanky body that also, like I said, for some reason, I was made just all weird. Like for some reason, my legs and like I have a noticeably bigger foot than the other foot. I have done the test. My right foot is about 9.5 to 9 3/4. If I had to actually buy like a fitted shoe, or get a custom shoe made, I'd be like 9 3/4. And then I'm just a 10 on my left foot. It's fucking weird. I've never enjoyed it. I've always had that like little bit of trouble where it's just like my left foot, like sometimes the shoe will fit a little too tight. If I get the 9.5s, Converse are the ones I have a major problem with that one, where it's just like I have to wear the 9.5s because the 10s, that's where it's just like I look like I have clown fucking feet when I wear the 10s. No, for real. Australian sizing's different. An American 12 is like an Australian 16. I do know that. My wife actually, she's really into Wild Fox. Is that the one that's from Australia? Uni, which one is that one that you like from Australia that you've been buying their clothes? Not Wild Fox. Black Milk. They all sound like fucking K-pop bands to me. Black Milk. Fucking Wild Fox. Hey, I'm going to see Black Milk and Wild Fox this weekend. Kind of actually works. Black Milk is great. Yeah. Even I have to say, yeah, she got like this dress and she got like this yeah, it's like the spandexy, but oh my god, like the dress that she had on. I'm just sitting there like doing the weird thing where I'm giving her a hug, but I'm also going like, ooh, silky smooth. 420. Yeah, she has a really cool one that has pot leaves all over it. It's one of my favorite things that she's ever bought. She actually went viral in a post for a festival we were at, because she had this giant J that was getting passed around the concert. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll show you guys a pic. It's a side profile anyway, so. I could have sworn. Oh, there it is. Check that out. That's the dress I was talking about. It's really, really cool. But yeah, dude, check that out. It was, dude, that was legendary because that was being passed around a Revolution set. So, oh man, that was so cool. That was one of the best days of my life. Nice, yeah, dude, that was sick. Highly recommend going to festivals. Like, if you can go to an open consumption festival, holy crap, it's the best time you'll ever have. Consistently, it's been the best like days of my life. God, I can literally say, like, because what day was that? September 7th of 2024 or 2025. Yeah, September 7th of 2025 was one of the best days of my entire life. Hands down. Living my best life. I was the pot fairy at the festival. Yeah, you were. She literally was walking around just handing out. She like had pockets full of J's because like they had a t-shirt cannon that they fired over 10,000 rolled J's out into the crowd, and she just like she left us, and we're all partying. We're like, man, it's been taking a while, and then she comes back. She's like, look what I got. Anybody want to smoke? It was freaking awesome. We're just like, oh, what the hell? And then she's like, I also got juice. She's like, you all need to hydrate. Yeah, she's our festival mom. You know, she's everybody's festival mom. God, I wish I was it was the best day of my life. I'm not even kidding. It was the best day of my life. I had so much fucking fun. I actually met somebody that I'm a fan of on social media. His name's Connecting with Wrestling and Connecting with Reggae. He carries around like a little sign that like, you know, you just put your face in and you're like, it's an account I have followed for over 10 years at that point. And I just ran into him and he was a super cool guy. It was like right when I started this channel. I probably annoyed him a little bit because I was just like, dude, how, like, what do I gotta do? And like, it was in between songs, and then the song started. I was just like, and that's my cue. Yeah, she came back with a bucket of cheese fries, like a literal bucket of cheese fries. That shit was crazy. The munchies were freaking on point, though. I will say that much. White Zombie was firing rolling papers into the pit. See, that's cool, but like this is even cooler. These were packed. Like these were full, dude. Because like what they did is they did a rolling contest, and it was like they were taking all the rolled ones and they were just putting them into this cannon. I mean, dude, the thing was huge. I didn't know what it was at first because I was like, is that like a big cement drum or something? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I was amazed. No, that was cool, dude. Like, it was, yeah, legitimately, it was a bucket of cheese fries. And I'm not gonna lie, I sat there just like, raw, yeah, this is incredible, raw, yeah. It was awesome. Fuck, man. Not having a good day as far as my allergies today. Excuse me. Yeah, the cannon. Yeah, those juices were amazing. Yeah, they were like they were these giant fruit juices. They like they were in cups like this big. I felt like a toddler just sitting there with my bucket of cheese fries, and I'm double like I literally got my two hands on my cup just going. I might as well have been like this, just kicking my little feetsies, just. Cannon sounds like some CIA MK Ultra something. Yeah. Super weapon. I mean, that is a super weapon because if you want me, like, if you want to distract me, like, where I'm just like, fuck guys, hey, you want this? It's just like, yes. Yes, I do. Hey guys, intermission. And then we're all just sitting there like, Oh man, this is like some really good shit. Revolution played. Yeah, that was cool. We got an extra hour. It was like an extra hour and 20 minute set from Revolution. Dude, and that was tight because Slightly Stupid's flight was late. So they were rushing to the venue and Revolution stepped up, man. They did an entire they did an entire set and it was cool because it wasn't just Revolution that they were doing. They were doing like their side project that they have, like they were doing songs from that. It was freaking awesome. Yeah, it's one of her favorites. If not her, I think it is your favorite. I think that's your favorite band. I would say that comfortably, that they're your favorite band. I mean, I would say they're my favorite band comfortably too. What's their side project called? I keep forgetting. Let's see. This is Revolution. Unified Highway, which I would argue that the Unified Highway songs are some of my favorites. So check it out. Honestly, like, go check that out. Also, if you guys have not already hit the like button on your way in, please do so. We need to get this ratio up a little higher. Also, if you guys are hanging over in the horizontal, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you hanging there. You are not forgotten today. I got my chat completely fixed. You want to know what the culprit was? Windows. It was 10,000% Windows' fault. Because now that I have done everything I needed to do, it is running just fine. So, check out Prize Fighter Inferno. Ooh, I'll check that out. Actually, I gotta say, Johnny Walker Dread, for all like the disagreements we had, my man's got some fucking fire reggae tastes. I will say, like, dude, Dub Syndicate, I'm a fan now. I've been listening to them for the last 2 weeks, like, and when I listen to shit and like when I get into stuff, I just kind of like put it on like a playlist on my Spotify. It's kind of like the This Is Revolution or like, but then I mix those where I just like will go favorite all the songs and then just put that in one playlist. So that's been my playlist for like the last 2 weeks. Is I have like 4 of their albums on there. I got Toots and the Mytels, which if you guys don't know, that's the song from The Majority Report is by them. That was written in 1969, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but yes, it is it's a reggae song that was actually arguably the birth of ska. I know that there's a few people that have actually said that that's the song that birthed like modern ska. So yeah, no, it's pretty cool. So every time that the Majority Report, I mean, it is a cover, obviously, but it's a fire cover. Wait, what? Yeah. The Majority Report song, When the Pressure Drops, All the Pressure Gone. Yeah. That. It's literally a reggae song. Like, it's a very famous reggae song by Toots and the Mytels. Yeah, it was weird. I thought that everybody knew that, and I kind of figured out yesterday that, like, I don't think anybody outside of like MIDI doctors knew that. Because there was one person that literally was just like, yes, thank you for informing everybody, Pep. And then everybody was just like, wait, what? I didn't know that was a real song. God, I wish I could just play it. Like, dude, I wish that... Today's one of those days where I wish I had, like, just regular radio kind of access where I could just be like, nah, you know what? Let's play this song. And coming up, Toots and the Mytels. Just, It is cool, too. It also starts the same way with, like, just the guitar. But it's more of... It literally is more of a heavy reggae beat to it. Where, like, you could tell immediately where you're just like, oh, shit. And it, like, there's a little bop. Like, it's so good. Please don't say toot. I have toot dude. Alright, full disclosure time. Story time. Everybody grab your mat. Like I said, juice boxes are in the cooler. Alright, everybody gather around. Pep's got a story to tell. So yesterday, hey Rockstar, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I think you've been here before, but if you have not been here before, just do me the solid, hit the like button and sub to the channel if you're enjoying yourself. I hate asking so many times, but I really am at that point where I have to. So, but story time. We got story time with Pep. All right. So yesterday's stream was going great. You know, I had a great stream on Pepaganda, and also I think that we had a good stream to follow. I was pretty proud of it. But if you guys noticed at the back end there, and I did kind of inform you guys what happened. Yeah, I was like, "Ooh, I got pee." Hey, yeah, that was not the case, because what ended up happening is I think I got the psychoplasmosis thing, or whatever what's it called? Psychoplasmosis? Wait. Cyclospora. There we go. Yeah, I got the cyclospora. I got it from Jimmy John's. I definitely got it from Jimmy John's because my wife was okay. She did not get lettuce nor tomato because she can't actually have that. So this saved her from what I experienced. So I had a moment where, like, we were just watching, I think it was Piers Morgan, and I just kind of went, I felt my stomach go, brrr. I'm like, And then I just felt it where it was just like, gotta go. So I got, I knew better. So I ran upstairs. And what happened, and this is where viewer discretion is advised because this gets a little gross. It might as well have been like minus the actual sound of like a shotgun going off. Like, it was insane. I was like, what the fuck? The amount of pressure that I felt was just like, that's not normal. Did I just accidentally shit out my like entire colon? Like, what just happened? Yeah. So I had the little, I had the one where it was just, it cleared out of my system and I'm good now. Like, I haven't had any issues. I think that it cleared it out of me all in that one. Yeah, prolapse, Pep. I mean, dude, I wish I was lying. There was that one moment where I'm just like, oh my God. Just like, I don't want to know. Yeah, that was a lot. Like, oh God, that was a lot. That sucked so bad. But I managed to make it. It wasn't a bad experience. Not like my friends. So my friend, he called me today and he's just like, dude, I just had explosive diarrhea. And I was just like, oh, it's going around. He's like, oh. He's like, I just spent the last hour and a half having to clean up my shower. I was like, wait, what? It's just... He's giving me the breakdown. I'm like, oh, okay, you had it a little bit worse than I did. That's not great. My mom's saying, that always grossed me out. Could shit through an eye of a needle at 50 paces. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, dude, that was wild. That was wild. Like, I still can't believe that happened. And also that I rebounded. I'm not gonna lie. There was that, like, part of me where it was like, I mean, it only lasted like a minute. But in that minute, I did have like a panic moment where I was just like, do I have to like tell Uni to go and like end stream for me? Because, yeah, dude, it got that bad where I was just like, and then all of a sudden, I just, you know the moment. You know your body where like, where you have that final bit, whether it be a fart, a burp, or just like that final just like push. But I felt so much better where I was just like, ooh, I actually like, I felt great. I was just like, oh, damn. I think I might have just given myself, nice little cleansing. You don't know all 29, 30 of us? Shame, shame, shame. I mean, I think I do. No, I mean, hey, it's 29:35 now, dude. Although, let's just call it at the 29:30, because lately, it's been kind of fluctuating. We get to the nitty-gritty. Yeah, we do. We really do. I actually did viewer discretion this time, guys. Like, come on. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just, like, for every bit, just be like, guys, this is gross. Guys, this is gross. Guys, fair warning, this is gross. But also, poop? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because of everything that we've been going through and just... It's the same thing that happens when you're a parent, I guess, where it just doesn't bug you, like, at all. Yeah, it doesn't bug me at all anymore. Because, like, once you smell chemo shit, like, all due respect to Uni, I'm sorry that I'm blowing up your spot here, but they gotta know. When you are, and I think that you're okay with me saying it, as he says nervously. Yeah, there we go. Poop is a normal topic. Intestinal health is important. Get your butt checked. There we go. There we go. Okay. But yeah, chemo shit is... there is something else about it where you're just like, what the actual fuck? Like, been there, right? No, I'm telling you, man, there's nothing that prepares you for that either. Because, like, the nurses tried to tell me that. Like, her nurse's advocate's really cool. She's got a great sense of humor. And she's trying to just tell me, like, oh, you know, just be prepared. The smell's pretty intense. And I'm just like, listen. And I kind of had that moment where I'm like, lady, I have smelled shit before. Trust me, I'll be okay. After that first round, and Uni, like, she comes out of the bathroom and she's like, I'm so sorry. And like, she was really upset about it, and that's the part that kind of makes me upset. It's just like, but yeah, it did. Like, I was trying to be nice to her. I'm just like, oh my God. Yeah, so just remember that if you guys ever, like, and listen, God, whatever willing, I hope you never ever have to smell that. And I mean that. I hope you never, like, I hope nobody that you know gets cancer. I hope you don't get cancer. Yes. Prostate checks aren't a thing. Your doctor is a perv. Yes, prostate checks are very much a thing, you dumb motherfucker. Holy shit. Holy shit. How repressed are you? Are you one of those guys where you're just like, I don't let nothing go up my poop chute? Because you're fucking, like, honestly, I think you're gay. I think you're fucking gay. Holy shit. Anybody that is that fucking scared, like, to the point where they spread some shit like that, where it's just like, your doctor's just a perv, he's sticking his finger up your bum. No, bro. No, and you also have a dirty asshole. I can already tell. You're afraid to fucking even, like, you know, accidentally. Like, you probably oh my God, you have some clogged ass toilets. I can already say that much. You definitely don't use a bidet. You're walking around with some fucking dingleberries. Oh my God, you're a dingleberry. It's a joke, dumbass. Oh, well, that comes across very, very well in text. Anonymous, with your very first post that you've ever been here with. All due respect. Yeah, this is literally your first. Okay, wait, no, this is your second time here. All right, Space Quest. You were that guy. Talking about Space Quest. Yeah, dude, with a anonymous name and absolutely no hint of sarcasm. How in the fuck am I supposed to know that that's a joke? You can't just do that. Like, listen, I get it. If we were in our everyday life and you were saying this to me, probably wouldn't have the same response, but yeah, in text, LeMayo. Yeah, exactly. Battle frogs. Sexually insecure. They're not. The thing is, if they're joking, whatever, I'm dropping it. Because I don't want to make fun of nobody that, you know, is trying to joke. It's okay, bro. It wasn't a good joke. It really wasn't. Objectively, it just wasn't a great joke. But also, like I said, the fact that it was in text, it does loses its not luster, the gusto, you know. Another word in there. Facial cues say way more than words. Yeah, I mean, even if you're doing deadpan humor, it would be like, I'd be able to at least tell with an inflection. I don't know why I'm going through that. Hey, Rebecca, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are wonderful over in Australia. You missed the bit where we were talking about, was it black milk? Yeah, black milk. The clothing company that is in your area. Apparently it's, well, apparently listen, it's a good clothing company. They had a sweater that was the smiley, or wait, no, that one, I think that was Wild Fox. Uni, correct me on which one it was. Which one was the smiley face from Half Baked? Because it was literally the smiley face with the eyes as the leaves. It was so cool, man. I want that. And it was men's sizing, so I was kind of like, hey, that'd be cool. That was Wild Fox? Okay, cool. Thank you. Black Milk, never heard of it. Yeah, it's a clothing company in your neck of the woods there. And my wife orders stuff from. Black Milk did the Stranger Things unisex stuff I showed. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that stuff was really cool. Yeah, the Hellfire Club. Oh, man, yeah, I remember that collection now that you're saying it. Pep, I hope your wife, she has neuropathy. She actually has it right now, Amazing Asian. Thank you, but no, thank you for your concern. Yeah, she has neuropathy in her feet right now. It sucks. She can, like, not walk around without socks, and she's very uncomfortable. They do a lot of collabs. They got the Tokidoki collection. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. It's like a little bit over your generation. Yeah, I could see that. Battletoads is a retro video game that became a meme. It became a meme? Why did it become a meme? Battletoads is actually a pretty fucking good game. I had Battletoads. Like Dangerfield, but better. See, now I don't know what Dangerfield is. The meme was that you call your local GameStop and ask for Battletoads. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I would totally take it seriously. I'd be like, we don't have Super Nintendos anymore. We also don't have the Sega one. And they'd be like, Battletoads! It's like, I'm sorry, they haven't made a new Battletoads. They were supposed to. I take it so literally. Okay. I just have to keep the Kleenex over here. Fuck. I don't have room. Let's put it right next to the trash can. Jesus. Anyone can wear it. Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, the sizing is pretty cool. The way that it stretches. Yeah, bothering people at work isn't a meme. No, it's not. No, and that's the thing. Like, that goes back to, like, when I was a kid and we used to prank phone call places. I'll be honest, like, being a shithead kid has not changed that much. It's just the way they do it. You young ones. Yeah, so young. I mean, I think you're only a few years older than me. Which, listen, the 4-year rule, let's do that. If you're in the 4 years, like, if we are 4 years apart, like, backwards or forwards, we were in high school together, or we were, like, part of the same high school year, or years, like, nah, come on. We're pretty much the same generation. Let's not mince words there. Now they recorded it and posted it for likes. Oh god. I've loved their stuff for a while. I'm a sucker for the cuff leg. Uni's going off. She's just like, ooh, I get to do fashion talks. Thank you. How old am I? Take a guess, Coheed and Cannabis. How old do you think I am? Actually, it's kind of wild. I think that most people know how old I am. No one ruin it. No one ruin it. I want to see what he guesses. I'm dead serious. You know. If you had to, it's the gumball game. Guess how many gumballs are in this machine? 65. I am not a fan of you right now. 28. Do you actually mean that? You think I'm 28? Really? No shit. Damn. 11 years. Damn. No, I am 39 years old. I'm an old man, dude. I'm literally about to end. I am literally walking into my 40s this year. It's tricky because he looks young but is wise. Hey, well, thank you. Hey, feeling pretty good about myself right now, not gonna lie. Thank you for the compliment. No, this wisdom came with the time, my friend. Damn, Pep, I would have to fail 3 years to haze you as a freshman. Yep, guess so. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's pretty much how that would have gone. Dude, even in Christian school, we got hazed. That sucked. You're 43, so 4 years. Yep, there you go. Hey, you would have been a senior. Random aches and pains, decade coming up. Oh, I already got it. I'm starting to hit it, dude. Like, whenever it rains, all of my old hockey injuries, like I've never broken a bone, so I have like a bunch of sprains. I've sprained my left wrist so many times that it goes stiff. It's also why I got this problem with my fingers. I've been tested for arthritis. I do not have arthritis yet, I guess, but ooh boy. Definitely starts to hurt. Actually, today it's starting to hurt a little bit just because of like this weird weather that we have. Yeah, ankles, knees. My back is okay though. I always tried to protect my back. I know that if you have random back pain, funny enough, through Donald Trump and this Lindsey Graham thing, I kind of found out that like if you live with a lot of back pain, you might want to get your heart checked. I mean, 40 literally punched me in the face or shoot or whatever. I mean, Uni's favorite thing that she's been saying right now is that she doesn't get sick, she just gets cancer. Because it's true. No joke, guys. I think that I've seen my wife sick one time. She went through COVID. I think that she also has the thing. I think she has the gene because she was around so much COVID and never got it. Not once. And I'm just saying, like, statistically, it doesn't make sense. And yeah, she never got sick. There's, as I said, one time where she got strep throat really bad. And then nothing. Pep says protect your back or protect your back from a heart attack. Listen, we're workshopping it. I was like, sweet. Someone guessed that I was 45 the other day, and I took that as a compliment. Really? I mean, if I hit over 10 years, I don't know, maybe it's because my mom used to do this. My mom always used to ask people how old they think she is. Because my mom looked 10 to 15 years younger than she actually was. It always fucked. When she hit her 50s, that legitimately fucked with people. Like, people would guess 39 all the time. They'd just be like, 39, like 38, 39. My mom's just like, I'm 50. They'd be like, what? Definitely have a little bit of her genes here. So, cheers, Mom. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I know you would love this conversation. My mom would absolutely love this conversation. She would just be like so proud of herself too. She'd be like, well, it's because I always made sure that because you and your sister have that fair skin, that you never got really bad sunburns. You don't have any you don't have bad sun damage. You know, she's always made me value, moisturizing, where it's just like, although I didn't really so here's the funny part. I remember the first time that, like, when I was working at Radio Shack, I've told the story before, where one of my coworkers was just like, dude, you're so ashy, like, you need to moisturize. I was like, oh shit, that makes sense. And then I went and I asked my mom, I was just like, yeah, do you have any, like, you know, lotion for, like, fair skin? And, like, she just opens this cabinet and she's just like, what do you want? I'm 36, but feel 65. Yeah, I mean, there are days, man, that I feel like I'm 80. But realistically, I'm trying to stay healthy. I've actually been eating healthy. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good. I hope that my energy levels have kind of been showing on stream here this last even week, because lots of chicken. Like, I have ate so much chicken breast and green beans that, holy crap. Jimmy John's again, that's like me kind of going out of my way, but I'm probably going to end up, you know, I'm going to Ren Fair, so I'm going to definitely break. But I'm also not one of those diet guys that, like, I fixate on it where I'm, like, counting calories and shit like that. I just, it puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Actually, hold on. That's a horrible impression. It puts the lotion on its skin, or it gets the hose again. Gotta sound like Mitch McConnell when you say it. My mom and I are like that too. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. My sister, she got my dad's skin. You could tell. Like, you could definitely tell. My dad has eczema, and my sister has psoriasis, but I have none of that. I have fair skin, and unfortunately, I am susceptible to, like, so if, like, you have mold, like, we talked about mold yesterday, right? More mold talk on Pep Talks. But I have this thing where I'm super sensitive to mold. Like, I can smell when somebody has mold. Like, I think most of us can. Like, once you smell that musty, you're just like, that's not great. But no, like, I get a really bad allergy, like, attack, and then all of a sudden, I'm just like, ooh, okay, oh shit. And, like, my skin starts breaking out. I'm like, you have mold. I meant with looking 10 to 15 years younger. Yeah, no, Hermit's awesome. I mean, I like it. I'll be eating a fresh garlic pickle and candied pecans. Ren Fair food. I cannot. Oh, shit. I forgot to go get my tickets. Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Oops. The mold hour. I'm not going to do an hour on it. Listen. No, come on now. I bet you can pick up mold smell and taste weed easily. Tasting. Yeah, oh, yeah. No, I've had moldy stuff before where I'm just like, God damn it. I actually brought something up where I'm just like, oh shit. No, today's allergies are brought to you by ragweed. God. We have, like, this ragweed field right next to us. Oh, fucking makes me miserable. And I had a fucking warning about it too today. I woke up this morning, I'm just like, oh, a little hard to breathe. And then I just look at my phone, it's like, you have a high ragweed count. And I'm just like, great. The one thing I'm, like, really, really allergic to, fuck. It's just like, why? And it has to be the one that, like, if the lightest bit of wind gets through it, I'm just like, like, I can't breathe. Thanks, Edie. Goes to the store for pickles and garlic. I'm telling you, like, garlic pickles are so fucking good. It's insane. I'm gonna get one. It's gonna be hot as shit. I am getting one as a treat for myself to fucking cool myself down. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Yeah, I'm actually most excited for the jerky they got. They got some of the best fucking beef jerky and turkey jerky that you can get. I am super excited for that. And then a turkey leg. We're doing a turkey leg this year because Uni cannot have, like, lots of red meat. We usually eat the shepherd's pie that they make there, which is really good, by the way. It's like a proper freaking medieval shepherd's pie. The way it should be, by the way. If you go to a Ren Fair and it looks like a Marie Callender's, that's a problem. Just be like, no. It's like, dude, come on. You can't mash up some taters and just keep a freaking pot of some ground beef. Like, that's insane. Oh, shepherd's pie. I know. It's happening. And I just ate. Dude, I'm turning into like I am barreling into 40 and I'm just like munchy guy where like I've never been like this, but damn, dude, like the way that I appreciate food now has changed where I love it. But you know what? What is life but just waiting for your next meal, you know? Might as well enjoy it. Make some good shit. Protect those kidneys? Hell yeah. I mean, I try. Like, realistically, guys, I'm not even trying to be funny here. I am trying to stay healthy because of everything that's been going on in my life. Obviously, uni's cancer kind of inspired me to make some changes. The big one, I gotta just do it, and it sucks because like I'm a cold turkey kind of guy. I did that with smokes where I was just like I never picked up a pack after I quit. So if I just stop drinking, I'm gonna stop forever. And it's not like from an alcoholic standpoint either where it's like I have a problem and I need to. It's literally I don't want to damage my liver as much as it does. You know, and like I've been seeing this stuff where it's just like, it's really bad for you. But then again, this is the ironic part. The people in my family that quit drinking were the ones that fucking started dying quickly. So I don't know if that means anything or just... Yeah, I'm supposed to stay with mostly fish and bird. I have a hard time... I have a harder time with having to slowly introduce veggies back in. I miss salad. Not right now. No, we just established this. You got lucky because you had 0 lettuce or tomato on your turkey sandwich. There's a reason I got that psycho diarrhea fucking thing. Yeah, I got the explosive shits from eating lettuce or possibly tomato. Don't know which one, but it was definitely from Jimmy John's, I'll tell you that much. There's a reason that they're doing this, though. Like, they're just getting rid of the lettuce, but it's not from Taco Bell. Jesus Christ. I can still smell mold. Here I'm ripping stuff out and looking. If there's anything and treating everything. Nice. Yeah. I have to do that in my garage. I smelled a little bit of musty in my garage. I was like, oh, shit. I think it's a rug that, like, because I had a leaky fridge for a minute. And then all of a sudden, yeah, that's when it started. So, it just sucks. I'm just getting to that point where I'm like, oh, man. Accidents waiting to happen. That is an awesome name, by the way. Good afternoon from South Boston. Hey, you've been here before. Welcome. Appreciate you being here, man. Or, sorry, I don't mean gendered stuff when I say dude, man, bro, any of that. That's just my vernacular. So I am very apologetic if you guys don't understand that, and you guys, like, if I am misgendering, I'm sorry. Like, that is not the intent by any means. I am just an old ass stoner that doesn't really care. Like, I can't change my vernacular. I'm sorry. So, unless it was actually like something that really hurt people's feelings. So, but I think that dude is non-gendered. I think bro, not so much. Man's the one where I'm just like, come on, man. And then it's just like, hey, I'm just literally like, it's just like it's a word filler. It's so awkward. Hey, South Boston. Moldy old people stuff. Oh, dude. Moldy old people stuff. Like I kind of talked about that yesterday about like how I used to work for an estate company. That's also how, like, there was one time we worked this one house that I'm just in this random room, right? Sorting through some of the stuff, and I could tell. Like, I was like, uh-oh. Like, I caught that, like, where it hit me in the top of my, like, my sinuses, and it just stopped my sinuses pretty much cold, where I was like, I can't breathe. So I walked outside, I'm like, okay, what the hell? Gave myself a minute. Went back in, it happened immediately again, and I got out, and I called out the owner, where I was just like, hey, You need to have this place checked for mold right now. And she was like, what do you mean? I'm like, there's enough mold in this house that I cannot breathe. Like, it's literally shutting down my sinuses. Because, again, I have a deviated septum. It's very easy to happen. Turned out that there's a massive mold infestation in the basement. So she was all pissed off because they had, like, her, like, she was also, like, she had an investment in the, like, realtor, or, like, her and the realtor had a deal with it or whatever. So she got a proceed of the sale of the house. But they were at that point where they had already bought it. So they were on the hook for the cleanup instead of the previous owner, which she was all upset about. But I'm just like, you know what? That's what got me to have this realization that people, like private realtors and just people that sell, like, fuck them. Fuck them. This is one of those rare times where I'll just say it, where it's just like, nah, because you cannot trust people. I'm sorry. When it comes to that shit, you just can't. Even if they're good. Even if you have that good situation, you just don't do that. Do not ever do that, where you forego getting something checked, or, like, because you know this person. Like, I hate people like that. And I'll be honest, she was shady as fuck. She was a lawyer, you know, like, she was nice, but I look back at it, she withheld money from me. She and, like, I used to think it was just absent-mindedness. No. It was legitimately intentional, and her, like, cutting corners, and it was making people sick. Like, as I said, the one time, like, the last time that I worked with her, she was selling stuff that had mouse poison, like mouse droppings on them. And when I brought it to her attention, she put stickers on it, and I was like, okay, no. Regulation is the only way. Always keeps it I mean, you need to regulate that kind of stuff specifically because shit like that. You understand that right now, that's what we're fighting for. Or, like, that's what we're fighting against as far as our political system is. You have people that are fighting for her and the way that she does business. Where we can't stifle her. Why would you? That's anti-American. Come on. Aren't you like for capital and free markets and blah, blah, blah? Never thinking about the other side of it. Being like, hey, why are you cutting corners? Wait a minute. This is disgusting. Like, you're literally making people sick. At Pep, if nothing else, this diarrhea situation puts the talks about. Oh, yeah. No, it does. It does. It's we're figuring that stuff out here. Much love, Uni. Thank you. Oh, Rebecca. So kind. Thank you.
At Rebecca Green 1827.20 Australian dollars. Much love, Uni.
Aww.
2 hearts emoji.
Uni, I hope you heard that. Hey, Latino Mafune, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Everybody else is in the vertical if you want to chat there, but you can hang here. I've been keeping the chats integrated on the screen here. It just might take them a second to get back to you. Same with everybody over on Twitch. I have integrated the chats, so in the faint chance that they might get to fuck over their fellow well, that's the thing. There's nothing more disgusting than the fact that these people will fucking, with a smile on their face, just be like, yeah. Oh, you're also getting a great deal. Oh, this area, like, it's so disingenuous while they're simultaneously knowing that, like, this place is dangerous. Like, yeah, that fucked with me. Seeing her selling, like, this train set that I knew for a fact still had mouse crap on it, I was like, no. Absolutely disgusting. Absolute disgusting behavior. The thing is, she was also like a shithead rich, like, as I said, shithead rich lawyer. She always had a one-up story. Like, if I had mentioned, like, interviewing somebody, she'd just be like, well, I was the lawyer for Michael Jordan's estate, or, like, his, not his estate, well, I guess it technically is his estate, but no, because that's, like, you have to be dead. She handled the legal shit for Michael Jordan, which, Yeah, trust me. I went to her house one time and like she's showing me all this like science shit. Unk alert. Oh, rude. Cassandra, thank you. Thank you for the unk alert. How you doing, Cassandra? It's been a minute. How you been? Welcome to the show. Also, thank you for spending the jewels. Really appreciate that. So I got a ban for debating a MAGA on his live stream. Wasn't rude, wasn't unkind, just kind of came back with facts and figures. And why are they so sensitive to those? I don't know. Oh, they gave me some free ones for a reason. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Oh, thank you for spending them here with me. I really do appreciate that. Stuart Little was a dirty freaking train engineer. Okay, what is it with Stuart Little? Like, I literally just, I got recommended a Facebook group that was like fuck Stuart Little, and like, it was just like, it's all posts about how they hate, or I hate Stuart Little, and it's just literally just Stuart Little, like, me. What's up with that? What the hell is going on? Huh, what did Stuart Little do? And Michael J. Fox, wasn't he the voice of Stuart Little? I remember liking those movies. They were all right. Like, I watched those with my little brother, and I remember like watching, I think it was the second one even, where I was just like, that was actually a pretty good movie. I hate Stuart Little so much. They could have adopted an actual orphan, but chose a stupid rat. Oh my god, is that what it is? I never thought of it that way. Okay, so there's an actual reasoning behind this, or they're just like, fuck that stupid mouse. More childhood memories getting trashed. Yep. Winnie the Pooh, and now this. Yeah, what's up? All right, guys. Well, here, I know that we're having fun and we're just chilling, but here we're gonna go through this Todd Blanche thing. Please, don't be afraid to chime in through this one. I would like to have like more back and forth, like making fun of this guy, because holy shit, dude. If there has ever been a candidate for something that just should not be nominated based on the way that he responds to these people, it's him. But I have a feeling he's still gonna get fucking through. Like, that's, I hate these confirmation processes, because they really do kind of, they're so feckless, man. Like, what's the point if anybody can raise an objection and then they're just like, meh, overruled, too bad, he's the guy now. Like, Oh, I love Stuart Little discourse. We always joke about him being a little asshole. He's, what? Oh my god, is he really that bad? Okay. Well, as I said, we got the Todd Blanche stuff. I did actually like put a collection together today. So, hope you guys appreciate the fact that I had to sit through this entire thing and find all of the highlights from different channels, because there were a few channels that just, they weren't fucking producing highlights of any of the moments that I thought were pretty good. And then all of a sudden it was just like, hey, Forbes has it. I was just like, oh crap. If you guys don't know, Forbes is like one of the iffy ones. So if I'm gonna pause more through that one than I usually do. That's strategic, okay? The original Little Mermaid was a story. Oh yeah, it was a grim fairy tale. Yeah. And yeah, it's dark. It's dark. Oh my god. Yeah, the ending, how she just like turns into fucking like sea foam. Spoiler alert. Shit. Wait a minute. Spoiler alert for like a 400-year-old book. I'm not good with spoilers. I kind of do the thing where I spoil it first and then I say spoiler alert. That's not how spoiler alerts work. Just so you guys know. Oh, fuck. Dude, I've been so bad with that my entire life. I have ruined movies for my friends where they're just like, dude. I'm like, what? Oh, no. I did it again. The Prestige. That was the one. I will never recover from that. And it was totally by accident, where I was just like, the hats. And he's like, what? I'm like, the hats. He's just like, I haven't seen the movie yet, dumbass. He was like, I was like, oh, shoot. Well, I didn't spoil too much. He comes back from the movie. He's like, you son of a bitch. He's like, I fucking knew it. I knew the ending right from the beginning because you fucking said the hats. I was like, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ravy. Yeah, all right. That one deserves all caps. I know, dude. That was Arcadian. I ruined it for Arcadian. That's what, like, I need to talk to him about that on stream where it's just like, hey, man, you remember when I ruined the Prestige for you? Oh, he was pissed. He was so mad because he said it. He comes back and he's just like, dude, I figured it out just from you. Like, when you said the fucking hats and then I heard you say clones, and I was like, I'm sorry. And he's just like, no, you suck. He's like, I watched that entire movie knowing that it was that was the thing. And I was just like, really? And it was so funny too, because he was like, when they brought the twin angle in, he got excited where he's just like, okay, he probably didn't spoil it. And then the end happens, he's like, motherfucker. I can't believe you spoiled one of the best movies of all time. It really is. It really is. And yes, that first viewing, if you just don't know. Oh. Yeah, I had Harry Potter spoiled for me. I never had to buy the books anyway. Pirate. Oh, well, yeah, true. Yeah, well, keep that one in chat. I do not condone yee-hawing and jolly rogering, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I got something in my eye, guys. Oh. It's like an eyelash or something. Aggressive. All right, let's get to this Todd Blanche thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Deputy Attorney
Christ, I'm going to need captions. My bad, guys.
General. I want to talk to you a little bit about the
turn your phone off.
The Anti-Weaponization Fund. Just by way of background, you've had a long-standing relationship, of course, with President Trump. Served as his personal criminal attorney, right?
I met him for the first time a couple years ago.
Right. And in the course of your
Todd Blanche is just overall such an unlikable, weaselly little fuck that, like, I just don't understand how he's a defense attorney. How has he defended anybody? He's not good at it.
Of the president, you earned over $9 million, correct?
Well, my law firm was paid that much. I had 6 or 7 lawyers.
Well, that was in.
I would recommend the Book of Magic over Harry Potter. Book of Magic was based on a comic book, I believe.
I don't have a problem.
Oh, no, I was paid it.
Where it's literally like a Harry Potter-esque character that even he even looks like Harry.
But I'm saying
is that the same property I'm thinking of?
It's my law firm. I had employees.
Right. It's been raised that you have a close
so he didn't get a dime from that, huh?
Relationship with the president, but you're entitled to that, and the president is entitled to appoint as Attorney General a person in whom he has some trust. So that's not an issue for me. But on the Anti-Weaponization Fund, there is the question of whether a president who is suing the taxpayers, the IRS, for $10 billion, and where his formerly personal lawyer...
See what I just did there? I hit the like button. If you guys can do the same for me, I would really appreciate it. Also, if you haven't already subbed to the channel and joined yourself...
The taxpayers, is there a conflict of interest? And my understanding is that before
it's at the DCU. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah.
Got here, you did get ethics training.
That was what it was. Literally what I thought it was.
You were acting Deputy Attorney General, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you were advised that you should not be engaged in matters that affected President Trump.
Is that the one where the kid's mom is technically the wand? Like she puts her essence in the wand?
His individual capacity.
I remember there was something like that.
Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure what your understanding is based upon, but no. There's very clear ethics rules that I was required to follow that I do follow.
It's based on the letter from Mr. Terrell, and you received normal ethics training.
Yes.
And normal ethics includes that you do not represent someone with whom you have been representing them.
Thank you. It's literally basic.
Before.
Yeah.
In a personal matter, right?
Yeah, it's literally, it's basic. This is like one of the most basic tenets that we have instituted to make sure that nobody can just use a fucking lawyer like him.
I'm not trying to get uber technical, but there are very technical rules around the
let me-
ethics requirements, and I follow them.
All right. Well, maybe you could provide us with what the ethical materials.
I can tell you
were
right
that
now
were
if you're
provided. What I'd like you to do is send us the materials. Let me go on. If you had an issue, there was a dispute involving, say, Paramount, would you have a lawyer from the Justice Department who owned $9 million in stock negotiate on behalf of the government with that company?
It depends on as long as.
No. This is oh my God, this is simple law school bullshit. And like, I'm talking like first day, not even like first year. First day law school bullshit. You kind of learn what a conflict of interest is and how to avoid it.
There's an ethical and no
Holy
reason there was
shit,
no
dude.
conflict.
This guy, he's just fucking mincing words here. Like, this is kind of crazy. Also, thank you for the Uncle Alert 2.0.
In stock with Paramount. I'm representing the people. There's an adversarial relationship. You'd let me negotiate on behalf of the people when the outcome of those negotiations would have an impact on my stock price?
Sorry, I just want to understand your hypo. If a lawyer for the Department of Justice has $9 million in Paramount stock, they should not be on that case.
Right.
I agree. Yes.
Okay. And, you know, what happened here with the president that's so mystifying to many of us, it would be analogous if the governor of Vermont sued the Department of Taxes for $10 billion. And we don't appoint attorney generals, but in New Hampshire they do, but let's say we did. And the governor's formerly personal attorney.
There's no comparison
Let me finish my question. The governor sues the Department of Taxes for $10 billion. His former
George
personal
R. Martin
attorney
used to be my favorite. And I could still argue that he kind of still is. Like, dude, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, the collection, like the trilogy, is so good.
He's appointed attorney general.
I highly recommend at least read The Hedge Knight. It's just
Department of Taxes and ends up settling by setting up a fund in the control, essentially, of the governor for 1.77.
Todd Blanche probably thinks that conflict of interest is decided between Italian herb and rye.
$6 billion. That doesn't sound fishy to you?
Well, the hypo you just described.
Marshmallow High. That's a weird one where it's a marshmallow hand. But also, thank you for the party hat, too.
I don't think it's appropriate to use the word fishy. It's either ethical or not ethical.
Well,
and there's
Vermonters would just say it stinks.
Yeah.
I mean, that is truly bizarre.
Yeah.
That the chief executive gets his appointed person who was formerly his personal attorney to negotiate on his behalf.
I really hope that they don't appoint him, and I hope that like they constantly fucking just he essentially defaults out of the role.
Where at the end of the day, taxpayers are going to pay. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, because they have absolutely no like they don't need to appoint this guy. They could fucking just be like, nah, this is too much. This is too blatantly fucking corrupt.
The thing I'll correct, though, is you use the word as if I negotiated. I wasn't part of the negotiation.
But this is what's disgusting is the fact that it's always the Democrats that need to fucking have the fucking principled stances, and then everybody sucks his ass and goes, well, I just love how you did this, this, and this. Realistically, guys, like these bipartisan commissions are supposed to be bipartisan, and they're supposed to kind of follow a line where it's like, okay, so we're supposed to be talking about these investigations that you had, and we're supposed to like kind of scrutinize you, like just it doesn't matter what your party is, but these people are literally sucking up to Trump so much where they're just like, isn't Trump so great? We're just so happy that he brought you here, and you know what, we just love everything that you've done. Here, rubber stamp.
Said before,
your department is. You had to sign off on
that's
it.
True.
That is your signature.
Yes, that is my signature.
Look, you're at the top of the pile here.
Yes.
So you don't get involved in all the phone calls and all the details. But at the end of the day, you have to do due diligence and satisfy yourself that you in good faith can sign off on the agreement.
Correct.
And you did.
Yes.
So that is your responsibility, and I'm sure you accept.
Oh, I do have responsibility for it.
That's
I agree
right.
with that. Yes.
All right. And, you know, let's talk about the pardons. I understand the president, any president, has total authority to pardon anyone he or she wants. And that includes commuting sentences and
his poker face sucks.
restoration of gun rights.
I know I say that a lot, but it really does. Just
You know who Liz Oyer is.
Yes.
And you know who Mel Gibson is.
Yes.
All right. Mel Gibson was convicted of domestic violence. What he did was he punched his then girlfriend in the teeth, threatened her with a gun, while she had their infant in her arms. Now, it's the president's decision. He can restore Mr. Gibson's gun rights. That's not your decision. But my understanding is you had a pardon attorney who, when requests were made to restore gun rights to
Good on you for fucking bringing the receipts.
domestic abusers, they'd be vetted. Mental health issues, other issues, and that's because 500% increase in homicide rates of domestic abusers who have guns. You asked, or one of your people asked, Liz Oyer, to provide a letter that basically said, okay, we can restore his gun rights. Is that correct?
That happened the day I was starting. I know Ms. Oyer has claimed that
it was 2 days after.
I know that Ms. Oyer has claimed that that had anything to do with her firing. I didn't even know of that. I had known nothing about Mel Gibson or that letter when I fired her. Nothing.
So why did you fire her?
For a number of reasons. For one,
You were there 2 days?
Yes, for a number of reasons. It had nothing to do with Mel Gibson. The decisions that she had made as pardon attorney in the weeks and months leading up to the end of President Biden's term were completely inconsistent with President Trump's authority, including recommending commuting every single individual on death row, which even President Biden didn't do.
Right. I'll let the Americans be the jury of whether that sounds right. But 2 days after you were there, she got fired. She was told to do a letter that was basically going to validate the decision the president had made to restore gun rights to a man who smashed his girlfriend's mouth, threatened her with a gun, and did it with her holding their infant.
And had nothing to do with why she was fired, by the way. Nothing.
Now, what also is documented is that she was going to testify here in Congress before a roundtable. And people were dispatched, federal marshals, to go to her home at night. It turns out she was not there. Her 11-year-old son was there alone. And fortunately, at the very last minute, that access to her house, or that the trip to her house, was canceled.
That's not true. I mean, if you want me to answer with the truth, I can.
What part of it is not true?
When we learned that she was going to testify about privileged communications, like we do anytime a former employee is going to violate their ethical duties, we drafted a letter. We tried to serve that letter on her via email. We tried to contact her. She would not answer her phone. Okay. So the way the Department of Justice serves that, and then she accepted service.
Oh, thank you. I'll go on. Kash Patel, I do want to go back to my colleague, Senator Weiss, has some concern. I have concerns about him because of the reports about his drinking, about the incredibly bad morale there. But I'm not going to ask you on that. You are a supervisor, so obviously you have some responsibility to be reviewing this behavior.
I don't think he has any issues drinking. He has no issues with morale.
All right, here's what is very clear. He was at the White House for 8 hours, and this is after a report came out in the New York Times that talked about the $400 million Qatari plane that was Air Force One not having certain deceptive defensive capabilities, and issued subpoenas to reporters demanding that they turn over their news sources. I happen to believe it's extremely important to protect the right of the press to have confidential sources in order to get out information that is absolutely in the public interest. Do you support Mr. Patel's efforts to subpoena and get reporters under the grill to disclose who their confidential sources are?
The Department of Justice requires that I authorize it, which I did. And those reporters, we're not targeting reporters. They're material witnesses, just like a reporter would be a material witness to a car crash. Yeah, they are witnesses. And so
that's
and the question you want to ask them is who were their sources?
Yeah, it's literally trying to get these people to fucking not have source protection anymore.
Part of the First Amendment.
It's just blatant.
No, the question we want to ask them is who provided them with classified national security information, which everybody in this body should want to protect. I would hope.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's literally to attack whistleblowers and to make sure that they can't fucking say anything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, good to see you.
You too, Senator.
Senator Whitehouse.
Morning, Mr. Blanche.
Good morning.
Why won't you tell us what became of the $50,000 in confidential money that the FBI reported that it gave to Tom Homan?
I'm not aware of what you're speaking about.
Oh shit! Nice coming in, and he's gonna try and place it on Pam Bondi. I guarantee it because this happened under Bondi.
To the extent that there have been public reporting about an investigation, I know nothing about it.
Well, the public reporting is that the FBI reported giving $50,000 in the nature of a bribe to Tom Homan, and there's been no
It's
report
literally on video, bro.
that came of that $50,000. Will you answer that
Oh
question?
no, let's go. No, dude, White House is bringing the fucking heat. Good for him, man. I think that these people are done with their bullshit. Like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that some of the Washington lobbyists are starting to lose their power
But will you
because now that we are kind of coming up to the midterms, they are like Democrats are starting to panic a little where it's just like, ah, shit, we kind of waited a little too long.
answer that question? Because we've been asking for a long time now. Your department certainly knows what's happening.
I'm not aware that that's true.
Well, take a look at it, and it's publicly reported, and the FBI reported it, and you should answer the question.
Yeah.
That's not the only one. Here's a list of unanswered questions that I have just asked. I don't know how it is that
God, why do they always look so fucking guilty? Oh, yeah, it's because they are. It's because they're fucking slime.
the
Jesus Christ, the amount of people that fucking
chairman
believe that Republicans are the principled party, and they're just sitting here like, oh, leftists just want trans in sports. They want to have criminals everywhere. They want to have illegals everywhere. You fucking disingenuous assholes.
thinks that you've
I fucking can't stand it anymore. And realistically, no, what you guys want is a white ethno state. You guys want a fucking Christian white ethno state, you fucking white supremacist fucks.
cooperated with the committee or that you've been transparent with the committee. That is not my experience. You said earlier that you welcome our questions. Great. Answer our questions. That's the real point. Where we've failed to get answers to our oversight questions, we've actually had to revert to the Freedom of Information Act, the general law of government transparency, to try to get answers from the Department of Justice. Here's how we did. Not well. We have this stack of questions that you haven't answered in the nature of oversight. We have this stack of FOIA requests that you haven't answered. And I think it's important for us to believe that you actually take seriously your constitutional oversight responsibilities in order to confirm you, that you actually take
They want white Christian Sharia law. Yeah.
seriously your obligation.
No, just call it fucking holy law. Just call it holy law. All right. This is the thing. They use the term Sharia law like because it's big scary Muslim words. Like seriously, they love this is why like Trump does the Allah Akbar like because they're fucking disingenuous assholes that also are dumb. They're just fucking stupid motherfuckers. Low IQ motherfuckers that don't understand culture and they don't understand mutual respect or any of it. Like fuck these guys. Honestly, the fact that these weak feckless leaders of these fucking nations can't ever call out Trump because realistically they don't want to upset him. But he could sit there fucking literally talking about, look at this little fucker. Look at Macron. He's got the trans wife. Even though I don't think she's trans, but maybe she is. I don't know. Candace is just asking questions. Like, it's always the same shit. Look at the way that fucking the chick from Italy got exactly what she deserved.
To this committee, irrespective of party, majority or minority, in order to confirm you. So I
you know that Muslims want to convert people just like Christians do? The horror.
will ask before we get to a vote on this that you take a look at these and get us answers. Where we have had answers, Mr. Blanche,
Holy shit,
they
Senator Clegane, I've not seen you in chat in a minute.
have not been
How you been?
informative. They have been blow-offs. So let's move on to Trump
No, I understand that.
versus
I understand that.
IRS.
I wasn't trying to chastise you at all.
Our
I was
research
more so just adding to it.
indicates that senior DOJ officials have never in the history of the department before faced a judicial inquiry into a fraud on the court participated in by the Department of Justice. That was the inquiry opened in Florida. The question about fraud on the court committed by the Department of Justice remains open in the judge's
Been around,
decision.
man of mystery.
Here's what she did find. She found that the Department of Justice colluded with the Trump plaintiffs, that the Department of Justice violated DOJ policies in that collusion, that department attorneys were derelict in their responsibilities as DOJ attorneys, that the department failed to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States of America, its true client. And as I said, the fraud on the court question remains open, an unprecedented allegation about the department. As a result of that, the order was transmitted to the New York State Bar for potential disciplinary proceedings. I would like to ask, in addition, since this is new news, the decision was, 2 days ago? I would like to ask that you say to us that you will be willing to provide all of the documents and communications between the Department of Justice and the Trump plaintiffs in that matter.
I'm not aware of any communications. I didn't have any. So if you put a request in, we'll look at it. I mean, obviously that's active, continued litigation in the Southern District of Florida. So it depends on.
Explain how it is active, continued litigation in the District of Florida.
Well, there's been several indications that the parties of, I never entered notice of appearance, but that the parties intend to appeal the judge's Monday 56-page decision.
Well, it'll be interesting. Do you intend to appeal the Department of Justice?
We weren't really even part of that decision. So to the extent there's something that we can appeal, I very vigorously will encourage the department to do so.
Well, here's the tell. In that case.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's the same bullshit. Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. You'll just have to send a request to our department to have that answered. You'll just have to send a request for that to be answered. Then he literally pulls out a stack, 2 stacks of paper, like literally this thick each, just fucking slaps those down. Well, here's the fucking request that we had that you didn't answer, so maybe you'll answer it now. Like, this is the thing. Like, White House is kind of coming at this the way that I am, where it's like, he's got the fire. Yeah, but this weaselly little fuck, this is what's really bothering me again. The fact that we are even in this, where it's just like, we're just accepting that he's going to get confirmed.
The Department of Justice filed no answer, filed no agreement with respect to the extension of time, filed no response to the case or controversy.
Also, everybody over on the horizontal stream, how you guys doing? Thank you for hanging out today.
Related to the withdrawal of the complaint.
Why are they all wearing Trump's suit? Yeah, first JD, now this douche. Yes, it's literally the same suits. They wear the same fucking, like, it's disgusting. It's literally fucking sad. It's disgustingly sad that these people are so weak, feckless, fucking weak-minded assholes that can just be fucking just told what to do by Trump. Like, and they have no agency. Like,
no settlement.
Most of the people that love Trump, same thing. They have no agency. They need to wait around for their Lord and Savior to say what he thinks about something before they can go and give their opinions.
And filed no response to the fraud on the court inquiry. To me, as a one-time litigator, that looks like really weird behavior. And when for the first time in history there's an inquiry into fraud upon the court committed by the Department of Justice, the silence from the department in response to that is deafening, Mr. Blanche, deafening. And it strikes me that the stratagem here was to file no pleadings, to try to keep the department out of the authority of the court, when what the department knew to be a collusive and false enterprise was blown up in that court. Now, it didn't work because the court found collusion, and it takes two to collude. And they also went on and made the other adverse findings about the department's conduct. And the problem here, Mr. Blanche, is that it's not just that one occasion. Between judges appointed by every president harshly criticizing the department.
Exo Kislov? That was very, very specific.
This work in your
I'm glad that you're discovering things about yourself.
tenure, grand juries rejecting indictments, judicial findings of outright misconduct, capable lawyers fleeing the stinking ship. Yeah. This seems to be the most troubled Department of Justice in history. Here are some of the misconduct findings against your U.S. attorneys. And
yeah, thank you, Etch.
I haven't put it up yet. Here's a word cloud of
At
the
HBX
commentary
$5.
by federal
Let me
judges
kick
about the
off the
conduct
goal.
of your DOJ. These are red flag words that when I was a U.S. attorney would have provoked at minimum an internal conversation about what the hell went wrong, and very likely a conversation with OPR and maybe OPR pursuit. Words like pretext mean a lot coming from a judge about a government argument, usually enjoying the presumption of regularity. We need answers. I need you to be able to tell me that this kind of misconduct is going to stop if you're confirmed as Attorney General. Can you say that?
The Department of Justice works hard. The prosecutors work hard every day, and I appreciate the hand-picked words that you have behind you right now, but that's not reflective of the 100,000 indictments and informations that have been filed to do the work that I talked about earlier today. And so while cherry picking a few isolated words from district court or magistrate judges in certain
By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, anytime that you guys donate to the stream, the dog gets a treat.
districts is something that you're entitled to do.
I try to do
It's
equal to the
absolutely
dono,
false
depending.
to suggest that this Department of Justice is not executing as we should in doing the right thing every single day.
I will tell you that you are wrong. That in the history of the department, this kind
At
of
Rebecca Green,
criticism by federal
1827
judges is
Australian dollars.
unprecedented, and it comes from judges of every different political persuasion. Let me ask about the FBI. How long do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you confident he's not drinking on the job? Are you sure none of his travel is a pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, and visiting girlfriends? Are you sure he knows what he's doing?
I love how, again, his tell is the fact that he just anger face.
Do you vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator, and I have
Obnoxious?
full faith.
He's asking a legitimate question about misconduct. This is why I never, ever want to be fucking lectured about waste, fraud, and abuse from a Republican ever again. I will literally face mush them. I will just go. I'm not just. That's what it's gonna look like. It's literally. Oh yeah, well, what about the waste, fraud, abuse, and Minnesota?
In Director Patel and the work that he's doing every day.
Great, you get to own that. One last thing, if I may. You have refused to exclude January 6 rioters from your anti-weaponization fund. You have refused to put in writing that the slush fund is dead. Indeed, you signaled to allies that payouts are still on track. You have vacated seditious conspiracy convictions against members of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Yep. You hired January
while also going after people who are part of Antifa.
6 rider Jared Wise, who had urged the mob to kill police officers. You scrubbed press releases about January 6th.
Just remember, guys, if we lose and we do not gain any fucking, if we don't gain the House at least, it's Jova.
Prosecutions.
Like, it's cute that we think that we're actually, like, at that point, yeah, hope might actually be lost. And then we can start screaming to everybody, just like, no, fuck you. Like, I hope the one thing that comes from this is most people get a little more hardened in their, like, attitudes about this shit, because this is deadly serious.
And called the releases partisan propaganda. You denied that Trump encouraged any violence.
Honestly,
on
they should
January
indict him right there. I mean, it would be so funny to serve him while he's on the commit, like while he's in the middle of fucking testifying.
6th.
Like, and now we have served you. Have fun.
You've cleaned house of every attorney who worked on a case related to Trump, and you've bragged that bringing justice for violent rioters meant that every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted. I hope that our colleagues who are concerned about what happened on January 6th take that into account.
Yep.
Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
I would. Almost everything the senator just said, and he's protected, he's allowed to lie, but almost everything he just said was absolutely false, okay? Starting with the fact that I have never said that any sort of violence against law enforcement is appropriate. I have never said that publicly. I have never said that in a speech, and I certainly do not believe it. I did not hire the person referenced, and that is, again, something that just happens not to be true. When I talk about what happened with the convicted January 6 defendants, I talk about what President Trump did. He has the absolute right to pardon anybody for any reason he sees fit, and every one of them got pardoned or commuted. I am not celebrating that. It is a fact. And the fact that my department had to take action in response to those pardons by dismissing some cases is exactly what I have to do under the law, and it's what I did. So that the narrative that the senator just suggested and put on me as something I believe is absolutely not true.
Since he accused me of lying personally, Mr. Chairman, let me ask that I put this series of concerns into a question for the record, and that you, under oath, one by one, tell me where there's a lie.
I'm happy to do that.
We'll get that to you.
I'm happy to do that. Absolutely.
He's not going to. I hope White House holds him to that.
Senator Booker.
Finally, got closed caption back. That last one didn't even have it. Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to speed these up today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanche.
Good afternoon.
Our president has a very well-documented history of attempting to corruptly influence government officials to advance his own personal interest. He called the Republican Secretary of Georgia asking him to find enough votes.
I can't stand Cory Booker, but at least on this one, he does cook them.
To overturn the election.
I watched this one this morning. Well, I watched most of these before I started the show, so.
He withheld military aid to pressure Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden's son. For these things,
apologies for pre-watching, guys. I know that's a cardinal sin when you're a streamer.
Been impeached. He's been criminally convicted in Georgia, indicted in Georgia, because he uses his power to unjustly influence people. When a president routinely pressures public officials for his own personal benefit, the Department of Justice has to remain independent.
I love this thing.
This brings me really to you, and I think what has you at the center of so much concern is that you seek to lead the Department of Justice after being the president's personal lawyer.
Hey, Uni, if you're listening.
The American people are really entitled to know whether your allegiance to the rule of law is your focus or your allegiance to one man who clearly has an insatiable appetite for revenge, self-enrichment, and the abuse of power. So I want to talk about your record. Under you, the department has prosecuted people
actually doing something
that have
helpful
caught
for
folks
once.
on both sides of the political aisle by surprise. Jim Comey, Letitia James, my colleague Adam Schiff, Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. This casts a shadow over your ideas, any ideas of independence. You directed the arrest of Mayor Ras Baraka of my city of Newark. You weren't at Delaney Hall on May 9th, 2025, when he was arrested. But yes or no, did you have a conversation with Special Agent in Charge Ricky Patel ordering him to arrest Mayor Baraka?
Oh my God, he does have mini-me energy. You come here and mini-me. You come here, mini-me. You complete me. Come here, daddy. My little daddy. I call him my hottie toddy.
I had a conversation. I didn't order him to arrest. I authorized the arrest, which is my job.
So you were not there, and we have body camera footage of him then moving and saying, we are arresting the mayor right now per, this is his quote, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. I want to...
Dude, again, arresting elected officials is not going to have the outcome that they think it is going to have. This idea that they're going to intimidate people into silence isn't working. If anything, it's emboldening people. Like, this is what they don't understand, is most people are complacent when they get paid and you don't disrupt anything. This is why status quo politics is such a thing. And that's why nobody has risen up. That's why nobody's done anything. But if they keep pushing, it's going to cause a boiling point, and it's not going to be it's not going to be like the Black Lives Matter shit. It's not going to be like any of that, because they're pissing off everyone.
Got into the record, your comments there, and the district court assessing all of your.
I'm sorry, but 37% of a fucking country that, even theoretically, if that is his actual support right now, that 37% of the country is still with Trump, that ain't enough to fucking do nothing.
Conduct. Admonish the Department of Justice. This is the quote of the judge, of the federal judge. Your role is not to advance political agendas. Your allegiance is to the impartial application of the law and to uphold due process for all. But this is just one example.
No, as I said this yesterday, rolling blackouts, high gas prices, if the inflation keeps rising and everything is getting more expensive,
example cited by
it's going to boil over. Trump keeps putting these little Band-Aids on, like the Walmart thing, where I contacted the head of Walmart and told them to lower the prices, even though that was blatant bullshit. Walmart came out and said, hey, we're adjusting our prices, which is just code for, hey, our greedflation they're starting to notice, so we're gonna walk it back a little bit.
1,200 current and former Department of Justice officials.
Trust me, it's gonna get a lot worse once we start really seeing the fucking shit hit the fan. And no matter what, man, there's no way with him restarting this war. Like, this is why I'm kind of worried about the energy sector not responding the way that they did the first time to the Russian. Like, dude, Russia's oil reserves got hit, or like a Russian oil field got hit. You remember what the last time that a giant Russian oil field got hit? What happened? It was under Biden. Yeah, you remember how high the gas prices were under Biden? It's weird. It's kind of weird how that does, so that and the Strait of Hormuz, like, you're telling me that all of a sudden, all that shit's closed, but we're still, okay, gas prices still low, huh? How's that work?
Appointed under presidents of both parties who warned that you should not be in.
It's so weird that gas is not moved. I'm telling you right now that it's all a fix, dude.
This position because of.
But that's also what's going to end up dooming us, is the fact that these aren't competent people. They're not even competent in their scams. They're going to get what they want out of it, and then once they get their profits, they're just going to be like, fuck it, let it all fucking collapse.
Your inability.
They genuinely think that, like, because they have their bunkers, they have their little communities, that nothing is ever going to happen to them. They think that nothing is going to affect them at all, because they're just like, it's going to affect the little people.
To be independent.
I mean, realistically, dude, this is that fucking bourgeois shit, and this is where, like, I know that this is where I don't like the people on the left getting too hyperbolic about this shit, like, guillotine, all that shit. Like, come on, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. In this modern era of TikTok politics and everything, that's not what's gonna fly. But again, if you guys want to, like, pocket or shelve that until mass blackouts, energy crises, like, that's what gets people riled up. And I hope you understand that. Like, and that's where you kind of need to keep that, again, in your back pocket, where you're just like, all right, well, I'm angry about ICE. I'm going to go make my voice be heard. But don't be surprised when your average American doesn't show up for those causes, because your average American is a selfish asshole that only wants to have what benefits them. Plain and simple. Just plain and simple. That's America. That ain't just Republicans. That's America right there, baby. So once it starts affecting them in really, really obvious ways, that's when you go, hey, by the way, we kind of got this, thing going on. You want to join?
To Donald Trump over the rule of law. I met yesterday with Epstein survivors. Some of them are here in the room today. Congress, in a bipartisan fashion, passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Oh, by the way, the Epstein victims are in the audience today. I thought that was a pretty baller move.
American people were demanding justice. Yet you failed to abide by that law and release the files by the deadline established by the law. And when the files were finally released, you failed to protect the survivors that law was intended to protect. Survivors Personal information, including names, phone numbers, home addresses, and images were released. Powerful people.
You know what I also think is kind of hilarious? The fact that their sexism was so blatant with Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem, but now, same type of incompetence, not a word.
Were redacted.
Not a fucking
Survivors
word.
Were
they love this little Weasley shit.
More than 1,200 victims, yet only 2 people have ever been prosecuted, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, I was stunned earlier by your conversation with one of my colleagues that you wouldn't even commit to meeting with the survivors.
Nope.
But you did meet with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep. Yeah, he's meeting with the perps, making sweetheart deals, but not the... See, this is the thing. Now's the time. You know that outrage that we had for Graham Plattner? Now's the time to fucking start pointing that somewhere.
Your claim that you can't meet with these victims.
Because this guy is literally fucking making victims' lives that much fucking more difficult. He is literally he is throwing them into the fire.
Victims.
And all we are doing is just like, well, crackle, crackle.
Because they're represented by counsel.
How fucked up is that?
Counsel is utter nonsense. Counsel can be present or a client can waive their right to have counsel, but you're a lawyer. You know this. That was not truthful, what you said to my colleague. You said that they should meet with the FBI. All of these women have reported their crimes decades ago.
Yes.
But yet you won't meet with them.
Yep. Some of them have had multiple investigations prove that their fucking their accusations had merit.
What you'll do is meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Over a year ago, you sat with her, and you publicly said you were seeking the truth. So let's talk about what that 2-day meeting produced. Did your interview with Ms. Maxwell lead to a single additional person being charged, yes or no?
No.
Did it lead to a single new investigation, yes or no?
I can't talk about whether there's any investigation.
I'm not asking you about an ongoing or closed investigation. I'm just asking you about this unusual...
I can't answer your question, yes or no.
Did you or anyone else from the DOJ or associated with the president discuss a presidential pardon with Ghislaine Maxwell
and
or
her
her
attorneys?
attorneys?
No.
Did you discuss clemency, yes or no?
No.
Did you discuss...
freeze there. Uh-oh. Now it's time to fight. Now it is time. Guys, what's this under oath shit if you ain't gonna fucking hold him in contempt for lying?
Did you discuss her transfer to another institution, yes or no?
No.
Well, just 1 week after your meeting, Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low-security federal institution to a minimum-security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
Wow, he's lying under oath? Yes, very comfortably.
As I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats. It turned out...
I'm going to interrupt you for a matter of time because...
Okay, well, it's not a question I can
Ashley Johnson, how's it going? This is so wild. Yes, it is.
Well, apparently in the...
Sir,
how you doing, Ashley?
I'm going to tell you this because I deal with issues of criminal justice. When people are under threats in a Bureau of Prison facility, they're put into solitary confinement or protective. They're not moved to a camp.
That's not always true.
It is.
You're
Well,
just
what
wrong.
what is true is someone that is accused of child sex trafficking under the Bureau of Prison's own policies is not put in a facility like this that seems clearly like a reward.
This asshole's lying his ass off. Oh, it's blatant. Dude, it's so fucking blatant and obvious, too. This is where I was saying I would never hire him because he's an awful liar. He literally lies like your average little kid. Just, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You're just mad because you don't like me.
The Department of Justice is
that's
also responsible.
You don't like
powerful
Trump.
corporations
TDS, like
play by the same rules.
He would just literally say, I plead TDS.
Let's take a proposed merger between Paramount, Warner Brothers, and Discovery. This is no ordinary transaction. It was a proposed 100...
Man, he don't look good at all. I think that Republicans even are looking at him just being like, how do we solve the...
$11 billion merger involving 2 of the last remaining legacy Hollywood studios. As Deputy Attorney General and later Acting Attorney General, you exercised oversight of the Antitrust Division. You approved the decision to close the department's investigation into that merger, yes or no?
I was part of the decision. I
yes,
don't know
you were involved in that.
You
that
don't
is
even
a yes.
let me answer, man.
Did you?
That's
did the
incredible.
career attorneys who investigated
So it was yes.
That deal
I mean, the thing is, you don't know. You don't get to fucking lie your ass off, dude. Yes or no. This is why you keep saying yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
Recommend closing that investigation.
I didn't have a conversation with the career, but as I was saying
I didn't
earlier,
ask you that. I asked you, did the
That's how you handle that shit. That's how you handle that. You say, that wasn't the fucking question, dude.
career attorneys who investigated the deal recommend closing the investigation?
I have no idea what they
You were in charge of that department, yet you have no idea. Well,
I didn't say I had no idea. I had no idea about the question you asked about what the career attorney's view was.
You do not know what the career attorney's view was.
I'm not sure what the view was with respect to closing it or not closing it.
Let me tell you why ethics
Glasses off. Glasses
laws
off.
that bind you about the appearance of
Broad
impropriety
Blanche. Ooh, that's a good one.
are so damning in this case. On the same day that Paramount shareholders voted to approve the merger, David Ellison, the head of the acquiring company, hosted a dinner that you attended honoring the President of the United States. While you were at that dinner, the DOJ was still investigating
The
a merger.
Yeah. This is a blatant fucking, again, conflict of interest. I'm also glad that there's at least 12 states that are trying to block the merger. And it seems like they're having a lot of success because it does actually violate a bunch of the antitrust laws within the states. So, yeah, okay. Bet, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. Make that merger. So then all of a sudden you cannot stream in the 12 states that have the biggest cities and the most amount of people. Bet, bitch.
Speak with Mr.
Fucking let's see if that landmass that you guys constantly fucking parade around, look at all the red, look at all the red. Let's do it. Fucking bet. All of your fucking money can be made from them, right? Let's go. Let's see.
Mr. Ellison on that evening?
No.
Did you discuss with anyone involved in that organization that evening the department's ongoing investigations?
No.
Well, 6 weeks later, after that dinner, that investigation was closed that you're stating you have no idea if the attorneys in charge even finished their investigation.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
You asked me a question about whether the attorneys recommended that the investigation be closed, and I said I wasn't sure. That's different than what you just threw back at me.
Do you believe that creates an appearance of impropriety that you were at a dinner?
No.
Okay. The Justice Department ethics rules are very clear about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. In a case like this, I don't think that's appearance of impropriety. I think that's improper. That the connected and the powerful are getting a chance to rub shoulders. It would seem appropriate that you avoid those kind of appearances in dinners like that.
Every appearance or dinner or speech that I give are cleared by ethics officials.
So your attendance at that dinner was cleared by ethics officials?
Everything that I do.
I didn't ask you everything you do. Was your appearance at that dinner
You
cleared?
can ask the questions, but you cannot control my answers. I'm under oath, and I can answer the questions. I choose to answer them.
Were you
so what I will
approved
tell
to
you
approve?
is when I do
Yes
things
or no?
outside,
Were you approved
when
by
I do
ethics
things
to-
outside of the department.
Just literally go, wah,
Whether it's a speech,
answer the fucking question, dude.
whether it's a dinner, whether it's an event, they are approved by ethics officials.
You did not answer whether that attendance was approved.
Every time I go out, it's approved, yes.
You know, Lincoln, it was said about him that if you want to see the true character of a man, don't view him in adversity, give him power.
Give him power. Yep.
I believe you've had a lot of power.
Yep. And he
And
has
so we don't have to
misused it.
speculate about what has
blatantly.
been revealed with your time in that
I mean, the
office.
Ghislaine Maxwell thing should fucking literally, not only should disqualify him from this, but dude, he should be disbarred.
We don't need to worry about what kind of attorney general. You've already had that power. This isn't a job interview like usually. You've sat before this committee before. You've made promises time and time again before. You got the job, actually, to be the number 2 and the acting director. So this isn't a confirmation hearing. This is more of a performance review. And clearly, when it comes to the treatment of Epstein victims, when it comes to politically motivated prosecutions, when it comes from avoiding appearance of impropriety with corporations, you failed. You're asking this body for a promotion. And you've spent today making a lot of promises to follow the law, promises to be independent, promises to serve the American people and not the president. But We don't need your promises. We have
your
your record.
Oh my God, he's cooking. He's cooking. Listen, I do not like this guy, but holy fuck, he is on point here.
We have watched you exercise.
Hey, thank you, P Salty, or PT Salty. Also, thank you for the 5 watch streak. Hell yeah.
It's one of the greatest powers entrusted to any public servant. And what have you shown us? 1,200 victims waiting for justice. What have you shown us? There's 2 prosecutions. While the people involved, the victims,
scared the crap out of me,
are waiting for action, one of the people prosecuted gets the most cushy arrangement possible after you visit with her. Again and again, you seem to be favoring the
interest. We need Dems to step up before it's too late. The thing is, this is what we needed to happen.
Of a president and the powerful. You've chosen Trump.
Yes, I hope this isn't too little, too late, but this is good. This is good. I like this.
Over truth.
Yeah, you can dude, I don't believe in body language entirely, but holy fuck.
You've chosen corporations.
Oh my God. Juice. Jesus
over the
Christ, he is so fucked.
Constitution. And you failed to meet the test. I'll say this in closing. This is why your nomination should fail. The Attorney General's client is not the president. It's the American people. You've been protecting one man for most of your career, for years and years and years. He has demonstrated himself to put undue pressure. This is why he was impeached. This is why he was criminally indicted. If your record and your testimony today should show us anything, it should show you, in my opinion, that you should not be confirmed to this job.
Oops, good clip, good clip. All right, now we go into Forbes. Ugh, this is where it gets a little dicey. All right, let's keep an eye on this side here, because it'll be.
In thanking the men and women of the Department of Justice for their service.
Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking Forbes.
I want to begin where
Forbes, I swear to God, Forbes, anytime that they do like a this type of coverage, specifically when it's a Republican, they conveniently have their volume all the way down.
Maybe we have.
I have this volume all the way up on YouTube, all the way up on my freaking my OBS. So like, I'm sorry if you guys can't hear this shit.
That the Islamic Republic of Iran is well known to detain, torture, even kill political
Jesus
dissidents.
Fucking Christ! Now I got to turn up
evangelical
too.
Christians. Would you not?
Yes, Senator, they have done that.
Right.
Yes.
And last week, the Iranian American Legal Defense Fund filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump administration
they always use copywritten music too. Yeah, they do.
Adopted a policy of collaborating with the Islamic Republic of Iran to provide details about asylum applicants. This is the United States government providing information regularly and frequently to the Iranian government about Iranian nationals who are seeking asylum here in the United States. These are declarations made under oath before the court about high officials stationed here with Iran getting information from the United States government, and then the American government deporting hundreds of individuals, including evangelical Christians, back to Iran, where they face torture, imprisonment, potential death. Were you or the Department of Justice consulted about this policy?
Well, that's not our policy, Senator. We would never send somebody home to be tortured. That's not what the American people would expect of us. That's certainly not what President Trump does. So I'm not familiar with the lawsuit you're talking about, but there's no such policy.
Will you commit to investigate these allegations?
I know nothing about the lawsuit. I will, when you say commit to investigate allegations, we don't do that. But certainly if the law...
The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you do.
Lawsuit needs to be answered.
Yeah, then you take him to the grand jury. Motherfucker, you are just blatantly lying now.
And part of that includes investigation, absolutely.
Well, you do investigate allegations.
Yeah, holy shit. Did he just say that with his full chest?
Of illegality. This policy would clearly be not only
Wow.
illegal,
There is
but
no such
morally repugnant, would it not? You agreed with me that it should not be the policy of the United States to do it.
But in your question, you're suggesting there is such a policy. I'm telling you there is no such policy.
Well, if there is no such policy, then I presume you would investigate it.
When I see the lawsuit, I'm just not familiar with it. We will, of course, do what's
But
appropriate.
you'd agree with me.
Oh, dude, again, I have had better excuses from my fucking 7-year-old nephew when you ask them just like, hey, did you break this? Well, no, I didn't break it. Technically, it fell because of the vibrations of the ground.
That it would be wrong.
That it would be wrong, meaning it would be wrong to send somebody home to be tortured. Yes.
Let me ask you,
Yes, because that's a dicey question for him, because that also, then he'll just be like, oh, okay, so you mean asylum.
about allegations.
You mean legal
in connection
asylum.
with
That's what asylum is, and that's why we've actually had laws on the books about this for years.
David Gentili. I think we talked about these allegations when you visited me. Thank you for coming to my office. In May of 2025, David Gentili was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in an almost $1.8 billion Ponzi-like scheme that defrauded over 10,000 investors, many of them middle-class retirees, of their hard-earned savings. And he was imprisoned. He boasted to fellow inmates and others that he was going to be released because he paid $2.5
By the way, two Republicans suck butt is supposed to be yes.
million for clemency.
But yeah, I figured why not? Whatever.
Evidence collected by
today.
the Eastern District of New York supported those allegations and reportedly also included statements by Father Frank Mann that he spoke to the president about David.
It's all right.
The Eastern District of New York was investigating these allegations and reportedly received a call from one of your top deputies instructing them about the concerns of the Department of Justice. The investigation was stopped by the Eastern District of New York. I wrote to you on June 23rd, and United States Attorney Joseph Nacella, about these allegations, that an investigation into this impropriety was shut down at the request of your office. Did you have any involvement or knowledge about the commutation of Mr. Gentili's sentence?
President Trump, as I've said a couple times today, has full authority to pardon or commute anybody convicted of federal crime.
That's not my question.
So I'm answering your question.
That's not. No, it's not.
Did you
I'm answering
know
your
about
question.
No, you're not.
What my communications with President Trump, I will not talk about. He does not, nor should he. He has no obligation.
Actually, this is you're actually proving the point why you are not fit for this job. Just right there, you still view the president as your client. That's the biggest conflict of interest I've ever fucking seen. This hearing's over. New appointee needed.
To discuss
appointee denied or appointment denied. Next,
pardon or commutations decisions with me, and he has not. As far as the what you just suggested about an investigation, I believe you're referring to a news article that was the result of apparent leaks, and I would caution that there's falsehoods in those news articles.
I'm asking you whether you had any involvement in commuting that sentence or in stopping the investigation into the allegations of impropriety, payment to, possibly payment to Father Frank Mann.
And I answered the first question, but when you say stopping an investigation, there's an assumption built into your question that I will not concede. We will not talk about whether investigations exist or don't exist, and certainly some leak about something that we supposedly did doesn't warrant an answer either.
There was an investigation, correct?
That's my whole point in saying is that there's an assumption baked into your question that I don't think is true, meaning that we cannot comment on even the existence of investigations like that.
You commented this morning to Republican colleagues about several investigations.
No, I haven't.
Well, you commented in response to the chairman about the FISA investigation.
About the what? Excuse me?
The investigation that he asked you about.
So, Senator, my point is that you're asking me questions about a news article, the source of which was apparently leaks. It would be inappropriate for me as the acting attorney general to comment on such leaks or news articles that you're referencing.
Yeah.
But
I accept that you're not going to answer my question, but I think there is a need for the Inspector General to look into the investigation that was apparently, according to these articles and other
Mr. Blanche, you were the witness, not the examiner. Please answer the question. Easy.
information
Yep.
stopped as a result of your intervention. Let me move on. In 2017, more than 10,000 9/11 victims filed suit against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That lawsuit is heading to trial. Information was promised by President Trump in September of 2019. That information has not been provided. Will you commit to meet with those families and provide the information they need for their
Hey,
lawsuit?
Jess, good to see you. Welcome in.
folks from my office have met with the representatives of those families. We will commit to continuing to have communications, of course.
And provide the information they're seeking?
Well, you're saying, I don't know what the information is you're talking about, so obviously I can't just commit to providing the information.
Well, let's talk about other information. Information about the Epstein abuses. Your predecessor apologized to the Epstein survivors with good reason. Because as you've said today, mistakes
What's up, Ron?
were made.
How's it going?
I'm asking
Welcome to the
you
show.
today,
Thank you for hanging out
with
today.
Epstein survivors in this room, to apologize to them.
Well, so my heart breaks for every victim of any sexual crime, whether it's involving Mr. Epstein or somebody else.
Yeah, you're really showing it.
And so if you're asking me to
You turn around and tell that to the women behind you right now. Look them in the eyes and say that.
apologize that this happened to them, of course, absolutely. This is a horrible thing, which is why this department
I would hop away with one foot up Blanche's
of
ass.
Justice, this administration,
Good, how are you? I'm doing all
is
right.
focused
Having a
very
good day.
heavily on going after these predators.
Not sure if
And
I
so,
told you
yes,
guys, but me and the wife, we actually went for a Pokemon Go walk, which we haven't done in many, many years, but we had a good time.
of course, that's part of my job. as
Pikachu
being
Day, by the way. For anybody that still has a Pokemon Go account, by the way,
empathetic to the
Will
victims
you
of
Pikachu Day.
apologize to them for the
Guys want special
mishandling and
Pikachus.
mistakes that were made by the United States Department of Justice?
I will absolutely say that any mistake that we made should not have been made. And I very much,
Well, they're
I
in
very
this-
much apologize. I can answer the question, or you can just interrupt me, Senator, but I am answering your question. I very much am, and I have said this to anybody that asks and publicly before, any mistake that was made is not appropriate. And so, yes, I am sorry that in about 1% of the documents, mistakes were made. But what I will say on top of that is we put tons of resources to rectifying those mistakes immediately, including pulling down documents within minutes of being informed that there were mistakes, potential mistakes made, and working 24/7 to rectify any mistakes. And that's what I would expect the victims would
Yeah,
want
it
us
sucks.
to
We
do.
had to miss Community Day in Chicago because my wife was getting
Our
surgery.
council and this body as well.
And
We would have gone.
you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you can well meet with any of the survivors or victims with their counsel present? You said you can't meet with them, but you could meet with them if their
I never
counsel
said
was-
I can't meet with them. I said if they were represented, I had to meet through counsel. But of course, I can meet with them. I'm the acting attorney general of the United States, so yes, I can. I very strongly believe that if for these victims to tell their stories and the evidence that they have, they should meet, like any victim of a crime, with the FBI or a law enforcement agent, and that we will do everything we can to prosecute if we can.
The judge in Florida referred your misconduct. She concluded
Oh,
that
damn.
there
Hope
was
everything went well with her surgery. That's actually.
misconduct and
She is doing well, but it didn't go exactly how we wanted it to.
misrepresentation,
So,
an improper purpose.
but she is cancer free, and yes, we are in the recovery stage. Hence, why any little bit of a donation does it goes right to the recovery fund
And-
because it all goes a very long way right now.
that legal action
We are
to the bar of New York.
balls deep in the
for
American
potential
healthcare
discipline,
system.
including losing your law license. I know you disagree with the result of the ruling. Has that kind of referral ever happened by a federal judge for
Damn, dude.
an attorney general of the United States?
Damn, dude.
Can you
I don't know, but I'll tell you something. That judge never asked us to respond. She never gave us an opportunity to respond to anything. And she didn't refer me. She just asked that a copy of the order be provided to the New York bar, because there's several activist groups that have filed complaints against me. So listen, as I've said earlier, I think anybody on this committee, especially the lawyers that have practiced, can read that opinion and reach their own conclusions. But I very much disagree with the judge's insinuations about me. And we're going to do what we can to make
She
that
didn't
right.
need to.
One last question. Would you agree with me that agents of the United States should not fire into cars unless fire their weapons into cars unless there is an imminent threat?
give a short answer to that?
There's a well-established standard as to when an agent can discharge their firearm.
Give
and I
a
think
short answer to that. Who the fuck was that? Was that Chuck Grassley?
That's something that
Damn,
should be
sounded a
followed in
little
every
rough
case.
there, Chuck.
And that includes not firing weapons into cars.
It's definitely Chuck Grassley. Oh man, Thor's hammer with that gavel. All right, Todd Blanche. All right, let's have a brutal back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Blanche. To ensure that
Another Forbes. Oh God, pins and needles with Forbes,
fitness
guys.
to serve
God, their coverage. It's just
of
like
all nominees who come before
all of a sudden I'll just see like a little like warning where it's just like, hey,
any of my
you're using
committees,
copywritten
I ask the
content.
following two initial
No.
questions.
Which ironically is all on C-SPAN.
Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical
Ooh, she coming in with the
harassment
spice.
or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
Mr. Blanche, over the course of the past 5 months, the New Mexico Department of Justice
Oh, dude,
has
she's got
talked to
receipts. She's got receipts.
your
Ooh, this is
staff
gonna be good.
about getting
Damn it, I gotta
access
pee
to
so bad.
information for its
right,
investigation
give me a second, guys.
into an alleged crime at Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Will you and your team continue to
Can't, though.
cooperate
Oh my God, this
with
is
the
so
New
good.
Mexico Department of Justice
Damn, this hearing has actually been fire.
and help it get the information it needs?
Yes, we're continuing to work with them, and yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
Senator.
Mr. Blanche, at an April 8th press conference, a reporter asked you a question about
go after
President
this.
Trump's desire
I'll go after
to
this
see
one. I haven't seen
his
this one.
perceived political enemies prosecuted. You answered, quote, "That is his right, and indeed it is his duty to do that." To clarify, Mr. Blanche, do you believe it is the president's right and duty to order the investigation or prosecution of his perceived enemies? Yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no. That wasn't the question. And my answer was that as the President of the United States, under Article 2, he's in charge of the Department of Justice. And so my answer reflects that idea, not
No,
that he
I
has
think-
no, because that's also like, dude, it's either an independent body or it's not. You can't just fucking like do this thing where you're like, well, technically he's the boss.
right to go after his
Fucking Christ.
political enemies.
Reclaiming my time.
This elementary school bullshit. Again, that I do get mad at Democrats for not meeting it, like just meeting them on their level, just being like, okay, asshole.
I think that what the president meant was pretty clear, and I just wanted to know whether you thought that that is indeed his right and duty to prosecute his perceived enemies. So let me get to that. Investigations of the president's perceived enemies aren't theoretical. They are happening. For example, last August, President Trump
Nice.
posted on social media that George Soros should be charged with RICO. Weeks later, one of your deputies directed several U.S. attorneys' offices to investigate Soros's charitable foundations for violating the RICO statute. Mr. Blanche, to confirm, were the U.S. attorneys' offices asked to launch these investigations because of the president's post? Yes or no?
I'm not even confirming that they were asked to, but most certainly not because of any truth
Well, the
from
president
Trump.
definitely, excuse me, the president definitely posted that Mr. Soros should be charged.
I always love when they use the president's words against like them because it's just like, okay, so he's him. What do you guys say about this?
With RICO, and lo and behold, several weeks later, that is exactly what your office
I like your tactic here.
sought to have done. Since last year, DOJ has sued
421
30 states
shit.
seeking their voter lists. 14 of those lawsuits have been resolved by federal judges. Mr. Blanche, did any of those 14 federal court judges from across the country agree with DOJ's legal position? Again, yes or no?
With some of the legal positions, yes.
Pardon?
The answer to the question is yes. Some of the judges agreed
14
with some,
judges?
agreed with some of our legal positions,
How long is
and
this?
most of
10
those
minutes?
cases are still under appeal.
Actually, that's not correct. The answer is actually no. These 14 federal judges, some of them were Trump appointees, disagreed with DOJ's position in terms of getting access to these voter rolls.
Well, I think
it's all part of DOJ's attempt and the president's attempt at election interference. We know that federal judges are a problem for you, certainly a problem for President Trump, because they actually care about facts and evidence.
Yep.
And that's why last fall
Yep.
at a Federalist Society event, you called for young lawyers at that event to join you in fighting a war. And you said,
I mean, dude, the Federalist Agency this is the thing that I will say, and I know that some people will probably get mad at me about this, but this is the problem with the left. And I know that I shouldn't lead with it, but it is very true, is the fact that we want everything that we want now, and we can't conceptualize a decade's worth of progress and institutionally putting people where we need to and like being strategic with it. The Federalist Society, they played the long game. I watched them do this since before Trump was even a thing. The Federalist Society has been wanting to pack the courts with Republican judges, which is exactly what they did. They've been wanting this exact scenario where somebody was willing to weaponize the DOJ. That's exactly what they got. And now they have somebody that technically headed the Federalist Society. So this is one of those things where it's like, we can learn from this one. We really can. But this is what also sucks, is that unless there has been somebody that's already been like spearheading these projects for the past decade, which I haven't seen much of. Like most of our stuff, as far as even the DSA, like, yes, the DSA has been around for a while, but realistically, only within the last even 4 to 5 years have they actually gained enough traction to become something of a political force. So, like, that's great, but this is where I'm saying it again. Like, this was 20 plus years of them planning this shit.
We need you.
And just taking the small wins and just being like, all right. And then readjusting any time that they didn't get their way.
Because it's a war, and it's something we will not win unless we keep on fighting.
See?
The war that you were talking about was against federal judges.
Federal judges,
who were ruling against the administration, correct?
No.
Well, then do you believe that judges should be impeached based on their rulings against this administration and the president?
All right, hold on to this one.
Yes or no?
No. No, I don't believe that.
On that, you disagree with the president because he believes judges should be impeached for disagreeing with them. President Trump sees DOJ not only as a tool to attack
Avatala, holy shit. I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been?
his enemies, but also useful
Can't stay for long,
helping
but I
his
just heard that
friends.
Trump's administration
To
has
that
announced
end,
that they are mandating testosterone testing in the military for older personnel. Yep.
on May 18th, you signed an Attorney General order establishing funding and setting out requirements for the so-called Anti-Weaponization Fund, correct? You signed
Yes,
such a
Still no, he did. I saw that before I started stream.
Order?
It went
Yes.
Have
pretty
you rescinded
viral.
that order?
Yes, the order is no longer in effect. There is no
Oh, that-
weaponization fund.
Mr.
Correct.
Brown, that is not my question. My question is, did you rescind that order?
Yeah.
Let them be as sexist as they want on that one, guys. Like, honestly, If there's still Republican women that are just accepting this shit, honestly, don't try to save them. I'm fucking sick of it. At this point, let them learn.
Yes.
And if they don't, then just let them sit in it. I don't fucking care. I don't care if they sit in an abusive relationship, unhappy, getting fucking beaten by their fucking misogynist husband because they didn't want to fucking listen to the libs. You know what? And this is where I have zero energy for those types of people. Zero.
I'm doing it under oath right now.
Absolute zero.
No, the
it
fact
does not
that, no,
exist.
when you answer that,
I've seen too many people that like they engage in this thing where they act like they want to be Batman in that situation. They also like have this thing where they're like, then we're gonna save them, and then they're gonna come to the left. Then immediately they're just like, Batman. Like, no, it's never like that.
Fun. That is not rescinding the
Unlisted
order.
World, good to see you. Missed you the last few streams, but hope you're doing well.
Because you can resurrect that order at any time. So actually,
We had a good
your answer
weekend,
is
man.
No, you have not rescinded
Also,
that order.
had a fire stream yesterday. By the way, my Pepaganda stream from last night is going to be on this space. I'm going to be sharing it on my channel. I am very proud of the 2 hours that I did yesterday. I think it might be one of the best streams I've ever done.
Mr. Blanche, one of your first acts as
I watched the entire thing back. That's how I know, is because I didn't cringe at all. I watched the entire thing back, and there were a few times I was laughing out loud.
the Attorney
So I
General
was just like,
to
damn.
issue a memo eviscerating DOJ's enforcement work against crypto criminals. Crypto crime surged in 2025. Mr. Blanche, are you aware that Americans reported over $11 billion?
So, never be sorry for not being here. It's fine. It's fine. It's perfectly fine, guys.
In crypto fraud
Fucking A. I'm glad that you always make your way back.
losses
That's,
to
hey.
the FBI.
I'm one of those types of parents here where, you know, if we live across the country, I'm just glad to hear from you every once in a while. Just don't forget my birthday.
Our crypto enforcement is way up compared to a year and a half ago. So I didn't eviscerate anything. To the contrary, actually, we empowered AUSAs around the country to go after criminals in the right circumstances, and we are
Mr.
doing.
Blatt.
We continue to do it.
I take it you are not aware that there were reports of over $11 billion in crypto fraud reported to the FBI. That was my question. Are you aware or are you not aware?
Are you talking about the fraud that we have prosecuted?
No,
that
I'm
11
talking
billion?
She literally just stated it, you dumb fuck.
about the
God damn it. See, the thing is, like, they think that by stammering these points and, like, by just being like, oh, well, you mean the ones being... She literally was talking about a very specific incident, and then he has the nerve to be like, well, I need the very, very specific incident in which you are actually accusing me of. Which one is it there, Todd? Which one can you actually answer? Oh, neither? That's right, because you're a disingenuous fuck.
$1 billion worth of crypto crime. This
Sorry.
is a pretty good, simple question.
I just don't understand
Are
the
you or are
question. I'm
you not
sorry.
aware? But
Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing good.
Seem you're aware because you're making all kinds of
Honestly, things are on the they're on the upswing a little bit. I'm feeling better. My depression is definitely getting a lot better. My wife is on the upswing as far as her health and us being able to go out and enjoy life a little bit more.
excuses. The fact
So, yeah.
is that
By the way, guys, real quick, thank you for all the support emotionally and everything. Like, you guys have been awesome, and through this really, really tough time, you made all the difference for me personally. And I know that Uni has definitely felt the vibes, but I don't know what I would have done. So thanks.
we crypto
Means a lot to me, guys.
enforcement, you eviscerated that work
Weird time to do that, but
that your department is supposed to be doing. And so anyway, Mr. Blanche, when you issued your memo ending crypto crime enforcement, you held significant amounts of cryptocurrency yourself, and I sent you several
really
letters
glad to hear that. Thank you.
asking you about it, and I am still awaiting your answer. Mr. Blanche, it is clear to me that your leadership is going to be a continuation of what we have seen so far at the Trump Department of Justice, or more likely to be called the Department of Retribution and Corruption.
Yep.
You see nothing wrong with the
Oh, man, Department of Retribution and Corruption. Let's keep that one.
president treating
Department of
DOJ as
Justice,
his
my
own
ass.
personal law firm to use as a weapon against his perceived enemies and as a way of helping his friends, and as a tool to interfere
tough,
with the
Pep, you would've
upcoming
gotten-
elections.
I don't know about
the
that.
states run elections in this country, but you want to insert DOJ at every step of the process, suing the states with frivolous claims and sending threatening letters to secretaries of state. You want to suppress the votes of American citizens who will have a chance to resoundingly reject the president's corruption at the ballot box this
You'll be listening.
November.
Cool.
You signed a memo eviscerating DOJ's cryptocurrency
You might lose the #1 spot there, Rebecca. Sorry.
enforcement work, leading to a surge in Americans being victimized by cryptocurrency fraud. You also championed a slush fund for the president's allies who attacked police officers on January 6th. From the beginning, we all knew that that's what this fund was for, but now we have findings of fact from a federal judge concluding that the fund came out of a fake lawsuit filed solely to lend an air of legitimacy to the president's
Some dumb beats. Hey, by the way, man, how you doing? I just saw you in the other chat here.
You played a key role in attempting to perpetuate this fraud.
Sorry if I
on
missed your
American
chats.
taxpayers, and you oversaw the botched release of the Epstein files, denying justice once again to survivors who have been waiting so long for it. You have no business being the Attorney General of the United States of America. I certainly urge my colleagues to vote against you.
Fucker has blatantly lied and been called on it twice in 5 minutes. Contempt his ass already. That's kind of what's making me upset. Is that like, what's the point of these committee hearings if you catch him in a lie and then you can't do anything about it? Because again, it's all political. It's literally like if you have an R next to your name, you're not even listening. You're just waiting for the opportunity to just be like, Toddy boy, we love you. We love you, Todd. We love you. We'd love to speed run this, but these guys, they don't know what they're doing. Come on, Toddy. Like, just answer their questions. Let's get through this. We'll get to the procedural vote, and you'll be on your way.
Confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that's it for that. Here we go. Oh, that was it. That was Maisie. Okay. Are you? We'll do this one.
Since he mentioned my name, I have previously and will continue. There is video, there is a transcript, and
This woman is a fucking just ghoul of a human being. She's also like proof that I'm sorry for any of my my southern brothers and sisters, but she's literally what embarrasses you and makes us use like the fucking I don't know things. I'm a little bit ignorant. It's okay though because my ignorance just makes me right. Yeah, that's where you get this from. Is from dipshits like this. So be better about calling that kind of shit out. Just gonna say. All right.
We're learning a bit more.
Wait. What the fuck? I had another Todd Blanche. There we go. I was about to say. I mixed this stuff a little bit. Blanche storms off. There we go. Okay, cool. We're back.
States pardon a convicted narco trafficker.
And it's not just of John Ossoff, but also independent Senator Angus King and other Democratic Senator Mark Kelly.
I'll be right back.
Did the President of the United States pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020 election?
I think I've answered the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
No, I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the 2020 election?
I have.
So as you can see, it's not going well so far. He is visibly sweating, visibly nervous, visibly uncomfortable. And John Ossoff is like a very good-looking android. He is just like merciless. He is taking no prisoners. He is being very calm, very patient, very meticulous. And this is, by the way, a common thread among Trump nominees, particularly Trump judges. When asked by Democratic senators who won the 2020 election, they either refuse to answer or they give a very suspiciously worded, Joe Biden was certified as president of the United States. Nothing so unambiguous as, yes, Joe Biden won the election. That's what John Ossoff is looking for.
This guy sucks so much. I'll be honest, man. I'm starting to lose so much respect for him. The way that he's giving into the trends, the way that he still wears his stupid fucking meta glasses. Like, if I see you wearing meta glasses, immediately I do judge you, because it's like, dude, especially if you're on like the left side of causes, how in the fuck do you not see that they're giving your data or they're recording everything that you record? Like, what, you need the little heads-up display that bad? Oh, it's so cool. You fucking dummy.
Because that's the truth. Jay Clayton knows the truth, but he's too afraid to answer.
God, he's like the fucking like equivalent of like millennial gray paint.
Answer it. What is your...
Has absolutely zero like taste for himself, literally sees the joke. I've made this joke so many times, but like my wife actually is the originator of this, where she saw his background. I was like, Jesus, did he just go to Target and say yes to the entire Joanna Gaines collection? Like, holy fuck.
I've given you my answer.
Oh shit. Did we just get confirmation that Mitch is actually dead?
What is your answer?
Did we?
You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's
right here.
Intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid in Georgia?
We'll follow up on that in just a moment. But Ossoff is right. Clayton does know. And we know Clayton knows.
Yeah, well, the thing
But
is,
he knows.
we don't.
Georgia earlier this year.
Every once in a while, there is like too much commentary. Like, and this is coming from somebody that does this. Here. Fucking A, dude.
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year?
You brought it to me, my attention.
What is going on here? You've said at the beginning of this you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. I'm asking a very simple question. Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year? Yes or no? Are you aware?
I was.
You won't answer.
This guy's gonna be in charge of the fucking CIA. Dude, our country's a fucking joke.
That question either.
I just said I was made aware of it by you yesterday.
Jesus.
If that's the case, why wouldn't you just say yes? You could have said yes. You made me aware of it yesterday in our conversation. Instead, you gave a non-answer.
I mean, that's
I love
literally
Ossoff
what
getting
Todd's been
sassy.
doing this entire time.
What is going on with you? What is wrong with you?
Eh.
The answer is he's nervous. He's afraid to tell the truth. That's what it is, Senator.
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that in my recollection I've thought about it recently. Now, was I aware of it before?
What?
What? Yeah, what? The fuck?
Look
God,
at the guy.
this guy.
Wait a minute. I just now noticed this. Do you see
Yeah,
look at the
behind
guy's
him.
face?
Yeah, the guy behind him is
over
like
his shoulder, over his left shoulder. Do you see that guy's like, bruh, you are like shitting the bed on this.
Yep.
He didn't ask
Honorary.
you when was the
Why do they have to call him the honorable? Like, you're not.
first time you
Like,
thought
dude, it's very
about it
presumptuous.
recently. He was like, were you aware? So now you're saying, first you said, you made me aware in the office. So wait, that was the first time you were aware? Well, it's the first time I thought about it recently. Well, that wasn't the question, asshole. He's so terrified. By the way, the reason he's terrified is because it's not in the Director of National Intelligence remit to be doing this sort of shit.
Yeah.
If the FBI is conducting an investigation, the DNI really has no role to play. This is unusual. It's unprecedented. The reason that Tulsi Gabbard was there was trying to help prop up Donald Trump's bogus bullshit claims.
Yep.
that the 2020 election was stolen. That's why Ossoff is asking about it, because he's basically curious, are you going to do the same thing that Gabbard did?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not
So
thought,
you had not known.
I had not
That's a
thought
good summary picture of the entire thing. Just
about it until you brought it to my attention yesterday.
Your answers lack credibility. Your testimony lacks credibility. You're being evasive and you're not being candid or forthright. And everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that. Are you aware that former Director Gabbard testified that her presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president?
he's like, I don't know how to answer this.
Not aware of that until now.
Okay, you are now aware of that.
Yeah.
Are you aware that members of this committee are already probing Director Gabbard's potential misconduct in this matter?
No, I'm not privy to.
It's one of the worst
Oh my God, this guy's a moron.
confirmation hearings I've ever seen. And believe it or not, again,
This is a disaster.
prior to this,
God damn. Just when I thought that fucking what's her face? Pam.
he was actually
Pam Bondi's was the worst one.
respected on a bipartisan basis. I think that respect has gone out the window. He looks like an idiot.
Your probe into.
Are you aware that the General Counsel and Deputy General Counsel of your office have already provided testimony to this committee regarding this matter?
No.
If the White House Chief of Staff or the President asks you to travel somewhere across the United States and oversee the execution of a domestic search warrant on a sensitive election facility,
Dunderhead?
will
That's
you do
actually
it?
good. That's a good name for him.
Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence?
That's a hypothetical.
We all know it's not appropriate.
Senator
for the
Ossoff, your
Director of
time has
National
expired.
Intelligence. Will you answer the question?
Your time has expired.
Will you give him the opportunity to answer the question? Is this not material right now, sir? Is it appropriate for the
Damn, fucking Cotton just got
Director of National
down.
Intelligence to oversee the execution of domestic search warrants at sensitive election facilities? Yes or no?
I think you're asking me, as you just said in your first comment to me.
Yes or no? Is it appropriate?
Look,
No?
you are asking me to comment on a matter that you just said
That guy behind him really is giving him the face of just like, dude.
was under
No,
investigation.
I'm asking
I'm
you.
not-
Okay, Senator Ossoff, your time is expired.
Oh my God, what a fucking dum-dum. Woo!
So
That was
bad.
painful, dude. God damn. All right, fucking, how much more of your fucking commentary on this do we have to fucking put up with? Get to the point.
questions. But actually, I'm going to skip over to Mark Kelly, because Mark Kelly takes a different approach here.
Your characterization, I'm not going to continue to
The
do
reason
this.
why we struggle with this, and I think it's especially important in the job you're nominated for, is because it seems that folks who are nominated for these positions.
This is the second hearing that they've taken over like this, by the way. The one yesterday was just as bad.
Just fundamentally refuse to disagree with something the president says. And the problem I have with this is he isn't in the room today.
Yep.
You're going to be in a room with him many times. And at times, you should have a difference of opinion. And if you can't disagree with him when he's not in the room, are you going to be able to disagree with him when you're sitting across from him?
Damn, that's a fire question.
In the Oval Office or the situation?
Damn.
That's what I struggle with.
Wow. Clear, concise, simple.
Because this job is different.
You
This
can
job,
sell the American
it's not
people on
about
that one, where it's just like,
softening the
dude, this is pretty,
edges
this
when
is
the
as simple
truth
as it gets.
is unpleasant. It's about delivering information and making sure the president understands that information. And by the way, people risk their lives to get this information. And if it's not transmitted to the president, if he doesn't understand it, I mean, there's going to be disagreements.
Yep.
People will die as a consequence.
Yep. Is that it? Okay. Bye. That's enough of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, you represented the president
I'm sorry. Until he gets rid of those meta glasses, I'm going to have a pretty harsh opinion of Josiah.
in at least three criminal cases, the hush money payment case in New York, the January 6th case, and the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case.
Kind of proves to me that he really is like a shit lib.
You said when you appeared last before this committee, you would consult with ethics lawyers. about
I don't
that
use
apparent
that term
conflict of
lightly.
interest in handling any case involving the president, having been his personal counsel. Did you consult with Joseph Terrell, a senior ethics lawyer?
Red card. Oh,
I believe I met with Mr. Terrell, yes.
Did Mr. Terrell tell you that ethics laws and policies required that you not be involved in cases involving your prior representation of the president?
Yes.
So in those three matters, the hush money payment case, January 6th case, Mar-a-Lago case, you were to recuse yourself?
I'm recused, correct. Well, by the way, the cases are not ongoing, Senator, but to the extent there's any work around those cases, yes, I'm recused.
So you said to CPAC a couple months ago, the other things that are happening, there was not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions, meaning the prosecution of the president.
Damn.
So you're saying that it's not a conflict of interest for you to be involved in the firing of prosecutors who prosecuted your client, your former client? There's no conflict there? Is that
No, there is. I wasn't involved.
So at CPAC, you're taking
Oh, shit. Avatala, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Got to get back to work.
At Avitala the Winged Wolf $5. Unfort, I've got to get back to work, but it was great to see you guys. Have a good one, you all. Keep up the good work, Pep.
Oh, thank you, Avatala. I really appreciate that. And that's the first time I've ever seen, unfortunately, said as unfort, and I like it. I'm going to adopt that. Thank you.
for the firing of these Department of Justice lawyers, but you're not willing to take
but thank you for the
responsibility before this
$5.
committee. Is that
Come on,
the case?
Stan.
No.
Okay.
I'm making, I said, there's
Well,
a
you
statement I
were,
gave
you
at
were
CPAC.
bragging about this at
Here,
CPAC,
bud.
the firing of these prosecutors, the firing
Free
of the FBI
time.
agents, the getting rid of everyone who
Here it comes.
investigated your client. You
He
were
forgot about
proud
what he
of
was
that,
barking about.
speaking for the Department of Justice, but you don't think that's a conflict of interest.
Yeah,
You moved to
Stan
vacate,
cam
I
so
don't
he
think
can
you're
see
going to
his
deny
Ronin.
involvement in this. You moved to vacate the convictions of 12 Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which erased their convictions, restored their gun rights. These people were convicted in the January 6th investigation, which also involved the president who you
Making his
represented.
way.
You were involved in dismissing those cases, were you not?
I was the acting attorney general, so yes, my department moved to dismiss. I was not
So
involved.
you didn't recuse yourself from that
Come on,
matter.
dude, treat.
You were
No,
willing-
there's no reason to, from the Proud Boys matter?
Yes, it was.
Lawyer,
it
you know
was,
the rules.
it
There
was
are
the-
rules that say when I
yes,
have to
there
be
are
recused,
rules,
and that's not one of them.
And there are rules. And when you're told to recuse yourself from investigations
I
that
always
you
do.
handle for the president, you're supposed to recuse yourself.
No, when I
so you
represented
have
the
also you've also said you've also refused to release Volume 2 of the Special Counsel's report. That was an investigation into the Mar-a-Lago documents case. How is that not an abundant conflict of interest? Refusing to release to the public an investigative report of an investigation into your client.
I am not a judge, a federal judge.
No.
has said
The
it cannot be
department's
released.
position under you, Mr. Blanche, the department's position under you, Mr. Blanche, was do not release the report.
Yep.
So that position,
If you went into court asking them to release it, it would be released by now. So
Yep.
how is that not a patent conflict of interest?
what you're saying happens to not be true. I did not do that. What you're talking about happened before
So
I
you-
became the
you
deputy
support the
attorney general.
release of Volume
No,
2?
I don't, but I'm recused and had nothing to do with that case. Like, you can't accuse me of violating my ethical rules and then lie about what I did.
So you had nothing to do with the decision to prohibit the release of the report. You had nothing to do with the department's
wasn't in court.
position.
I
No, I'm
wasn't
not
the
asking whether
deputy-
you were in court. I'm asking you whether anyone sought your opinion or used your guidance in refusing to release Volume 2.
When
You're
that
saying you had nothing to
litigation,
do with
when
that
that
decision?
litigation was ongoing, I was a private citizen, still representing the President of the United States.
Damn, dude.
It was before
And
March.
shifty shift. Fucking
Since March.
in that ground underneath this guy.
Since there's been anything
Fucking
from that
Christ.
judge,
Mr.
I haven't
Blanche,
been part of
I
it.
asked you in your last confirmation hearing
Making him
whether
dance.
you would release the report, and your answer was no. Your answer was not, I will recuse myself. Your answer was no, I will not release the report. That was your testimony last before this committee. You subsequently were advised by ethics lawyers not to be involved in these matters, but it appears you were involved in these matters. Let me ask you about another matter.
I wasn't involved. You can't say it appears I was involved,
all right,
but I said
well,
I wasn't.
let me ask you about another one you have your name on.
Jeez, the truth has to matter at some
Yeah,
point.
it does matter. We just don't hear much of it from you. But let me ask you about another
Learn.
matter you have your
I
name on.
mean,
I don't think you can deny responsibility here.
can't say yes
and
or
that is
no.
the
Yep.
IRS settlement agreement. So you put your name on this. That absolves the president of tax liabilities in the past. The president was convicted in the case you represented him in of falsifying business records in part for tax purposes. Does this settlement not absolve the president of any liability for tax crimes associated with what he's already been convicted of?
That's not what he was convicted of. It not having to do with
Well,
for tax
I'm happy to
purposes.
read the statement of facts. The participants took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme. So you know,
The
Mr.
participant
Blanche,
there was not the president. It was somebody else.
This
Well, if the
man looks
president
JD, look honest.
is cons-
He kind of does.
Byron, look-
I mean, the sad part is, like I was kind of pointing this out earlier. The fact that this guy is a defense attorney is genuinely baffling. Like I have had to hire a defense attorney in my life. I will tell you right now, if this were the guy that was presented to me, I would have gone elsewhere. I would have been like, nah, just based on facial expressions, demeanor, all of it.
To falsify business records to help them cheat on taxes. He is also exposed to liability. You know that as well as I do.
He can't be audited for that.
And of course he can be. Of course he can be. And he can be prosecuted for it. But the agreement you signed on behalf of your former client, on behalf of your
He
current
can't be
client,
audited for it.
and in a staggering
yeah,
example
I
of
can.
self-dealing prohibits that. Let me ask you this. Does this tax agreement, this addendum you signed, also hold him harmless from any audit or tax liability with respect to the billions in crypto money he made in his first year as president?
It's not forward-looking. So to the extent there are taxes filed by the president or his sons or the Trump organization after the date of that agreement, there's no protection.
Well, but before that agreement. So any
He
taxes,
hasn't filed taxes yet for money he made last year, right? So
yes.
no.
So if he
protection.
if he filed tax returns this year for money he earned last year, that his sons earned, as World Liberty Financial, all those people earned and defrauded taxpayers on it, he faces no liability under this agreement you signed.
There's no evidence taxpayers were defrauded, and he is
But
not
there's
protected.
evidence
He
in
is
this
not
agreement that
He's
you've
not
absolved him of any liability over.
No, I just said he's not absolved. So the
So
question
this agreement doesn't apply to a tax return filed last year or filed this year?
To tax returns filed after the date of the agreement? No,
No,
it does not
before the
apply.
agreement. A tax return filed in this calendar year before this agreement.
Before the agreement, it applies, not after.
Okay, so for a tax return filed this year for last year, for the billions he made, there's no tax liability even if he cheats on his taxes or his kids do or his business do. He is absolved of that further potential liability.
No.
Well, it's in the plain language of your agreement. Did you write this language?
You
by
have
the
to
way?
use the facts, though.
Did you?
He hasn't filed
Did you?
taxes yet. So when he files taxes, there's no protection based on this agreement.
Did you write this language?
Did I write did I type it up myself?
Did you write this language?
No.
Well, you put your name to it.
I did.
So
Yeah.
who wrote this?
I don't know the person that actually typed it. I don't know who it is.
Jesus Christ! So your paralegals just fucking make shit up, and you sign it, and you're just like, yep, that represents exactly what I wanted to say. I have no idea who said it, therefore I can't be tied to it. Wait a minute.
One of the president's lawyers, or was it someone
Jesus
from
fucking
the Justice
Christ!
Department?
He's an awful attorney. Like, holy shit! No wonder this dude's lost so many fucking cases.
This document would have been somebody.
Any fucking judge that's worth half a damn listens to him and is just like, all right, buddy.
So you have no idea who.
Can you, like, I don't know, make a better case?
That is.
I don't know the name of the person that typed it up.
Did you debate with them the statute of limitations, which clearly would preclude the president's claim, this $10 billion lawsuit?
We had extensive discussions internally about the underlying litigation.
And did you reject the statute of limitations defense?
I'm not a judge. I don't reject.
But you
things.
signed an agreement for the
there
U.S.
was discussion around
You signed an agreement for the U.S. basically indicating that the Justice Department's position that the statute of limitations applies doesn't matter.
I did. That's not what I said. I didn't say that anywhere.
Who rejected the 25 defenses the IRS had to this sham lawsuit? Who rejected them? Who said that these defenses we're not going to accept? We're just going to go with the president's agreement in the slush fund.
There was
immunity.
There was a lot of discussion internally.
But you made the decision.
What's the decision? What do you mean?
You made the decision.
Oh my God, dude! You're either the fucking the decision maker in this department, or you're not.
Not defend.
Holy fuck!
The IRS and the Justice Department. You made the decision instead to sign this slush fund agreement.
We made the decision to settle the case.
Can we just point out the fact that these guys have zero integrity and no balls? Like, these are not real men. You want to talk about testosterone? Jesus Christ! Fucking stand up! Stand up for these people. You throwing everybody else under the bus, you fucking weak, feckless asshole.
Correct. Yeah. And
dude,
in doing that,
anybody who looks at Trump and looks at anybody that's within his orbit as like the arbiters of testosterone, it's kind of sad. And it is actually, it does explain a lot about why your personalities also suck.
You basically decided that you were going to be the lawyer for the president and the lawyer for the IRS and the Justice Department. As the court found in this case, there was no adversarial relationship.
Yes,
the court found it was a sham. It was a collusive relationship. And what I don't understand, Todd Blanche, what happened to the Todd Blanche who was a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York? What happened to the prosecutor people had respect for? What happened to the prosecutor who once respected the rule of law?
This guy's the next Moist Critical. I'll take it.
The prosecutor who said that there wouldn't be a whiff of political partisanship and then prosecutes the
My
president.
name's Charlie too, so you know what?
Enemies over Seychelles cases.
Hell
over
yeah.
making a video stating the plain law and Constitution. What happened to the
Shout
Todd
out
Blanche of
long
the
hair
Southern District of New York
Charlies.
that could convert him into you? Someone willing to say the president has both
Dude, that'd be
the
sick.
right, and the duty to prosecute.
And I would have like, oh man, like that's the one thing I respect about Moist Critical is the fact that he has wide appeal.
His political enemies. I cannot
never
imagine
said that.
the Todd Blanche of the old days would have ever done that. What happened to you, Todd Blanche? I'll tell you this. I think Robert Carroll
Voice
had
critical
it right
is not an
when he
insult.
said that
I'm not sure if they were trying to insult me. I hope not. I mean, that was actually quite the compliment. I'm kind of taken where it's like, oh,
power doesn't corrupt as
thank
much
you.
as it reveals. I suspect it's just revealed who you are, and who you are is someone willing to sacrifice everything you once believed
Fucking hell yeah, dude.
in for that
I don't know why it took this long for everybody to just say it.
position of Attorney General. And it is a
Bob McPherson, what's up, buddy?
sad story that we have seen from Trump appointee after appointee after appointee. We have seen people compromise themselves little by little, and then a lot by a lot, until they're sitting before this committee and trying to justify the unjustifiable. I yield back.
May I just briefly respond, Chairman?
Yes, you may.
Very briefly. So you asked me what happened to Todd Blanche. I am still here. I am the same exact person I was when I was a federal prosecutor in the SDNY, which is do the right thing and do everything you can to keep communities safe. So when I was a line prosecutor, when I was a supervisor, when I was the head of a division, my motivation and my goal was the same thing with the people who worked with me and worked for me, which is do the right thing, enforce the laws, and put bad guys in jail. And so you spend time talking about, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. A little courtesy would be appropriate. So when you ask me what has changed, okay, and you talk about a single document that I signed, okay, and somebody had to sign that document when the president sued, okay, so I tried to do the right thing. What I do every single day, and what the prosecutors in this country do every single day, and the nearly 100,000 indictments and informations that have been filed since January 20th, is exactly what everybody in this building should
I just
want their
remembered. Tonight's the night.
to do, which is to make our community safer, enforce the laws, both civilly and
Finally
criminally,
get rid of
and
some of my
always do
hair.
the right thing with integrity, which is exactly what I'm doing. So I am the same Todd Blanche I was when I was a federal prosecutor in the SDNY.
Here. Yeah, tonight's the night, guys. Finally gonna get my hair cut. All right, and then we're gonna be wrapping up our coverage with Todd Blanche here. Because wait a minute, do we got some more? Here, actually hold on. We'll watch the takeaways because the Senate Judiciary Dems hold presser following Todd Blanche. I actually kind of want to see that, but here, we're just, God, does he look just absolutely miserable? I'm sorry, Ben, dude. Maybe you should have stuck to just being an attorney.
Todd Blanche just wrapped up his confirmation hearing for the Attorney General position. It was an absolute disaster. Let me show you what went down as he stormed out of the hearing. You can see him walk away, Midas touch Washington, D.C.
How did these guys get so big with just such a lack of riz? How? Look at the three brothers. Can we just admit that they are the fucking most awkward people on the planet? They all are awkward looking, awkward sounding. You got Eager Beaver, the little brother fucking who's in charge of making sure that they get all their sponsorships in. Then you got the other one who's like, I don't know, man. Like the way that his eyes like bug out and like these like milquetoast libby fucks, like I just don't understand it.
Bureau chief.
And it kind of pisses me off that like people with this much like of a lack of personality can just grow to this size.
Scott McFarland had a question.
Maybe because they actually report the news constantly. I think that's what it is. Because even my mom was getting like she liked Midas touch
for him as he stormed out. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Attorney General, you going to meet with the Epstein survivors while you're here, sir?
Yeah, he was
Blanche,
pissed.
Any interest in meeting with the Epstein survivors down the hall?
He was pissed. Yeah, this didn't go the way he thought it was going to. And the thing is, the Republicans didn't really stand up for him the way that he thought that they were. Yeah, man, I got to fucking... this is the fun part about watching this entire thing.
Went down inside of the hearing.
God, for the clips.
Democratic Senator Schiff was cross-examining Blanche. Let's play this.
Well, it's in the plain language of your agreement. Did you write this language?
You have to use the facts, though.
Did you?
He hasn't filed taxes
I'm not going to
yet.
watch this
So
whole
when
thing,
he
as I
files
said.
taxes,
We
there's no
already
protection
just
based
went
on
through
this
all of
agreement.
this.
Did
Oh,
you
here's the
write this
fucking
with
other
language?
brother.
They empower
Hey,
grid
check this shit out,
for
though.
his words.
They all moved to the same neighborhood with the same cookie cutter house and the same cookie cutter office. Cookie cutter. They got that cookie cutter. But yeah, like again, whatever. Whatever, man. All right, let's get the let's do the here we go.
With a Virginia Guard that was repeatedly being deployed into Iraq and Afghanistan. And I just had to go to too many funerals and too many homecomings where not all were present and accounted for, and too many wakes. And I just said when I got here,
The story that anti-vax groups don't want you asking about. We'll cover that next. We'll move on.
And Chuck,
we'll
seen
catch
me
some anti-vax
do this.
smoke tonight.
No matter who the president is, Democrat or Republican, I'm not going to allow war to be waged by this country.
This guy looks like a fucking tired high school teacher.
Via shortcuts or end runs around.
Guys, I told you to quit. Can you please just listen? This is an important lesson. We're this close to the end of the semester. I'm trying to help you here.
The Constitution. We shouldn't be sending our kids, our best and our brightest, into harm's way without a vote of Congress. And I've
By the way, guys, if you have not double tapped that screen and subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. And also, if you think that you're subbed, can you please just double check, because we've been having issues with and this isn't just me. There's a lot of other YouTubers out there that don't even do politics or any of that. They're having the same issue. So can you just double check, see if you're subbed, and if you're not, please consider doing so.
I've taken that same position with Presidents Obama and Biden, President Trump, term 1, and now President Trump. We told President Trump before this war started it would be foolish for him to do it. There was no reason for the United States, after 25 years of war in the Middle East, to get dragged back in. But he decided to do it, and no consultation with Congress, no real notification of Congress, certainly no seeking of congressional approval. And if you wage a war without a clear rationale, without a clear plan, without allies, without consultation with Congress, guess what? It's not going to go well. And it's going to be tremendously unpopular with the American public.
I do agree with this guy
here. I
here.
live in one of the most pro-military states in this country. One of the first 14 casualties, Robert Marzon, a warrant officer, was a Virginian from Spotsylvania County, died within a few months of retiring at age 54. Virginians have paid $1.8 billion at the pump just for more gas than they would have paid had President Trump not started the war. And there's all kinds of other inflation. So whether it's the death of our troops, the injury of our troops, the deaths of innocent civilian school kids who get mistakenly bombed on the opening day of the war, the huge cost to the American taxpayer,
brother.
the huge
Can we
cost
get
to
to the
American
fucking
family.
actual hearing? Jesus.
It's this war that has alienated our allies. It's this war that has totally diminished American power.
Let's get to this. Let's get to the press conference of after the fucking actual hearing. Here we go.
Is to be independent and
God.
impartial.
Can't stand Chuck.
We just need to be status quo as possible so we don't upset the status quo.
Donald Trump status quo. I don't want to see no DSA. DSA bad.
And Todd Blanche
My Chuck Schumer impression.
clearly is anything but independent or impartial when it comes to Donald Trump's agenda, including his agenda of retribution against his perceived.
Is there a single person that believes that Chuck is actually against the war? I mean, yeah, a bunch of fucking really stupid. Like, this is the saddest people in the country. The ones that watch politics, that watch all this shit. They love MS Now, and they watch it like it's sports, but they genuinely believe in this shit. Those are the saddest people on the planet.
Enemies. He's
like I'm talking about like your liberal aunt who's just like, I love Adam Schiff. Nancy Pelosi was such a hero. Those types of people.
Clearly not fit to serve as attorney.
Isn't Cory Booker just, I could just rub his bald head and just have so much fun.
General of the United States. He's not independent. Couldn't even respond to a very fundamental law enforcement policy or best practice question about the need for independent investigations, credible independent investigations when there's officer-involved shootings, including federal officers, as we've seen a couple times just this last week alone. He says Kash Patel is doing a great job. There's so much that you can point to show that the Department of Justice has been doing a horrible job this last year and a half, and I mention that only because most nominees that come through here will couch their responses with, Well, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, then I will pledge to do that. So I'll commit to doing that. Todd Blanche owns what's been happening with this Department of Justice since day one. He's been the Deputy Attorney General, and since Pam Bondi's firing, he's been the Acting Attorney General. He needs to be an independent Attorney General, not Trump's personal lawyer. The people of the United States deserve better.
I mean, can we be honest and just be like, hey, if it was Biden's personal lawyer, people would have freaked the fuck out all across the political aisle. Fox News wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Can we just like break it to the American people where it's like, hey guys, we shouldn't allow the president to use his personal attorney as the acting attorney general. Like, the attorney general is supposed to be independent, which we've seen how this president specifically treats independent agencies.
Deserves better.
K-Path, holy shit, haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing, Kat?
Y brevemente en español. Lo que vimos hoy es lo que ya
Welcome
sabemos
back.
de Todd Blanche.
Yeah, it's very good to see
Una
you.
persona que es más fiel a los caprichos y los abusos de víctimas fatales.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. There was a central question in this hearing, and that central question was, who does Todd Blanche represent? Does he represent the person of the president, or does he represent the American people? And time after time after time, it became clear the answer is he represents Donald Trump, the person of Donald Trump. Indeed, he said as much in what I think we can all describe as a Freudian slip. But we see evidence of that in his entire conduct during the year that he's been in the Justice Department, or more than a year. If you look at some of the most egregious examples, you look at this slush fund agreement, this IRS so-called settlement that a court in Florida recently reviewed and found that there was no adversarial relationship between the parties. Basically, the president was negotiating with the president, and Todd Blanche was the lawyer for both. And we saw this when I asked the Attorney General, who wrote that IRS settlement agreement? Who wrote that one paragraph, broad, expansive, get out of jail free for tax crimes language? Who wrote that? And he acknowledged he didn't write it. And he acknowledged he didn't know who did write it. Now, he thought that it might have been written by the Department of Justice or maybe the IRS, but he didn't know. When you read the language of it, it looked a lot like it was written by the president's lawyers. So you have Todd Blanche signing an agreement of unknown provenance that basically gives his former client, and I would say his current clients, potentially $100 million of taxpayer money in tax liabilities and obligations he may have incurred.
Yep.
And that he could, in respect to the slush fund, represent in prior testimony and again today, that the slush fund is dead, that he could attribute to himself the power to say that when this is supposed to be what he's argued to be a negotiation between two adversarial parties. How is it that he could speak for the other party if he wasn't on both sides of this transaction? This, too, was raised by the court in Florida when it sent a letter referral to the Bar Association in New York to look at the ethical or lack of ethical conduct by the Attorney General. So time after time, whether it's the IRS agreement, the slush fund, whether it's dismissing cases against insurrectionists, whether it's the department's opposition to the release of the second report on the Mar-a-Lago case, time after time after time, this department under his leadership has taken a position that's not in the public interest.
Yeah, it's always in Trump's interest. Like, this is just blatantly obvious.
And the problem is this. Who is representing the American people at the top of the Justice Department? And the answer is presently no one. No one. There is simply a lawyer representing the President of the United States and his personal interests.
Right, and remember that the Attorney General is supposed to be our top representative.
Therein lies the danger.
Our top prosecutor, but it's not going to be for the people. Like, dude, one of the scariest things that the Supreme Court allowed Trump to do was fire people from independent agencies, and then also have his the immunity fucking decision was one of the dumbest things that they have ever fucking done
to the American.
And I really hope that the next Democratic president kind of fucking does the thing where it's like, hey guys, you gonna fix this or you gonna let me test this? And they should test it and freak people out. I'm sorry, like just bottom line. And I'm talking specifically Republicans. Having some balls is not going to fucking scare Democrats away. Sorry.
So,
if anything, it's going to make them go like, oh, goddamn, I actually like these people finally.
Today was farcical, and it doesn't take anyone needing to be fully involved in the law to understand and witness what we saw today. And look, the first requirement of somebody in a hearing like this, when you swear to tell the truth, is to tell the truth. And we even saw him trying to bend the truth or avoid answering questions, or even worse, simply not telling the truth. So this is just one take of his lack of qualifications. This was not a job interview. It was more of a performance review, because we've seen the kind of leader that's going to be. My colleague Dick Durbin
I'm glad
asked
that he
him, why
like
hasn't he
put it
met
back
with
and said it. Like, that's kind of
victims
funny.
of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why hasn't he met with them? And he said, I couldn't. I'm bound by the law. Well, any first-year law student knows that that's just a lie. That's just wrong. And that's what's frustrating about this experience. And during my questioning, he seemed more concerned with Ghislaine Maxwell's safety than what he did to the survivors of Jeffrey
that was the part that got me about it, where I was just like, come on, like, how in the fuck are we just gonna allow this, where it's like the victims are in the same fucking room? Like, I'm sorry, you should have done the same thing that you did to Pam Bondi. Turn around, look them in the eyes, and tell them that.
Their addresses,
just watch them
their
go.
phone numbers, and their images. And one has to ask why. Why would he go and have a 2-day interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, and then suddenly she shifted into the lowest possible security camp against BOP's, Borough Prisons guidelines? Why? Well, clearly this man is acting more as a shield for Donald Trump and other powerful people.
I mean, it's the most obvious shit. He's literally still acting as Trump's attorney. I'm glad that they keep repeating that.
Than he is, and acting in the best interest of what.
No, this is one of the most blatant, like, just no confirmation for you. But the thing is, he's still probably going to get fucking confirmed, which is so dumb. And he's going to get Democrats to actually confirm him, too.
Justice.
Like, that's what's just more disgusting, is the fact that they can't do this lockstep thing against Todd Blanche.
This is just one issue. Time and time again, we have seen that his role and his job is not to uphold the law of the United States of America, but it's to do the bidding of Donald Trump, to be his shield against investigations of his corruption.
Yep.
And to be a sword
10,000%.
to go after.
Yeah, dude, he's literally, he's been threatening federal judges, like, come on.
People that the public knows have done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Literally going after an FBI director for playing in the sand. So I'm sorry, this is a farce. This man is clearly not qualified for this job, but that would be bad enough. Putting him in this position is dangerous. It's dangerous to our democracy. It's dangerous to victims of crime. It's dangerous because he's representing a president that is attacking universities, attacking law firms that don't bend at his knee, attacking my colleagues for doing their constitutional duty.
Yeah.
This should inflame outrage with Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, pretty much everywhere.
And indeed it has.
I agree.
Bill Kristol came out against him for how he handled the Epstein files. Former DOJ alumni appointed by Republicans have come out against him. We have seen people across the political spectrum, with the exception of my Republican colleagues in the Senate, who are still doing an advanced form of yoga, bending over backwards to do whatever the president wants them to do. So I'm sorry. This is a dangerous day. We're about to confirm someone to the highest law enforcement in the land who's proven that he's going to use the law against American people. And Americans all around this country are going to be looking.
Yeah, it's just placing loyalists. That's why I don't understand when they still get Democrat votes.
At who has got our back. Who is going to watch out for us? We're trying to put food on the table, and he's having fancy dinner parties with powerful billionaires.
Shut the fuck up, Corey. Don't try to fucking act like you're with us in the working class. Stop LARPing.
When he's supposed to be overseeing
Fucking
their
turd.
mergers, who does he represent? Clearly it's Donald Trump's agenda, and it's not the rule of law and the 340 million Americans. So this day should anger and outrage not partisans, but anyone who objectively wants this nation to stand for something.
Strand.
Truth and justice for all its people.
All right. We got one more. What are we
The
doing?
heart of the question, many of my colleagues have already referred to it, is who does Todd Blanche work for? You know, there's nothing wrong with the president appointing a friend, and there's not a question
Durden.
about his competence. But the responsibility that that person who is appointed is first to the Constitution and to
Yeah.
the American people. It's not to the
Yeah,
person.
but what he just said there, that kind of gives it away.
The only thing today's hearing confirmed is that Todd Blanche represents only one client, an awful client, Donald Trump. Even if his title is Attorney General.
Wells from Vermont.
The justice of these.
I was about to say, stop. No. Can we actually hear from the
Good afternoon,
victims? Thank you.
everyone. My name is Andrea Sterling, and I'm a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. In most sexual abuse cases, people don't get to know the predator, the files, or all his victims. Yet the entire globe has access to the Jeffrey Epstein files,
Yep.
billions of people, and yet we still haven't got any answer. Not millions of people, billions of people. And speaking of billions, how does the DOJ prioritizes taking billions from Americans to put Trump's name all over the US, reminding us survivors that his egotistical projects are a priority over the victims from poverty,
Amen, sister.
victims from
Amen.
war,
We've been
victims from
here. It
ICE,
is.
and victims from the Epstein files.
All right.
How does that represent justice? My mom brought me to the US when I was underage, and I remember little by little falling in love with the American culture. The American culture is beautiful. Americans are hard workers, sharp, resilient, innovative, and have a strong sense of justice, or at least that's what I thought. What happened? What happened to the United States? The United States today is a chaotic place, not a peaceful one, unless you live in a bubble. As an American and Jeffrey Epstein survivor, I wouldn't want Todd Blanche to represent
What will
the
Trump
justice
supporters do with their miserable lives when Trump is gone? I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
of this country. Todd Blanche, this is a message like
You're going to see a lot of aimless wandering after that one.
directly to Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche, don't take that position as
I do kind of find it funny that Joe Biden's still alive, though. Like, the fact that he outlived Lindsey Graham, like, that brings a very big smile to my face.
General Attorney of the U.S.
You remember when they were saying that he was going to die in office? Hey. Hey.
That role requires clear answers that you haven't been able to give, and that role requires a lot of pressure and connection from normal people. I think you're clearly great at representing powerful figures, but not us.
Yep.
Normal American civilians. We urge Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn to vote no on his confirmation as Attorney General.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's what they need. That's why, I'm glad that they called out Tillis because that's exactly who they need to do it. All right, let's do this Philly D thing. I was actually not going to do a Philly D segment today, but this one, he literally is talking about anti-vax stuff, and I can't stand the anti-vax movement, so we're going for it.
We've got to talk about how you have this mom who's
Fucking can't stand these assholes. And then again, this is, like, I know exactly what this case is. I've already looked into this. So real quick, I will let Phil do his thing, but so this is literally the case that, like, Jenny McCarthy and all of this shit was based on, about fucking them thinking that vaccines vaccines cause autism.
Vaccines were what happened to her twin toddlers, but now she's being charged with murder as a group co-founded by RFK Jr. is still supporting her. Also, this Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, Jay Clayton situation's insane, and why it's going to get worse Thursday night. You've got a massive Canadian wildfire crisis that's turning into an air quality nightmare here in the States, and why you have Democrats derailing a must-pass defense bill around an unprecedented military partnership between the U.S. and Israel. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco's show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We need to talk about the situation around a woman that you've never heard of by the name of Andrea Shaw. She's a now 23-year-old mother in Idaho, and on May 1st, 2020.
Okay, no, this is not that case, my bad.
2005, she said that she found her 18-month-old twins, Tyson and Dallas, face down and dead in their shared bed. And then, just a few days later, Shaw and her husband sat down with an interview with the Children's Health Defense, that controversial anti-vaccine nonprofit co-founded by RFK Jr. And during that interview, Shaw said that the vaccines had killed her babies. Because about a week before their deaths, the twins had been given several standard childhood vaccines, including hepatitis A, flu, tetanus, and a few more. And she
this is a totally different story. 1000%.
claimed that during that
Holy shit. Okay, so this woman...
appointment.
What the fuck? And then, knowing MAGA, they were just like, see? Oh, God, I bet Reddit was just...
questions with her pediatrician about the flu vaccine, particularly because members of her husband's family, they had reactions to it in the past. So Shaw, she says that the doctors convinced her that the twins, they should still get the shot, and then 2 days later, she took them to the hospital after they started experiencing diarrhea and lethargy. And according to the hospital records, one of the kids did have a temperature of 99 degrees, but the doctor
It's funny,
said
yesterday, I remember 420 hit, and I looked like for your let's go or your little like leaves, they weren't there. And I was just like, oh. And then I also looked down, it was 422. I done fucked up.
Post-immunization reaction, which was treated with Tylenol and ice pops. And it was then a few days after that visit that Shaw found her twins dead. And when asked about her stance on vaccines during the interview with Children's Health Defense, she said, "I feel that I wish I was anti-vaccine now." So unsurprisingly, this organization embraced Shaw with arms wide open. They heavily pushed that interview, setting up a Give, Send, Go fundraiser that brought in more than $11,000.
Oh, I'm so glad that they got to eat crow on this one.
In a lawsuit against the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is the top society of pediatricians in the country. And with that lawsuit specifically accusing the AAP of racketeering. They alleged that they falsely claimed that the vaccines were safe and that the deaths of Dallas and Tyson proved that they were wrong. But then, fast forward to last month, over a year after the twins' death, and Andrea Shaw was arrested for murdering her own children. This happened literally just 5 days after giving birth to a new baby. And what you saw specifically,
it's literally like kind of like Lego.
Is the grand jury indictment claims that Shaw
yeah,
suffocated her.
Like it's just always plural. I guess it's always plural. Yeah, it's always plural because you're always referring to two people.
Babies in an act that was either.
I have twin sisters. No, so twin sisters, but then you go because like we would refer to them as the twins.
Or taken in the course of aggravated battery. Shaw, she still claims that it was actually the vaccines that killed her kids, and Children's Health Defense, they've stood by her. Right, that first interview they did just days after the twins died, Shaw literally said that the police believed her children were suffocated and, quote, that I had supposedly had a postpartum overwhelming blackout and done it to my children. But you had Children's Health Defense repeatedly dismissing both the criminal investigation into Shaw and the charges that are now levied against her. And you've got the group's chief executive saying that they will continue to back her claims following the arrest and adding, they're messing with the wrong people, and we stand for the truth, and the truth is that vaccines can cause death, and there's zero evidence so far that this woman killed her children. Zero. As far as the actual case here, you have Shaw's lawyers telling multiple media outlets that they plan to argue that it was actually the vaccines that caused the suffocation. But then with that, you have experts saying that's not a thing. One doctor and vaccine expert at Baylor College of Medicine
I remember that
I'm not aware of any vaccine that would be able to cause suffocation. If that were the case, you'd expect to see other cases appearing in the community. And you also had them adding, in this specific case, it is even more unlikely because both kids died at the same time, right? And it happened a week after they received the vaccination. And then beyond that, Shaw's lawyer failed to provide any evidence to support.
This does show you that people will believe anything with any fucking like major gaping holes. Hey, in the argument.
His claim when asked by reporters. And actually, during a court hearing yesterday, you had the judge overseeing the case noting that the defense has not identified any experts to testify on their behalf. And also during that same hearing, the judge revoked Shaw's bond. Right, initially, the bond had been set at $2 million.
I was listening in, but I just don't feel 100% today. I did some labs today. I was napping for most of the stream.
Drop it to $100,000, arguing that she needed to be at home to breastfeed her new baby and wasn't a public safety threat. But state prosecutors, they hit back, arguing that her bond should actually be revoked entirely because this is a case where
honestly, and I'm not sure. I listen. I'm not trying to do the thing where it's like here's medical advice. But if you're feeling tired, don't know why. At least ask your doctors. Like, hey, can you like test my B12 levels?
The death penalty. It's possible, right? And also because
that's a big one.
She could pose a risk to her newborn baby.
That child is the most at-risk individual as a result of this case and as a result of the defendant's actions and behavior. And that is the single highest risk factor that the state is looking to protect. We do not think she should be allowed to be anywhere near any children, let alone her own children, to take care of.
And ultimately what you saw was the judge ruling that the prosecution had strong evidence and that Shaw should remain in jail as the case plays out. So we're gonna have to wait to see how all this develops, especially because you had Shaw's lawyer declining to enter a plea during yesterday's proceedings, claiming that he needed more time to review the prosecution's discovery. Right, but then also today, we should talk about a very different kind of threat.
Oh my God, her defense attorneys, they're sitting in there just like, fuck. Oh, fuck.
On a much larger scale. And that's that you have tens of millions
Iron
of
is a
people
big
in the
one.
past.
That's what caused, triggered all my stuff. Started with being tired.
There's
There you go.
crazy smoke from these wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. Because if you didn't know, there are hundreds of fires raging across Ontario and northern Minnesota, with dozens still out of control. Thousands of people have been evacuated, with several more towns on standby, and one entire community has been wiped out. You've got roads shut down, national parks like Boundary Waters getting closed to visitors. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, he declared a peacetime emergency and mobilized the Minnesota National Guard to respond because the flames are moving so fast. Pretend and go make some memories. But then, diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about this Todd Blanche situation, because you had Trump's nominee for Attorney General at his confirmation hearing today, and it was something special.
How long do you intend to
He did labs for his stomach bacteria.
put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you confident he's not drinking on the job? Are you sure none of his travel is a pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, and visiting girlfriends? Are you sure he knows what he's doing? Do you vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question.
Right, and Blanche, actually, he's been acting Attorney General since Pam Bondi got the boot back in April, which honestly, for some reason, feels like 3 years ago. But actually, the day before this hearing, the New York Times publishing just this trove of Justice Department emails that gave some insight into Blanche's role at the DOJ. And you had it showing that he actually wrestled control over the so-called weaponization working group away from its former head, Ed Martin. Right, and that's the task force that, among other things, investigated the prosecutions of Jan 6 rioters and Biden's use of an auto pen. And also, reportedly, Blanche's deputies were responsible for probing stuff like an FBI memo that targeted a conservative Catholic group in Richmond, prosecutions of anti-abortion activists, and federal scrutiny of conservative school board members. Actually, one really
totally not fucking. They're not doing political prosecution at all.
Interesting one is that one team,
it's
led by
all
one
the
of
up and
Blanche's
up.
aides, reportedly focused on a single person, Tina Peters. That's a Colorado elections official that was convicted, imprisoned, and later released for election-related crimes. So basically, you had Blanche's office appearing to be directly involved in many of the most high-profile efforts to rectify Trump's personal and political grievances. So when you had this hearing start today, one of the biggest issues was about the DOJ's
That was mean. I don't like mean questions.
Actually, when
Okay, calm down there, Victor Marks. Damn, that was mean. You're just a big old meanie bobini. I don't like the mean questions.
he was asked whether he considers Donald Trump his friend, Blanche let out this awkward little Freudian slip.
I'm his lawyer. Was his lawyer.
Right, and that just
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, we missed that one. That was bad. Oh my God. I am his lawyer. I was his lawyer.
Start today, one of the biggest issues is about the DOJ's independence from White House pressure. And actually, when he was asked whether he considers Donald Trump his friend, Blanche let out this awkward little Freudian slip.
I'm his lawyer. Was his lawyer.
Right, and that's just one of the many reasons a lot of people have an issue with him, but also even his intentional comments didn't give more reason for confidence.
Is the Department of Justice that you're running independent from the White House?
The Department of Justice, like every single department in the executive, is part of the executive. I mean, Article 2 of the Constitution gives the power of the executive to President Trump. So we certainly operate with integrity. We certainly operate in the single mindset to serve the American people and do the right thing. But I am a member, if confirmed, I will be a member of the cabinet.
And then also, when Blanche was given specific questions about what he would do for the president, he still gave these very dodgy, ambiguous answers.
Will you commit to following clear federal law and not deploying federal agents to polling locations?
I will commit to following the law center, of course.
Does that include not deploying federal agents to polling places?
I will absolutely follow the law, no matter what it includes. So yes.
Also, another point of contention that you had was the infamous anti-weaponization fund, which stemmed from Trump suing his own IRS for failing to protect his tax returns from getting leaked years ago, with the agency then settling. It was this very weird and what many considered corrupt, I'm suing myself.
It's corrupt as fuck, because realistically, he's suing because they released something that every president before him has actually done. Because there's established precedent.
Situation, and as part of that settlement,
President. Trust me.
Trump, his family,
every single time I say it, I'm just like, say the right one.
Businesses, they're shielded from any IRS audits or past tax returns. And then on top of that, you had the DOJ creating a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund that critics really just called a slush fund for Trump's allies. And those allies included Jan 6 defendants. So you then also had a judge the other day ruling that both sides of the IRS case colluded to get this outcome, sanctioning Trump's lawyers and suggesting that Blanche should be disciplined as well. And for his part, Blanche in this hearing, he said, hey, that fund is dead, it's done, it's not moving forward. Basically, just forget about it. But then when Senator John Cornyn, he pointed out that, hey, the settlement's still on the table, regardless of whether the DOJ is acting on it right now, he seemed to admit that it could come back to life.
Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, that they potentially could. They could potentially say that, I suppose, that we breached by not moving forward. They haven't done that, and I'm not aware that they're planning on doing that. But even if we were litigating it, there's no fund. So the results of such litigation, whatever it would be, wouldn't be a revival of the fund.
Now, also a big thing with that is that fund connects to a larger question about Blanche's attitude towards January 6th. Because you have this guy who keeps insisting, hey, the rule of law is the most important thing. But then
but January 6th is a fucking hot topic.
Democrats hitting back with the obvious retort, well, what about the rioters?
How many people were convicted of assaulting law enforcement officers on January 6th?
I believe around 120 approximately, but I could be off a few more.
You are. The answer is more than 200. And how many of those individuals had their sentences commuted or were pardoned by President Trump?
President Trump either commuted or pardoned every defendant from the January 6 events.
So you saw him multiple times being asked, as Trump's top lawyer, how in the world can you defend this? And his answer kind of more or less was, I don't.
I have never said that any sort of violence against law enforcement is appropriate. I talk about what President Trump did. He has the absolute right to pardon anybody for any reason he sees fit, and every one of them got pardoned or commuted. I am not celebrating that. It is a fact.
Right, if that feels like wishy-washy bullshit
that's
to you,
wishy-washy
you definitely
bullshit.
aren't alone,
Yep,
because Senator
that
Chris
is.
Coons, he hit him with his own quote from an interview that he gave during CPAC.
If you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted, okay? So when
That guy, that's not good. Like, even he was like,
folks say you've done...
He doesn't believe that that's a good thing. Dude, because people have eyes. They understand, and it's like, no, dude, they were violent, and they were fucking definitely doing some fucking shit that needed to be dealt with. But now you literally have this child-brained idiot in the fucking White House that's just like, they love me, so I love them. Maybe I'll even give them a job. Hey, ICE, you got some openings? Hey, isn't that convenient? ICE has openings.
You have a very
Who wants a bonus?
short memory.
And so, yeah, as Coons pointed out, that sure as fuck sounded like celebrating the pardons, but Blanche, yet I'm just doubling down.
I wasn't celebrating it. I was merely stating a fact, which is that the January 6 defendants did receive a very generous pardon or commutation from President Trump.
But then also another topic that Blanche kind of kept stumbling over was, of course, the Epstein files. Because you also had 10 victims actually showing up to the hearing, and they sat there the whole time staring Blanche right in the face. What you had were Democrats.
Damn. Good for them. Oh, that's conviction that I fucking love right there. Let's keep that one up because, again, what are the Republicans going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to keep denying the victims of the Epstein file? Like, seriously, you do understand that it's gotten to that point where they are at the point of just being like, why are you still talking about Epstein? It's just like, because there's victims. Well, they're not, I don't know if I'm actually... Like, are you gonna say what I think you're gonna say? Because it's like we already thought that's how you felt, but you guys did this thing where you really pretended that it was something that bothered you because you thought that there were some celebrities and some Democrats in there. Turns out that there wasn't, or the ones that you thought were in there, and then it turns out that there's a lot of information on certain somebody
of the files. The way it redacted tons of embarrassing information.
Oh, man.
Didn't redact some of the victims' names. And Blanche, he apologized, though. I will let you judge how sincere it was.
Any mistake that was made is not appropriate. And so, yes, I am sorry that in about 1% of the documents, mistakes were made. But what I will say on top of that is we put tons of resources to rectifying those mistakes immediately.
But even as you had him admitting in the passive voice that mistakes were made, he also pretended like Trump did not spend the better part of a year desperately flailing to keep the files from getting released. Right? In Blanche's retelling of history, Trump's DOJ, they wanted just so badly to release the files because it's the most transparent DOJ ever. They were just barred by law from releasing them, and we can actually thank Trump for signing the law that made them public. Even though now several of the Republicans that pushed to make those files getting released possible are no longer going to be in Congress, right, because they became personal enemies of Donald Trump. And even now, after the files are out, you have Blanche still not committing to personally meeting with the victims who were present and hearing their stories.
Chairman, I appreciate them being here today. I also have somebody from my office who's spent her entire career working on cases like Mr. Epstein's. She's available to talk to them.
Will you meet
Nope. No, you should.
with these
You're the fucking top law enforcement official in the country. No.
10 survivors?
No, you should meet with them.
But if they are represented by counsel, we will work with their counsel. If they don't have a lawyer, I will certainly make arrangements to make sure the right people at the Department of Justice meet with them.
He's doing everything he can to not look these victims in the eyes.
Absolutely.
And actually deal with them.
I'm not allowed to meet with them directly, as you know.
Yeah, you are. What are you talking about?
And later, you had Blanche seeming to contradict himself.
I never said I can't meet with them. I said if they were represented, I had to meet through.
No, you totally contradict. Dude, I love this. This hearing was, oh my God, this was bad for him.
Counsel, but
there's no way. And dude, this was one of the more watched ones. The fact that Philly D is covering it this in depth, this means that a lot of people saw this shit.
Of course, I can meet
that
with
normally
them.
don't.
I'm the acting attorney general of the United States, so yes, I can.
But then also, today was not just about Blanche, because you also had Jay Clayton having his confirmation hearing, and he's yet another Trump nominee who refused to admit that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. And that becomes especially concerning because the office that he might soon lead is responsible for, among many other important duties, identifying and countering foreign influence and interference in U.S. elections. Because Clayton is Trump's pick to replace Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence, who announced her resignation back in May. And while Trump, he actually first named Bill Pulte, a loyalist who has no national security experience and has launched mortgage fraud investigations against Trump's enemies as head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency as acting director, that immediately sparked pushback, and Trump announced that his permanent pick for the role would be Clayton. And as far as some of Clayton's background, after making millions of dollars working as a Wall Street attorney, he served as head of the Securities and Exchange Commission during the first Trump administration. He's also now serving as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. And ultimately, he wasn't really seen as all that controversial of a figure, at least by the standards we kind of have come to expect under Trump. Because while, like Pulte, Clayton doesn't actually have any experience serving in any intelligence agency in any capacity.
Which, yeah, that was insane. I can't believe they even put him up.
Not to mention, a few days before winning Trump's nomination, he publicly questioned the integrity of American elections.
We're doing an absolutely terrible job, and the American people are right to question it.
But still, despite the very obvious concerns, you had some lawmakers kind of eager to keep Pulte away from taking over entirely. In fact, so much so, they moved to suspend Senate rules to hold Clayton's confirmation hearing and secure a vote as quickly as possible. But then you had Trump abruptly delaying the confirmation proceedings, ordering Clayton not to appear at the initial hearing in an effort to force Congress to pass the SAVE Act, which is that voter ID bill that rights groups—
Oops, you mean he shot himself in the dick with this one? Cool.
Say would disenfranchise millions of Americans who don't have access to passports or can't easily access
Trump pissing in the wind again.
Their birth certificates. Not to mention that it's kind of a big veiled effort to essentially kill mail-in voting. And that move led to Democrats pulling their support for a bill reauthorizing Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which is another controversial program allowing intelligence agencies to carry out mass warrantless surveillance under certain conditions. So that delay, it also cleared the way for Pulte to take over as acting director.
Richard Baker, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that.
And just in his short time in that role, he already fired some intelligence officials while also working on the declassification and potential release of documents related to election security or interference. With that, tomorrow night, he's expected to appear alongside Trump for that televised address we talked about earlier, where he's expected to make claims about election fraud, possibly focused around voting machines. And so now you've got Democrats, some of whom, they may have been willing to accept Clayton, wondering, is he going to be any different than Pulte? Especially since just last week, he also authorized subpoenas for a group of New York Times reporters who reported on security issues relating to the new version of Air Force One that was gifted to Trump by the Qatari government. So what you had were a number of Democratic senators pouncing on that today, with Ron Wyden of Oregon, for example, asking Clayton who directed him to issue those subpoenas. But Clayton, he mostly sidestepped the question, saying that he signed them in connection with an ongoing national security investigation, and added,
I'm absolutely committed to and respect.
That's a really good idea for a comic book.
Our First Amendment and the role
Air Force Zero.
Press.
Right, but the election issue, it really came to dominate the hearing.
Or a group commandeer it and use all of its anti ordinance kind of stuff and cause a bunch of Oh, that could be fun.
As Clayton time and time again danced around, just one simple question.
Do you deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
But then
me getting creative.
Clayton notably added,
we have
Ghost Train, good to see you. How you doing?
To do.
Welcome to the show.
And I've made it in improving our electoral processes. It's part of national security, and I feel strongly about that.
An answer that ended up not inspiring a lot.
I just kind of feel like our director of national security shouldn't be a dead ringer for a garden gnome, but
a lot of confidence. And so then you had Angus King, an independent from Maine, really laying into Clayton.
Who won the 2020 election?
I've answered that question. I'm not going to get into that.
You have not
anymore.
answered that question. Could you answer the question? Who won the 2020 election? Pretty simple question. I'm just
worked
asking
hard
a
for the
really
position,
simple
so-
question. Who won the 2020 election?
As I said to you, we went through our processes, and Joe Biden became the president of the United States. I'm here to talk about my qualifications.
One of your qualifications is you told us you're going to tell the truth to power, and you won't answer a very simple question.
Literally the simplest question.
Many times.
You have not answered it.
Right, and with all that,
Yeah, I'm
probably
pretty
I would
sure
say
that a
the
kid
closest
could
he came
answer
to
that one.
answering was with Arizona Senator Mark Kelly when he acknowledged that Biden had the most electoral votes. But still, he just wouldn't say Biden won. And so you had Kelly arguing at this show that Clayton, he doesn't have what it takes for this job.
You're going to be in a room with him many times. And at times, you should have a difference of opinion. And if you can't disagree with him when he's not in the room, are you going to be able to disagree with him when you're sitting across from him?
Nice.
In the Oval Office or the Situation Room?
And then finally, you had John Ossoff going through the motions as well, grilling Clayton about the 2020 election and slamming him for his response. And so with all this, if next week all 8 Democrats oppose his nomination, then he's going to need unanimous support from the panel's 9 Republicans, and then there's going to be a full vote in the Senate. But of course, in the meantime, you still have Acting Director Bill Pulte already hard at work exploiting the office to do Trump's bidding. And that speech tomorrow, it's going to be something we have to keep our eyes on because it's not just possibly Trump being a sore loser again. If he does hit on this, if the reporting is true, this is laying the groundwork to challenge any future results that he does not like. And Clayton, he said very little to suggest that he would actually stand in the way. And then there's even more that we get.
Yup. Again, thank you, Phil, for covering that. That's huge that Philip DeFranco covered that. All right. Geez, man, this show is flying by today. Tell him, astronaut senator, what's up? Yeah. He's been to space. I remember, dude, when him and Kamala were on the campaign trail, I kept saying that where I'm just like, that guy's been to space. That's just crazy. He's been to space, man. He's a spaceman. Man, that's crazy. He's seen the, he's seen it. He's seen it. I don't know why I'm so goofy about it. All right, so we have some awesome coverage from Breaking Points today. Ryan Grimm, I don't know, man. I know people are pissed at him, but he's still one of the best reporters that we got out there. So I'm gonna tell I'm gonna just say my piece on this one. Calm down on that shit, especially like going after Grimm for just reporting on shit, because like realistically, he even put his opinion aside on this. Like, people really do conflate what actual journalists are and what like I am. People like that watch Breaking Points and think that he's just presenting the news. No, he actually like breaks the news. He's out there investigating and actually doing things. I watch videos and react to them and read news and react to it with you guys and try to make a funny spin on it. And, there is a level of curation here, but I don't have any fucking
more about
delusions of grandeur about what I'm doing here.
Johann Sebastian Guerrero, who was the Colombian man killed by ICE in Maine, and one of the witnesses.
Trump. Oh wait, this isn't it. Here it is. My bad.
All right. Good morning and welcome to Breaking Points. Emily is joining us from
the wrong story up.
road, which you would know if you'd signed.
My last comments do not not stand here.
Up for the newsletter. Actually, we didn't tease it, but we can put the newsletter up there.
She's
Reminder, if you go to breakingpoints.com, you can sign up for this free newsletter that sums up the show.
All right.
For premium subscribers,
so here's
it's going
what
to
I
have
gotta
the
do.
link to the
I got
ad-free
to,
full show. For those who are just getting the newsletter, it's just going to tell them what was in the show, and then they can find that wherever they want. Emily, thank you for joining us from the road. I know you'll be able to be here for a segment or two, and looking forward to a safe trip back.
Yes, no, I appreciate you guys. Like, this is one of the things I love about the team is I had to get home for a family thing pretty quickly, and it's just amazing. You guys pick up so much of the slack. So I'm really grateful. Happy to be joining from the Milwaukee airport today. And we've got a big show. Actually, military strikes against Iran launched just in the hours before we began recording this. So we're going to break down updates from Iran, and we have much more to get to. Ryan, as well, you have a huge slate of guests lined up. So Robert Pape is going to be here. Going to cover that ICE shooting. There's so much to get to this morning.
Yeah, Juan David Rojas will be here to talk about who who the man was who was shot by ICE agents in Maine. Another Mexican man was shot in not shot, was hit by a truck in Florida after an encounter with ICE. Emily will stick around with us to talk about the New York ban on data centers, or at least a moratorium on data centers. We're going to also talk about an interview we did yesterday on Drop Site with Ro Khanna, where he and Jeremy Scahill went back on the legitimacy of armed resistance, as well as whether or not there should be a full arms embargo on Israel. We'll also have news in that. Julian Andrione from Drop Site News interviewed AOC about whether or not she supports an arms embargo, and she said, in fact, yes, she does. At the back end of the show, we'll be joined by Donovan McKinney, who's a DSA and Justice Democrats-backed candidate running in Detroit, who is very likely to oust an incumbent in early August. So you're going to want to stick around for that. We'll also ask him about the Abdul El-Sayed Haley Stevens race, the Will Lawrence race, which is getting hot in Michigan as well. Wanted to start with some. We're going to call it good news. What led up to it is not good news, but the event this morning is, in fact, great news. Mujahid al-Sadi, a very well-respected, well-regarded veteran journalist in the West Bank who's written for Drop Site as well, was finally released after nearly 2 years, and we put up A7, of administrative detention in Israeli custody. In other words, no charges whatsoever were ever filed against Mujahid. He last wrote for Drop Site in September of 2024. Here he is being reunited with his father. Again, there are thousands of Palestinians, many journalists, and here he is meeting his family on the road after being dropped off, who are able, under the Israeli, let's call it law, to be able to be kept in prison for 6 months on what they call administrative detention, meaning 0 charges, no right to challenge your detention, and then every 6 months they can just re-up it.
That's
we
insane.
had been petitioning for his release for nearly 2 years now, and we're deeply glad for him and his family that he's released, and looking forward to seeing him get back to the
what kind of
the
appeals
business
process
of
is that?
journalism. Emily, he's being released into the reignition of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. We could not get anywhere near through all of the period of the memorandum of understanding without it unraveling. We can put up A0 here. CENTCOM announcing a new wave of strikes. It's 6 a.m. Eastern today. CENTCOM announced.
Oh shit, Meta! I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize that you had a redeemed Macho Man impression.
Forces began launching a wave of strikes against Iran. The strikes are designed to further degrade military capabilities Iranian forces have used to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Right
now, the target so far for the United
Talking about the war in Iran, yeah. Maybe not the best time. Talk about macho madness, yeah. Maybe we'll take it a little slow here and do it afterwards, yeah.
United States have included a barracks that would the Iranian Army's 388th Brigade in Bampur. So this was a dormitory that was housing conscripts that the United States kind of struck overnight, resulting in what appears to be a mass casualty event. Now, clearly, if you are conscripted into the military, you are a military asset and a military target. But it's just not remotely obvious, like how there's a kind of military benefit to striking a dormitory filled with conscripts in any event. That's what they did.
And CENTCOM's explanation, as people just saw on their screen, is that this was being used to degrade, or it was being used Strait of Hormuz was being used to degrade capacities.
Where the fuck is she even broadcasting from?
They're claiming, right? They're claiming everything. Yeah, they're claiming
she's
everything.
obviously backstage somewhere for something, or is that like a closed mall or something? Like, goddamn, that looks like a closed mall.
And their hitting is related somehow to Iran's
oh my
ability
god,
to
is she broadcasting from a fucking rest stop?
control the strait. Although, of course, as long as you have a few landmines and a few drones left, you can.
I think that she's literally at a rest stop right now, outside of Madison, Wisconsin. I swear to God, I recognize this.
Control the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't quite know how hitting this dorm, but go ahead.
Well, I was going to say more news on that front. We'll get to Trump's toll comments from yesterday in just a second. I do want to just take a moment. I mean, militaryspend.org is a great website. They have the total death count in this war right now. So
Actually,
that's
might be the
across all
mall.
of the different countries. So this includes combined, confirmed, and estimated
Madison Street Side
deaths
Market.
across the
Yeah,
US,
hold on.
Iranian military,
Here.
Iranian and Israeli civilians, Lebanese civilians, Hezbollah fighters, and Gulf state casualties. Right now, this is 8,966 on the low end and 18,300 on the high end. So in the United States, we've had 14 to 16 deaths across the region. This death toll is much higher than I think we've even discussed here in the U.S.
That's a good point. And also, I think, even though the U.S. has not achieved its kind of military objectives, like the level of destruction that has been rained down upon Iran is, should not be
That's a rest stop. I swear to God, I think that's a rest stop or a bus stop. Yeah.
Some new grain sites were hit overnight by the United States inside Iran. We also hit a kind of mineral water
The fact that there's a closed, like a closed store behind her.
facility. So we're going after the the very basics of life there, and that's of course after the Israelis have boasted about having destroyed every village that they could reach in southern Lebanon. But let's listen to a little bit of Trump explaining his rationale here. Let's A2.
With the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that actually because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the straight or for any other straight relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position. But we were doing it as a reimbursement. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me. I think it's actually much better.
So, Emily, that is Trump saying that, okay, maybe the 20% fee that he was going to charge was a little bit high. And so he's back to, I guess, doing it for free, except in exchange for the generosity of the Gulf states.
He didn't
Trump
completely endorse
charge
Plattner.
20% fee was
Again,
really
this is
quite
what
a
I was talking
diplomatic
about.
goal.
The fact that he's an actual journalist, people are pissed off that he went above and beyond in so yes, there was added scrutiny to the victim, but the thing is, he was just reporting the fact that the places that were reporting on it exclusively were totally taking information out. They were negating to report on certain information because they knew that it was going to sensationalize what they were trying to push. That's bullshit. So Ryan was just being a journalist. He was actually doing the thing where he's like, no, that's not okay. They're curating a story. Like, even because he laid it out. He said he was glad that Plattner was dropping out. He believed the victim. But he did say that he was like, this was irresponsible on Politico. And for him to not call that out, that's actually being complacent in bad journalism and letting shit slide that should never slide, because this is actually the problem with America, where we have this thing where we would rather be like told something that we want to hear instead of an inconvenient truth.
Because the U.S. had consistently been saying that the principle is that there, in international waterways, there cannot be
Also, thank you, Cavis Russ. Thank you for the follow.
Charged, and Iran had been talking about charging a 1% to 2% fee, something like $1 million per ship. The Iranians quickly embraced Trump's
You
idea.
guys have not already subbed over on YouTube. I could also use some help over there as well.
Put forward this
and double tap that screen if you haven't done so.
We agree. There should be a fee. We're going to charge 1%. He's going to charge 20%. Which would you prefer? Let's roll a little bit more Trump and then discuss. Or go ahead. Did you have
Well,
a
Brian, I was
reaction
going
to
to say, just to tee this up. So that was Trump talking in the White House yesterday. We have more sound bites from that press availability he did, but he also sat down for an interview with Fox News, where he talked a little bit about the deal-making process. And I know, Ryan, you have some reporting behind the scenes that you're going to get to, but this is Donald Trump yesterday with Trey Yingst of Fox News talking about where things stand. And again, let's just we don't need to do this. Breaking Point's audience understands this perfectly clearly, but before the war, there were no Strait of Hormuz was open, and there was, of course, no war. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous even to hear him now say things like what you're about to hear from this Fox News interview. This is A3.
3 days ago, we had a deal. When was the last time you spoke with an Iranian official? Well, not me, but let's say my representatives. I have spoken to them, but my representatives over.
I have spoken to him, even though I haven't spoken to him.
The course of.
For people that have given him way too much credit, saying that he's a good liar and that's why he's gotten away with this, no, he's not even a good liar. What he's good at doing is just being like, I didn't lie, nuh-uh, and you just get tired and you're like, all right.
Well, actually,
is this even worth my time?
And what message was delivered? They want to make a deal, but every time they make a deal, they break it. They don't want to die. People don't want to die. About an hour ago. And What message was delivered?
He says that a lot.
Make a deal. You're not going to have any. You're not going to have anybody
You're
left.
banned from both X and Twitch.
They're being very careful with the civilian population, as you know. But I said, you better make a deal. You're not going to have anything left. Do you think they will? They should. I don't know if they will or not.
Well, that's a not-so-veiled threat against civilians, which we've seen at different points in the war. Ryan, let's also now take a look.
Emily, are you? See, I don't like being this guy, but at what point is Emily actually going to just be like, you know what? I'm kind of sorry, because she really did go to bat for Trump's whole thing, and just during the election season, she was very convinced that this was the right way to go, and just absolutely nothing from her, nothing. Her and Sagar have both just been conveniently very quiet on that side of just apology or just oh God, I got taken.
Well, actually, just let's pause on that point for a moment. We've seen that a couple times over the course of the war. Him make threats like that.
Yeah, and what's so unusual about Trump is that he makes so many wild threats against his enemies. He's going to annihilate their civilization. There won't be anybody left. That the Iranians even insisted on putting into the MOU.
Not today. Sorry, Ghost.
That he would stop making threats. Like that.
I got too much to cover and too little time to really do that.
That is not the kind of thing that would.
Knowing me, I will enjoy it too much. Stun lock, tell stories, and just I gotta stay on point today.
Normally go into a set of negotiating talking points, right? Because you reach a ceasefire with the other side. It's just kind of assumed that because you've reached a ceasefire, neither side is going to threaten to annihilate the other side while you're engaged in the talks produced by the ceasefire.
Fun show.
That's not Trump, though. And so the Iranians...
Oh, yeah. By the way, tomorrow's the debut of our panel show over on this space. I will make sure that I put it out on my YouTube social, my X, and my my Discord.
That one of the deal points put in the
I will
MOU
likely be a little late to the
threatening to annihilate
the
our
actual panel,
civilization.
though.
And it's kind of stunning that Trump can't stop threatening to genocide an entire population. Like, when you say there will be nobody left, there's only one way to read that. Like, that is not like that is nothing other than a threat of complete and total civilizational annihilation. And I think everyone is kind of immune to it, including the Iranians at this point. But it doesn't make it any. I mean, I guess it makes it a little less disturbing because they kind of chuckle it off. But when they're out there attacking, water facilities, attacking grain facilities, attacking a dorm where soldiers are sleeping, where that there's no. I still would love to see some rationale of why they hit that. Meanwhile, let's put up A6, which is what the Iranians are doing, which is attacking military facilities. This is, I believe,
if you're not part of the Discord here,
ballistic missile attack in Bahrain, and you see there. And as
this is Jordan, A6 is Jordan.
A6 is Jordan. So you have these PAC-3 Patriot missile interceptors that you can see them kind of flying by in the night there. Those are about, I think, $4 million
almost
apiece.
high. Hell yeah, that's a dope name.
There goes one. And as you see, it missed. The ballistic missiles are estimated to be somewhere
Thank you for the
$400,000
chili.
$600,000
The
apiece.
reference frame. What's up, TR?
Basically an order of magnitude
TR.
cheaper than
RF.
the Patriot missiles.
TRF.
And what some of the kind of OSINT folks were observing as they were watching this, this base in Jordan getting pummeled, was that after a while they stopped shooting the Patriots, which suggested that the radar system, that is used.
Wait, your secret alt is pretty high for fun. That's
to make sure that the Patriots can be launched with some
By
accuracy.
the way, in
had itself
about
been,
22
destroyed.
minutes, we're going to be celebrating
so
4-2-0.
just kind of left vulnerable.
Well, I was going to say, we can also
ready
toggle
and,
through A1
your
here. So what you're going to
apparatuses
see
are ready.
Iranian strikes against Bahrain. You see Iranian strikes against Kuwait, and then more from Jordan, as we just saw.
EC did his job a little too well today.
Warhead on it. You could
look at all
see
this.
the shape of it.
I was going to say, Ryan, look at
I
all this.
wore the thin sweater because I thought it was going to be warmer down here.
Healthcare and education and infrastructure just getting
It's like the
blown
most
up
old man shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here that was Iran firing kind of these like cluster bombs to get around the
Oh my
interceptors.
God.
Another direct hit.
Remember, Jordan has really nothing to do with this.
It's a reminder that we still had some kind of military material left behind.
Yeah.
And Trump, I guess, decided that he wanted to see that get destroyed as well. The Iranians are claiming that they hit ship parts, weapons storage, and aircraft parts warehouses in Bahrain, an MQ-9 drone storage in Kuwait, a warehouse in Kuwait, That was a major kind of support center, satellite communication center connected to the MM-104, a Patriot defense system. They also in Kuwait, they also claim in Kuwait they targeted these HIMARS missile launchers, which the guesses can't bearing, which if so is a real coup to have hit that, and also would expose this sort of attempted lie that nobody really takes seriously, that there aren't launches coming from Kuwait, which I think everybody understands that there are. And then they went after hangars where drones and American military jets were stationed as well. In Jordan, we don't know if they were still there. We don't know if they were hit, and as well as the management center and ammunition and fuel storages in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy 5th support base is. And we're seeing a lot of footage emerge.
Anyone here ever been to Yosemite? I've been a few times. My mom has.
From these strikes in real time. And this goes back to the point I was making. Curious your take on this.
We covered the buffalo thing yesterday. If you missed it, Coheed. Yeah, we did the bison attack. And for anybody here that doesn't know, my mom went viral for petting a buffalo when she was actually taking a stick off it. And she walked right up to it, took the stick off, and was fine. And people were like, "That lady's crazy." The thing is,
when Trump first launched this war,
I love you, Mom, but
a full battery of defense. He had a lot of troops in the Gulf and in Iraq. He had 2 aircraft carrier groups. He had the full naval missile defense system at the ready. He's now restarting this war in a much hollower
position. And that
position.
poor man that got yeeted by the bison, somebody going to need to buy that man a beer.
At the beginning of the war, you did not.
Although, dude, I should buy him a beer and I should also apologize. It's like, dude, I laughed way too hard at your expense because the way, dude, you got starfished. Just he got yeeted 10 feet in the air at fucking head down, foot up, just, it was...
see this level of penetration of air defenses. And so he failed strategically the first time around with a full magazine.
I want to do I want to do it where it's like you clip it from where the buffalo or the bison yeets him, and then you do the classic, the cowboy in the sky going, ah!
Of offensive and defensive weapons. I don't understand how he thinks he's going to do better this time around in a much weakened and depleted position.
It's okay to laugh as long as you feel sorry for the poor. Dude. I mean, he had a broken leg, and his side, the bruise that he had to have on his side, because I watched it break down. The bison didn't even hit him with the horns. He hit him with the top of the head, which I hate to say this, but the side of the head, at least you're gonna I don't know. Yes, the horns do hurt, but oh my fucking, that, just taking the full brunt of the fucking, the dome.
Well, and I was gonna say, you're about to bring on Robert Pape, but the only way that he can is
the half dome in Yosemite in the 90s is a beautiful experience.
Right. The only way is to either stay in this holding pattern for a
I unfortunately don't have any video of my mom probably break down if I saw one. Yeah, it's kind of sad. That's actually some of the only real video of my mom I have right now. I'm not going to try and make this uncomfortable, but I'm just going to say this. I am in the same boat. I can't even listen to her voicemails right now because it's too hard.
Matter of months.
I just know that I'm in this weird period of grief where I accept she's gone and I miss her terribly. But there are some times where it's just I allow myself to go to the recording or read her last text, and then I'll just sit there with it for a little bit. But yeah,
as I think it's being
telegraphed.
It's been
a minute. It's been at least a month
right now, which means that all Republicans
means it's time to go back.
Right now in the cycle are going to have to defend this constantly up until November. Gas prices probably remaining.
Something's wrong with my older sister now.
For consumers, if we don't see another spike, we'll still probably see prices being too high.
Ghost Train, unfortunately, it's another club I'm in. My older brother has also passed, so
and all of it for
solidarity.
Either remaining in a holding pattern or escalating. I think that's pretty clearly the only option in front of Trump right now, or take a massive L.
Right.
That's, again, we've been talking about this since the war began, but those are the 3 options. They continue to be the 3 options. And the question for him is whether the holding pattern is durable, politically and substantively for his position. And it's impossible to know what he's thinking. Other than that, he doesn't want to either escalate or take an L. So eager to hear.
Sometimes the emotional contact is worth the pain.
And I know you're about to have a conversation with him, right?
Yeah. And meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, apparently with U.S. blessing, decided that this was the right time to strike Yemen, to strike Ansar Allah movement.
She looked like a zombie.
The Houthis have now shot back and hit a bunch of different facilities in Saudi Arabia,
No,
so
I
they're
know.
going to close the Bab el-Mandeb.
I know. I know that the pain is actually my grief, and my grief is beautiful because it's my love for my mom showing through, and I allow myself to always feel that.
Straight. You combine that with the Strait of Hormuz getting closed again, it's a total disaster for the global economy.
It's the missing her bit that sucks.
And when it comes to the American position, there was a very interesting moment in President Trump's meeting yesterday with the Iraqi prime minister, in which he basically said, if you can read between the lines here, that we've been kicked out of Iraq. Let's roll A5 to round this out.
The military there anymore. It's a
I hate when I'm covering politics and then all of a sudden I'm just like, oh.
very a big operation. And what we do have is the oil
You added
companies
more
are all
gold.
going in now, and they're
I like gold.
doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend, but I consider that an opponent was Iran, was a big burden on Iraq because they were
Pax is here.
the bully of the Middle East, as you know. And we were just talking about that, but they're not going to have that problem anymore because Iran has been very much destabilized, and really their military power is just a tiny fraction of what it was just 4 months ago.
So, Emily, we have beaten Iran so
You're
badly
back!
that we don't even need
Hell
to
yeah.
be in Iraq anymore. That's the argument that Trump is making there.
Just in time for the 420.
Reading that person as us being kicked out of Iraq, as opposed to Trump's framing of it.
Right. Yeah, American troops in Iraq were always the greatest vulnerability to Iran because they're for us to Iran because they are the closest and the easiest targets. Before we launched the war, we basically just moved as much of the personnel out of the green zone as we could, which is fortunate as it got completely lit up, not just by Iran, but also the Iranian allied militias that are there. So yeah, there's Trump talking about that we're basically finally done with Iraq, but it was, don't worry, it was his choice and it was on his terms, it was victorious, and we've just so weakened Iran that we don't even need to be there anymore. So I guess congratulations to us and to the American people for one more victory under the second Trump term.
Well, certainly a victory for the PAPE theory. And if we see this start to escalate, I mean, you just mentioned strikes on Yemen. The region is hanging by a thread, obviously. So it could, again, we don't need to tell Breaking Point's viewers this, but it could get significantly worse than it is, just at any moment.
Yes,
So
it could.
Let's bring in Professor Pape.
All right, the good professor.
Hey, if you like.
All right. I'm getting through it here, folks. Getting through it. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. This Legal Eagle one, I haven't pre-watched it, so I don't know anything about it. I just know that the topic's a little contentious, and I'm not sure if I want to go through that today. We'll see. Your family suffers from cancer because unfortunately, that's the same with mine. My dad had two different types of cancer. He had prostate cancer and mouth cancer. He had stage 4 mouth cancer. He has been in remission for 15 years now. My mom, on the fortunate side, did not have any cancers. Her genetics, surprisingly, are really good. Unfortunately, she had complications from post-COVID pneumonia that stopped her heart. So that was, unfortunately, I hate to say it too, because it is one of those things where it's just like, if she, if this American healthcare system wasn't so messed up, she would have been able to go to her local facility and wouldn't have had to wait the day or the night that took her from us. Apparently one of my Washington step siblings, distant children or something, just went and had a ton of children, no responsibility. ICE agents aren't doing work. That's why they're ICE agents. Did I use redundant right? Dude, I do that a lot where I'm just like, did I use that word right? I was trying to sound smart. It sounds smart. Let's get ready here. Do it. Dropping stuff. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm struggling to see amongst the local or the long text. And I got piss poor eyes too. I got new glasses coming soon though. I'm excited for those. I did see that the Democrats actually voted to not merge Israel and the U.S. military, which is objectively a good thing. You know, if you're America first, you would actually think, yeah, same thing. I mean, the America firsters, the fact is like that they were kind of like toying with like being okay with it because they're just like, well, my Zionism and like my need to have my place in the final battle of, you know, Armageddon does kind of supersede my whole, you know, critique of America, like in America first, you know, and you know, I guess, you know, there's America, like they really spin this shit. Hey, positive Pep, you did it. Yes, I did. Look, I'm positive. That's me being positive. Hey, I'm positive here. Look at me, making people feel good and stuff. Hey, the power of positivity, my friends. Alrighty. Oh my god. The ice thing. I'm gonna, you know what? I want to save that for tomorrow. I don't know. I should. No, fuck it. I should. I don't want to bum us out, but here, before, yeah, you know what? Before the fun half, let's just do it.
Surveillance footage from the scene gives us a glimpse into how the situation unfolded. We want to warn our viewers, some of the video you're about to see may be disturbing. Here's CNN's Yahya Abu Ghazala.
Any relation?
A 26-year-old Colombian man, Joan Sebastian Guerrero, was shot and killed in an ICE-involved shooting Monday morning in Maine. For now, official information is scarce, but a CNN review of photos and videos of the scene offers new insight into the timeline of the deadly incident. It's the second...
They 100% were not in front of the car. I called it. I fucking called it. They were not in front of the car. They were trying to get in the car, and then they fucking went around. Like, dude. And the fact is, this was a new recruit. He had piss poor training. Like, how come it's always the same shit?
Fatal shooting involving ICE agents within a week. Coming just days.
The fact that the fact that your normal average cop is looking at this shit just like, they are actually like, they have no training. Like, it is a problem, and it's making our job harder.
Days after a Mexican man was killed in Houston. The latest shooting happened at this intersection in the city of Biddeford. Guerrero was driving this white Kia. There's still a lot that's unclear about what led to the shooting, but here's what we do know. At 7:17 a.m., a doorbell camera from a nearby home captured the sound of gunshots. You can hear 5 shots fired in just over a second in the distance.
Is that a car?
In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said that ICE was conducting targeted surveillance of an illegal...
They have a secret playbook, secret meme group, secret everything. Yes, they are literally secret fucking police. I don't know why we're playing this game with words.
Alien.
I don't like it. Dude... Some people were just like, yeah, well, Hitler had the SS. They were secret, super secret. No, they fucking weren't. Everybody knew about them. That's how we fucking know about them.
Then it says an illegal...
It wasn't something that was disclosed later in the war. Everybody knew who the German SS was. I hate this shit, and I hate the fact that people need to rewrite history in a way that makes it so today's more palatable for them.
Alien departed...
No, you dumb motherfuckers. This is a secret police force that doesn't have proper training, they're not held to the same standards of law enforcement. Therefore, if they are not held to the confines of the law, then they are fucking acting with impunity, which, I'm not sure if you need to know this, but that's not how fucking America works. There's a reason our cops can't just do whatever the fuck they want to do.
In a vehicle.
You bootlicking fucks.
Notably, they don't specify whether that's the same person they were targeting. DHS says that the vehicle attempted to flee the scene and fearing for...
Read the Epstein files? We already have.
Public safety,
Nathan, I don't know what you think you're doing here, but hey, welcome to the show.
Officer discharged his weapon. The statement did not explain why the ICE officer...
BTTC, hey, what's up? Welcome to the show. By the way, if you're new to the channel, welcome.
Thought the driver was a threat. U.S. Senator Angus King said DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin told him the man was not the target of the operation. Surveillance video, which appears to have been captured seconds after the shots were fired, shows Guerrero's car entering the intersection and then slowly moving in circles. In another angle, you can see 2 federal agents standing outside the car, as one of them has his hand on the driver's side door, apparently trying to bring it to a stop. Behind the circling car are at least 2 federal law enforcement vehicles blocking the road with their lights flashing, indicating where the shooting may have started. The car keeps spinning for over a minute, making at least 4.5 revolutions. Then there's a cut in the video. When it resumes, you can see agents use one of their vehicles to stop Guerrero's car. We can see in this photo that it was pinned by an unmarked federal law enforcement vehicle. You can also see 4 bullet holes in the car's windshield on the driver's side. 2 federal agents are then recorded outside the car. One of them pulls Guerrero onto the street. He appears limp and his head hits the ground. Then officers appear to handcuff him. In other footage, one of the agents can be seen wearing a vest that indicates he's an ICE agent. The other, a Border Patrol agent. 3 other agents, all wearing ICE vests, could also be seen around the car. Then, at 7:21 a.m., local police arrive on the scene as one ICE agent kneels over Guerrero. By 7:23 a.m., about 6 minutes after the shots were fired, both local and federal officers are seen providing medical care to him.
President Trump making a post that just happened in the last hour. He says, "We cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop." Now, that's significant because it comes after a very different announcement from the border czar last night, who was on Fox. Tom Homan had said the agency would have a short pause on most traffic stops after one of their officers
It's kind of funny how like the adults in the room are even just like, okay.
fatally shot a Colombian man in Maine on Monday.
They coughed a dead body? Yes, they did.
It was the second fatal shooting involving ICE agents within a week, coming just days after a Mexican man was killed in Houston. Now, President Trump's border czar is describing the halt in traffic stops not as a complete stop to traffic stops, but as he put it, short pause. In both shootings, none of the agents involved wore body cameras, and officials are now saying that ICE does plan to equip each arrest team with an agent wearing a body camera. Here's what border czar Tom Homan said about the slow rollout of body cameras.
As soon as the trainer's done, the trainers will get the cameras and they'll deploy as quick as possible.
Don't you see that to be extremely urgent, given right now?
It is urgent. They're moving as quick as they
possible.
possible. As soon as they had funding, they bought them. As soon as they had funding, they bought them. If Democrats wanted to shut down the government, it would have been a lot quicker.
All right, CNN's Maria Santana live in Bedford, Maine, where there is really growing anger after the death of the 26-year-old Colombian father.
Oh, there's a lot. No, people are fucking pissed about this one. No, you see her face right now? This is the oh shit face of the mainstream media going, oh crap, normal people are getting mad at this. Oh crap.
Maria,
once normal people start getting mad at this stuff, that's when you lost the plot there, homie.
What are you hearing there and what are you learning this morning?
Yeah, hi, Sarah. Good morning. Well, one of the biggest questions here in Biddeford remains exactly the same. What happened in the seconds before an ICE agent opened fire, killing 26-year-old Joan Sebastián Durán Guerrero from Colombia? And the community here is still really grappling with that. They have been trying to demand answers. They have been trying to support this family. We are here in this park, very close by to where Durán Guerrero lived. There have been protests here the last several nights. And as you can see behind me, the community has left notes in solidarity with his family, asking for ICE to be abolished, to get out of their communities. Because, Sarah, more than 2 days
Bye, Sanford.
Later, there are still very few answers and details from the Department of Homeland Security over what led to the...
Why don't you go to another channel and complain that you got banned from a leftist channel and blah, 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 you pathetic piece of shit.
This incident, and a big part of the reason that that's the case is because the agents were not wearing body cameras, and the video from surveillance, from witnesses that have been released, they really
See how easy that was?
Don't show those moments right before Durán Guerrero was shot. DHS has so far provided, very few details.
People don't like militarized force on the streets. Shocker.
About why the agent that discharged his weapon felt that he was in danger and why he believed that deadly force was necessary. What they have confirmed is that Durán Guerrero was not the person that they were looking for, that he walked out of this apartment building that they were surveilling, waiting for another person who had a final order of deportation. They tried to stop his vehicle, and they said that when Guerrero tried to flee, that in fear for the safety of the public, the agent began shooting.
I'm also joined tonight by CNN's senior law enforcement analyst, the former deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, and my colleague, Priscilla Alvarez. And Priscilla, you've been doing a ton of great reporting on this. I mean, for the administration to come out and change, even temporarily, as Tom Homan was putting it, how they are conducting this is notable.
On two fronts, actually. So there is the pause on vehicle stops. That is something that the administration has been leaning on more and more frequently to ramp up their immigration arrests and hover around those 2,000 arrests a day that the White House has wanted and the administration has been pushing for. And now they are saying that they are going to pause that as they assess and review what happened in these incidents, both in Texas and in Maine. And I should note that there is an exception here for those with criminal warrants.
So ICE are being bastards again? Yep.
But even in those cases,
what up, Dragon Lord?
They want ICE to work with their partners. But on the other change, I'm also learning that an arrest team that is put together by ICE for them
You need to ban the trolls, otherwise normal people
go
leave.
out and conduct an arrest.
I ban them once once the engagement's pretty much like just. If I see you guys not having fun, debating them.
They
then
now
yeah.
are requiring or plan to require
you're not
at least
wrong.
one agent to have a
No, see, I'm a newer channel, so if you need to know, I'm going to be completely honest about it. I welcome more engagement than I probably should because it does help my channel out. But yeah, no, I appreciate you looking out. You're not wrong.
body camera on their person while they're distributing these
Getting
cameras
better at it.
to the entire field. That is something that is ongoing, as you just mentioned there, and as the White House border czar was talking about. So in the span of only a few hours on the heels of both of these fatal shootings, we are seeing two notable changes, even if they are temporary, which is a departure from the way the department has postured itself before. We saw the doubling down in Minneapolis with then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen appears to be taking a different approach here, and I think part of that, Caitlin, is I have been told that there have been concerns within the department that these shootings are going to erode public trust in a way that he had been trying to rebuild while carrying out this immigration crackdown since Minneapolis. So there's a lot at play here. There are concerns within the department about what has unfolded here.
No, actually, I just realized Stanford, he's been kind of a thorn in our side for quite some time. So this was a long time coming.
And they are taking a moment to assess what's going on, even if it's temporary. And of course, that also has an impact on the administration's agenda.
Yeah.
I just looked at his history. I was like, oh,
this
damn.
investigation itself beyond just, what we could learn from a body camera that we don't have.
I have a lot of questions. I think one of them, and this is a frequent question of mine, is where is the FBI in this work? And I say that not just for the killing of Mr. Guerrero yesterday, but as we look back over these incidents, at least over this year, you see a pattern of not only not living up to their responsibility of conducting what we call color of law offense investigations or civil rights investigations, but actually going in the other direction. So certainly in the case of Renee Good, in the case of Alex Preddy, investigations were opened right away to investigate assaults on law enforcement officers, just as was done in the case in Houston last week. We know that the FBI comes in and does a thorough crime scene evaluation and then keeps that evidence, refuses to share it with local
golden poop. Thank you.
Authorities, hampering district attorneys and state's attorneys from doing the investigations of a killing on their own streets. The evidence that they seized from the crime scene involving Renee Good.
Also, Nate, what is up? How you doing? Thanks for holding it down over on Twitch today.
To turn over. The state of Minnesota had to sue them for it, and they finally turned it over
Russ,
today. Or
Caves Russ. Also, welcome to the show. If you're still here, I apologize. I just kind of realized that my Twitch was not being integrated because I forgot that I have to turn this on.
In the last 24 hours. So rather than being a force of
I had to reset chat like halfway through
fair,
stream.
complete investigations, the FBI, under its current leadership,
We almost
has taken
got through a full stream without any problems.
Of facilitating ICE's ability to basically walk away from these instances scot-free.
Do we know anything
Here
else
I go
on
to bed. Good night, Dragonborn. Thank you for popping in. If you can hit the like button on your way out, I appreciate that. And thank you for thanks for hanging.
Officers, the agents who were involved in what happened in Maine?
We're still gathering details on who they were, not only in Maine, but also in Texas. Generally speaking, the standard protocol is that these agents would go on administrative leave for a period of time as these investigations are ongoing. We have seen, to your point, that there have been cases and criminal charges brought against agents. This happened in Minneapolis, given the way they
Twitch gets no love. I'm sorry.
the events
all love
of
Twitch
an arrest
here.
of a
What's up,
Venezuelan man.
Twitchers?
So we'll see what comes out of this.
Bloggers
Tom
and
Homan has
all
also
that.
talked about investigations brought against agents when they did not conduct themselves well. But one of the questions that is also unanswered is what was their training? And not only that, but when did they join ICE? Are these veteran ICE agents? Are they newer ICE agents that were part of that massive recruiting push last year? So those questions remain unanswered. The department has not shared who they are, but certainly we're trying to figure that out as these investigations happen.
I think it's important to note that case in Minnesota where they brought criminal charges against the agents, that happened because the case that they brought against the immigrants fell apart.
The U.S. has never been at peace in my lifetime. I lived through the 90s, so I can say that I actually did.
They're questioning. They realized that the agent they were working with had actually lied about how the shooting took place, actually fired on these immigrants through the front door of their house. Law enforcement is not a business. You send a force out on the street every day to conduct arrests, and every one of those operations carries with it the threat of violence and possible death. You reduce your odds of having those sort of horrible results by hiring the right people, by subjecting them
lucky
to a
at the grocery store and found
training
some.
that protects them from engaging in the sort of activity that might create those risks and from supervising them closely. None of that is being done right now from the results that we see on the streets involving ICE agents. And at the same time, they're under intense pressure to reach these ridiculous numbers of 2,000 arrests a day. That is a combination of factors that leads directly to what we're seeing, and that is innocent people getting hurt and killed.
Well, I mean, that's really one of the most stunning parts of this is the person that they were going after in both of these situations was not, or the person who was killed was not the target here. It wasn't like this was someone who was running away from them because they were actually the target. They were here legally, we believe, at least in Maine.
Or not even running away. These are, when ICE goes out to conduct these operations, they call them targeted operations. They have an idea of who they are going to seek. Before, they used to fill out worksheets that actually laid out, this is the target we are going out for today. They did away with those worksheets last year. So they're going out, and what they're finding, for example, in Houston, is when they ran the plates, that the individual that they were pursuing was undocumented, and that made them fair game. So there was an acknowledgement, this is not the target. We don't believe this is a target based off the registered owner of the stand, but we are going to arrest them anyways because it all comes back to numbers and this idea of collaterals, that even if you're going to arrest a target, but there is another undocumented immigrant in the vicinity, or you come across them, they too can be arrested. And that is how ICE has been operating. It's not the first time they've operated that way, but certainly we can't stress enough how much pressure they're under to really ramp up these arrests so that the administration can reach its historic goals.
Priscilla Alvarez, great reporting. Andrew McCabe, thank you for being here.
That sounded dangerously close to complacence. Just going to be honest. All right, the trial by mob thing, I think we'll just cover that tomorrow. I really, let's toy with what we're going to do here, because easy there, Pokemon boy. Hey, watch it. I like my Pokemon. Shut up. Let me enjoy stuff. Let me enjoy things. Trump is a scumbag, pedo, piece of crap. Yes, Tom Martin. Yes, he is. Tom Martin, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. If you guys just found this channel, welcome. My name is Pep. I do a fun little show here. We do some politics and all that. But if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. Really, really helps me out and getting closer to hitting my goal of 3,000 by my channelversary. I know it's such a silly thing, but August 10th, guys, is my channelversary. I'm looking forward to celebrating with all you guys. Don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll do a streamathon. Who knows? Yeah, but also double tap the screen if you're watching vertically. Hit the like button on the stream if you're watching horizontally. And follow over on Twitch. Nailed it! I got all the plugs in. All right. Get some get some backbone, Tom. What? Am I being mean to Tom? Am I being mean to me? Oh, I gotta be mean. Like, for real. Why? What's wrong? Honestly, I love seeing how, like, bent out of shape, like, some people get coming on, like, to this channel, just being like, I don't like it when people make fun of Trump. You got TDS. Instead of just recognizing it for what it is, the guy is literally the most polarizing president to ever be in office. The guy constantly shoots himself in the dick, constantly is always stepping on his own fucking tie and then tripping. I mean, because he wears a long tie, get it? Listen, this PepTalks guy is a piece of shit, but I do wear long ties. Long ties all day. Also, Congress is trying to get rid of daylight savings time. Again, I remember that they did that once. It screwed everyone up really bad. Did it? I don't think it's ever happened. Did they? Did they ever get rid of daylight savings time? No, they never have. Not yet. Arizona and Hawaii permanently remain in standard time. While the U.S. House of Representatives recently passed the bill, still awaits the Senate approval. Okay, so yeah, I hope it does. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Does it make my days long? Like, do we get more sun during the actual, like, day? Because, you know, not all of us are fucking waking up at the ass crack of dawn to go feed our chickens. It's not like we have technology or anything that can also help with that, like alarm clocks. Like, what are we doing? That's for the farmers to have more light. It's like, so they can't work a little later? Wait a minute. You guys all demand that from us. Why the fuck can't they? Darker mornings, longer days. I'm down with that. I'm actually down with that. Let's go. Honestly, Trump puts a signature on that, then I can actually say, like, without any fucking, like, bullshit, I could just be like, anytime that a Republican's like, can you name one good thing that Trump has done? I'll just be like, he got rid of daylight savings time. He reclassified weed, and then he got rid of daylight savings time. You get two. All right, you know what? Maybe it's not all bad. If he can admit that I did something good, then that's something I can work with. This PepTalks guy, not the worst. Maybe not. Maybe he'll come around. Or maybe I'll become a leftist. Who knows? After what happened with Zoran Mamdani, I gotta say that maybe I'm open to it. You guys saw that all of a sudden I stopped wearing the makeup. I put on a sharp scarf and then tried a new style. Dude, that was hilarious. Like, just, I don't care what your politics are. That was fucking hilarious. When he met with Mamdani, he was so taken with him too. He was just, that whole thing where he's just like, hey, what do you think? Do you think that I'm a dictator? And he's just like, yeah. And he's just like, at least he's honest, huh? Guys, isn't he great? Isn't he great? Zoran, I gotta say, kind of turned me around on this. He's just fucking keeps patting him on the shoulders, and then the next day, no makeup. That was the craziest part. Slicked back hair, like he did a new hairstyle. So he like slicked back the hair, no makeup. That was crazy. That was like the first time we've seen his actual face color. And then, yeah, he had the red scarf covering the neck. See, like, honestly, not a bad look for the guy. And then he had the fucking pea coat. Then all of a sudden people started making fun of him, like saying, oh, what? One leftist comes in there, Mamdani comes in there, and all of a sudden he changes his style. And he's just like, hold on, no, that was just a transitional style. It was very cold that day. I had to borrow a jacket. Zoran Mamdani left his jacket, and he had his sharp scarf there. And I said, you know what? Why not? It's a little nippy out there. Don't want to get cold on my way going into the helicopter. You know, I got the best helicopters. He doesn't have a brain. Yeah. Oh, we all do. But be careful posting that shit on YouTube and in my chat. I'll just say this, like, keep it TOS. That does not really comply with the TOS as much. So just be careful. That's fine. That's more fine. But you don't have to, like, spam it, dude. We agree with you. I don't think Trump is sleeping. I think he is just having delusions of him being a king, and instead of what he is, which is, I mean, yep, Mamdani gave himself an 18% pay raise. Okay. Did he give the rest of the politicians in New York a pay raise? I don't know. It seems like you guys really are trying so hard to make people hate him, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Mamdani's cool, dude. Mamdani's literally like, he's goat-karting. He's out there goat-karting, making you guys really upset. Oh my God. You guys get really upset really easy. And then he balanced the budget, which really blew up in your face. Because you guys kept saying, he was just like, oh, well, yeah, I've got to balance this, but he balanced the budget. Isn't that weird? He lowered the crime rate. Isn't that weird? But whatever. You guys don't recognize reality. The reality that you want is for New York to just, it's on fire. It's an apocalyptic nightmare. Thanks, Mom, dummy. Like, dude, whatever. You guys are fucking so predictable with your stupid bullshit. So aggro. The thing is, why? Why would they be so angry and aggravated when there's so much winning? I mean, they literally have all the branches of government, including the Supreme Court. So why are they so angry all the time? Why are they just so big mad all the fucking time? Like, I'm sorry, if my, like, president, because, you know, I don't actually give a shit about any fucking politician that much. It's genuinely weird that people do, like, love Trump that much, or it's like, dude, your whole identity is tied to this guy. You understand how weird that is, but whatever. I digress. Cult Trump sucked. Ass sucks. Sorry. You just gave me like my dyslexic. I have dyslexia. Like I actually have. You know, I have been diagnosed with dyslexia, and I thought I was reading that backwards, and then I'm like, oh no, he typed that backwards. The DSA want to replace the Supreme Court. Sure. I'm fine with it. The Supreme Court doesn't seem to be doing that great, and they don't want to replace the Supreme Court as much as they want to have term limits. They want to either a rotating court or they want to add 5 more justices. I think they want to add up to 13 justices because that's how many districts there are. So they want to have representation for each district, which I think is, yeah, it makes sense. It actually makes a lot of sense. The only reason you're scared of reform is because it's working for you right now, and you're just like, well, if you change that, then that's not fair to us. Meanwhile, we're trying to rewrite the fucking Constitution itself. It's just like, dude, shut up. You got nothing. Nothing. Dyslexia is retardation. No, it's not. It's actually not, but whatever. If you see it that way, that's fine. That kind of just shows how much of a brainless piece of shit you are. Like, honestly, the fact that you guys, like, have to resort to, like, 3rd grade level bullying tells me exactly where, again, you guys are. You are miserable. You're so angry, you're miserable, you hate to see the fact that nothing is going your way, the fact that Trump keeps fucking you. Like, that's my favorite part, is that he keeps fucking up so bad, and it's just like, you recognize it. You recognize that the inflation's still high. You recognize gas prices still too fucking high. But, yeah, whatever. Sorry about the quality of my chat. Oh, don't worry, Ghost Dog. Thank you for the 5.
My chats sometimes. I know I'm not the clearest writer. Clinking beer mugs emoji. Yeah. Dyslexia gotta suck.
Fucking suck. No, it does. I have to take a extra, like, few, like, seconds to really rejumble. And then I have to... This is the part that really sucks. And this is a little insight into why sometimes I might get your comments wrong. Is because I guess... Like, so the way I used to mask, and I found this out after I was diagnosed in my 30s, but the way I used to mask is I used to guess where the sentence was going, and I was pretty good at it. Like, I really was. But when you're doing a live chat, sometimes it's not. Sometimes I fuck up. So, no, that's just how it is. So you want us to help you with your wife's cancer recovery? Oh, okay. All right. If that's what you think. This is literally something that I do for, you know, bringing people joy. And if I do, then people can pay. And guess what? Somebody just did. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Hey, look at that. $5 away. Fuck it. Much appreciado. Okay, U.S. has never been... Oh, wait. Sorry. Come on, buddy. Both sides, F us. I won't be a puppet for the overload. Dude, I'm literally dude, fuck the man. Like, I want to bring that back. Fuck the man. Like, dude. Like... The fact is, you got an entire political party that's now based on, I love this man! I love the man! Because you have the government. Like, now you're the man. So anybody that was like, this is why the joke on the, like, don't tread on me crowd is so funny. Because it's just like, tread harder, daddy. Yeah, I love the government because we're in charge of it. Yeah, even though it's not making my life objectively better. Yeah, I love this. It's only making the billionaires more rich and us more poor. But you know what? I'll be a billionaire someday. Just got to make sure I'm protecting my future wealth. Ugh, yuck. You fucking dummies. Both sides start wars, both sides get... Yeah, no, I understand that. That's why I'm a leftist. I'm not a both sideser. I'm literally like, no, let's get all money out of politics. Funny enough, it's just like once you get far enough left, you do kind of go like, oh yeah, fuck both sides. Weird how that works. And then it's just like, well, that's just communism. It's like, no, it's not. I want democratic socialism. You guys just don't want to look up what democratic socialism is because it scares you that you might like it. It's the same reason. Man, it's the same reason that we know if you were in one of those studies where they're showing you some gay corn, you're out there fucking loving yourself. You're literally just like, getting all hard and shit. Fucking can't even admit it. You weirdos. You fucking weirdos. That's why you're so angry all the time, is because you can't admit that you might be gay or a little bit gay. Because you don't understand how sexuality works, obviously. I mean, let's be real. You'd be lucky if, for everybody that's just like, I just want a man and woman. It's just like, You ever actually seen some real life boobies that you didn't pay for? Does it grow upside down or something? Yes. Yes, it does. I love making the wealthy wealthier. Yep, fish. Isn't that fun? Isn't that like that's a goal right there? But anyone visiting this country should have a fair due process, because that's how we founded this country. Because we're better than the dictators in the Arab countries who just throw people in jail. I mean, I'm going to pop me some popcorn. Oh, you did that yesterday. All right, so do you use Jiffy Pop? Like, dude, Jiffy Pop popcorn? For real? Like, me and my wife got it for, fun. Just one day. We were just like, oh, hey, it was on sale. Why not? And then once we opened that bag and it was kind of like, oh shit. I kind of forgot. Jiffy Pop popcorn is actually the fucking shit. It's the best. It's so good. So yeah, I don't know. Just some classic old Jiffy Pop. Yeah. You can put it over the campfire. We're gonna heat up some beans later. Have ourselves a good old toot-off. All right, sorry, I'm getting weird. Do we got anything else that's not this fucking Graham Plattner thing?
The Odyssey is this.
Here's Morgan. That's a little too long. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, dismantled by Victor Davis Hanson and Nerdrotic. Oh God. So they're going to the fucking right-wing nerdosphere to get all mad that fucking Lupita Luongo or whatever her name is. This is the fucking is Helen of Troy. We wanted it to be a blonde lady. You fucking weirdos. I couldn't jerk off properly to the Odyssey. You watched the new Fed? Oh yeah, dude. The new Fed, dude. I watched him a while ago. I love Jiffy Pop. I'm from the later 50s though. Oh well, yeah, Robert. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing though. That's one thing again from the 50s that I'm glad that kind of stuck. I'm glad that never changed. That's a classic. If it ain't broke, don't fix. Max Holloway. Oh, wait, I was telling people to bet on Max Holloway to win, but I would never guess it'd go down as it did. I don't know who Max Holloway is. I could buy Jiffy Pop at Canada Tire. Really? I didn't know that. I knew that you could actually, one of the craziest things I learned about Canadian Tires is the fact that you can get bags of hockey pucks there. That's the most Canadian shit ever, which makes sense, though, because it's it's rubber. Kind of get it. Oh, I should probably also, I gotta let Nick know. I cannot do Pepaganda tonight. I'll let him know in a minute. It sucks. I don't want to give up that slot, but man, it's getting harder and harder to do the Primetime Pep. I mean, I'll be honest. I started that as a favor to the letter hack because I assumed he was coming back. But yeah, it looks like he is taking a leave of absence, and it could be permanent. He might not come back to content creation. So, I know that we're kind of hoping that he decides differently, but yeah. Kind of sucks. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It really does suck. But that's this game, man. This game does it. Like, and there, there's other stuff. And the other thing is he's taking this for a very professional reason. Like, he's got another project that, like, it needs his attention. And, like, he kind of broke it down for me. I'll just speak for myself. He broke it down for me in a way where I was just like, oh shit, like, I totally get this. So, that's why I'm saying it might not be, fully the end. I know that he's kind of leaving it a little bit open-ended, but, yeah, for now, it is kind of what it is. Have you heard of the far-right British Pakistani politician? No, I haven't. Great. More. Woohoo! But, oh, hey, by the way, if you're hanging over on Twitch, hello. What were you talking about? Sorry, I just joined late. Oh, it's okay. Who was I just talking about? Jesus Christ. This is the reason that I can stream, is because I don't really look back. Short-term memory is fried. Who was I talking about? Shit. Holloway is the last guy who knocked Conor McGregor. Oh, we're talking about letter hack. Thank you. Yeah, we're talking about the letter hack. If you don't know who the letter hack is, he is a content creator who is also an artist, and he does a lot of cool stuff. Jonathan Swift, thank you for your 3-stream streak. I appreciate you, and hey, man, glad that you enjoyed the show. It's actually, dude, that's dope. Who? The hack. The letter hack. All I know is, I hope he's good. Look up Ben Habib. Do I have to? I don't want to. I really don't want to, because... Oh, this guy. Yeah, I've seen him on Piers Morgan. This guy's a fucking dweeb. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, what's going on with him? Is there like something that I need to like worry about or some shit? I just realized that I never took care of something I was supposed to take care of today. Oh. That was a mistake. Hold on, guys. I need to get this going here. He's saying stuff like these immigrants need to be deported. Yeah, that's like, why, Jonathan? With all due respect, why are you like surprised that a right winger saying this shit? Like, dude, you're the first one who's gonna be. Okay. Now you answered my question. I was like, you're gonna be the first one on a plane to Rwanda if that shit happens. All right, that's kind of. All right, that's a funny take. I was like, where are you going with this? All right, we landed that plane. Cool. Just so you guys know, I'm only going to be on for about 12 more minutes. We're going to be doing the 5-hour show today. Also, I am pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do Pepaganda. I think I've already covered that, but if you guys don't know what Pepaganda is, I do a exclusive show over on this space. But I also do it on Tuesdays. I do 2 hours on Tuesdays. Honestly, I'm not. You know what? Fuck it. I'm actually just gonna ask him. Can you replay my 2 hours? Because it was fucking fire. All right. Wait, shit. Did I put that in the right? Ow, I didn't put that in the right chat. My bad. Here's the space. There we go. If you guys don't already follow this space, check it out, man. It's really cool. All right. Man, highest and best use of syndicated content is to show some fucking fire. Well, okay, so I'm gonna just say that we do have some like really good syndicated content. I know that it's something that a lot of people aren't necessarily thrilled about, but like tonight, for instance, we're replaying the Pepaganda show from last night or from yesterday. I'm really proud of the 2 hours that I did. I did 2 hours of just of a rant, and it was fire content. Like you know, it's kind of weird. I'm gonna just be give me 1 sec. Wait, what? Give me a sec, guys. I need to take care of this. All right, there we go. Sorry, I need to take that intermission to take care of some official business. All right, so now I can say with certainty. Yeah, so what we're doing is we are replaying the the show from yesterday, which honestly, not the best way to get more views on that video. I just kind of realized that, but realistically, guys, I'm so proud of the content that was that I put out. So if you guys have not already checked it out and you are curious to see my rant from yesterday, go check out this space. Oh my god, why is everybody fucking trying to get a hold of me right now? That was the wow. There has been a lot going on over here. Thank God I'm just about to wrap the show. Like that, I think that's why though. It's because I'm so close. I think the real question I want to mind is, will you endorse Count Binface for? Oh yeah, Count Binface. You should do it. Hey y'all, I don't know if you know this, but Pep is kind of a big deal here. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like the show. Pep Talks endorses Pep Talks. I'm gonna do the Bob Dole thing, man. Let's just go let's just go for it. Pep Talks endorses Pep Talks. Hey, no, wait, shit. Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get so distracted there at near the end of the show here. No, so here's the deal. I will obviously be live next Tuesday on this space, but I'm also looking at putting together at least like a special little thing for Pepaganda that Wednesday. If I can make this work, that'd be great. If I can't, then it's likely to signal the end of the primetime Pep. I'm trying here. I gotta work out my whole scheduling thing here, but dude, it's so hard during the summer. Unfortunately, we got a lot going on. I got family stuff, so I think we are all high on politics right now. Good. Let's get higher on politics. Or off politics, I should say. Because I'll be honest, I'm politics out. I'm just on politics right now. Sorry to disappoint. I ain't disappointed. It's fine. Sobriety's cool too. Actually, dude, I mean, fuck. There are days I wish where it's just like, I got friends that can literally like they're naturally happy. Like it's wild to me that they can just function the way they do without anything like that. It's crazy. Like, but hey, yeah, just stay safe with the politics, because it gets a little crazy, I mean, like, I don't even know. You don't even know. What do you mean you don't even know, Jonathan? What, you don't want to check out this space? It's okay. I mean, hey, you don't gotta. Whatever. It's where I do my project kind of stuff. Like, I do more experimental stuff over on this space because it does allow me, like, the opportunity to do so. So I love that, and I'm also gonna say that, yeah, it's where I got friends over there. We have a panel show debuting tomorrow. Like, I'm fucking excited for that. I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, we're gonna do a panel show. I'm starting to recognize that I do have, like, I got some differing opinions than some people. I hope it goes well. I'm sitting here just like, I hope I don't get. Hope it doesn't get spicy. Let's just say that. I don't think it will. I think it's going to be perfectly fine. I think everything's going to go great. I'm going to talk about some fun stuff, maybe some not so fun stuff, and try and make it fun, kind of like we do here. That's like my biggest story is like when we're in the middle of something and we're like trying to take it serious. It's just like, don't do it, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it with a joke. So awkward for me when I'm just like, oh yeah, right. Like when I was doing my debate against Andrew, it was kind of funny. There were a few times that I was like about to chime in, and then I'm just like, don't, because it's going for the joke, and there's no guarantees there, So, although, that's another thing I'm looking forward to. Got some irons in the fire. We got some interesting content coming up here in the near future of Pep Talks. It is definitely going to be fun. You guys are going to be seeing some more crossover with some people from this space. I'm going to be doing some more collaborations, not just Alex. As much as I love Devil's Advocate Productions and Alex, we are definitely going to be doing that. Jessica Rabbit, you have subscribed, and I thought you were already subscribed. Did I? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so were you unsubbed and then resubbed, or did you unsub and then resub? I love the name, by the way. I'm just actually curious if you don't mind chiming in, but if you're just a lurking and you don't want to put yourself out there, that's okay. Oh man, I have to end stream here. That sucks because soon it's going to be Alex space. I know, dude. Dude's like literally staging a takeover. Nah, listen, that dude holds it down, man. He's a hard worker. He really is. And I'm fucking happy to be part of stuff with him. I'm glad I met him. He definitely does not take himself too seriously, and I like that. I think that, like, okay, so Alex is like when you have a friend and like then you got, you're trying to break out into like a new friend circle, and it's kind of like it's their friend circle though, and you're kind of like, the friend of the friend. And you're just kind of like, you're trying to vibe, but you're not quite sure. He's good with that, where it's like he's perfect, where it's just like, this is my boy Pep. Might be a little abrasive, but he's a good guy. Like, I don't mean to put him on the spot like that, but god damn it. Are we really one away from this fucking... Alright, well. That sucks. That's gonna drive me nuts. That means he's the glue. He is like the drummer of this space. I mean, some people would say the bassist is technically the glue of the band, but I would say the drummer is definitely the glue. Shit. Debating doing it myself. Let's see. Sorry, guys. Can I reset this? Damn it, no. I was trying to reset the goal to see if I could just be like, no, I already made the goal. There we go. Four out of 4. Here. Bass's glue, drummer's engine. There you go. I like that. I do like that, actually. I think that I agree with that. I always kind of said that like bass was the glue. Okay, shit. I am running late. Fuck. All right, guys. It looks like I am wrapping up. If I can find this thing for tomorrow, where the hell did I put it? Oh shit! I think it's on X. Give me a sec. This is where the show will unravel just a bit because, yeah, I'm Film Critics Awards, upcoming Superman movie. Unanimous. What? Here it is. Okay, so for tomorrow's fun bit, we have the Hassan reacting to the reaction of that one guy that makes like that made like 500 videos of him. Yeah, it's gonna be some fun content. Pep raps, yes. Okay, so all right, guys, let me raid into this space real quick. Make sure that I got that on. Didn't have any of this done before. Oops. Give me a sec. This space, redirect to Dieter and Alex. Let's go. All right, yeah, you guys will be going directly to this space. Also, who is on Twitch? DA is on Twitch. I will raid DA. Set raid. All right, guys. Wait, are you too a businessman that likes to do business with the great nation of the state of Singapore? Wait, what? I feel like I missed something. Trying to here. All right, I got to wrap. I do love you guys. Thank you for hanging tonight. Thank you to everybody that kindly contributed to the show today, and also thank you for everybody for just supporting the show and supporting all the projects that I have going on right now. Also, you know what? Thanks for just being cool. It's it's always good energy and positive vibes. So, Like I said, if you guys can check out this space tonight, or if you just want to check out the vid on your own time, I know that it is getting released separately. Definitely watch the last episode of Pepaganda that I did. I'm very proud of it. It was 2 hours of solid content. I'm going to be breaking up a little bit of it into some shorts this weekend, and just overall, like I said, very proud of it. I think that's a wrap, guys. Oh, also, I haven't done this in a while. If you guys are new here and you just subscribed, thank you. Thank you for being new subscribers. I hope you do enjoy the content. I can be a little contentious sometimes. I know that, like, I don't always fit into a mold, and I also, like, if I do say something that offends you, I don't mean to, like, legitimately, I never want to offend, basically just because I don't like it when people feel bad. So, all right. I love you guys. I will catch you on the next one. Good night. Hey, quiet you.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children. PepTalks. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalks. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. PepTalks. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.